Doody doo. Doody doody doo doo doo. Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo doo doo. Doody doody doo. Hi, you're with Scott. It's midnight. It's New Year's. It's always New Year's. This is your right ear and your left ear. We're in mono. We're rolling. You can hear me. We are live. We are live. You can hear me. First person to say hi to me in chat. Doody doody. Doody doody doo doo doo. This is New Year's Eve. Tonight we are going to be looking at a little bit of New Year's around the world. We're going to be playing a bit of a game called 10 Dates, where I'm going to go on some dates. We're going to go together.
Pick up the phone.
What's happening? I've got some news.
Okay.
I signed up for speed dating.
Why are you telling me this? Misha?
I might have signed us both up.
We're going speed dating. That's going to be fun. I'm going to take a little look back across what we did this year. A little bit of a look back. A little bit of a look back. Mainly a look forward. And I've also got the top-down deck if we want to have a look at some tarot cards. So I plan to sort of play the game leading up to New Year, celebrate the New Year bit, and then post New Year into the late hours. I know what it's like. Do some tarot reads, some practical magic, some starseed oracles, bit of fun. Ideas for the new year, New Year's resolutions, stuff like that. 2024, looking to the future, so to speak. So, I've got Simcast as a backup if you want to watch your video. She's done a New Year review. First of all, I'll say hi to everyone in chat. Big ups. Jigsy Wigsy, Saz, Tanya, Smarty Hearty, She's Off Her Rocker, Dover and Dolly's Mom, ACW, Simon John Lavender, Princey. Big ups Book Princess. Big ups those who were here a little bit earlier, like Asia Save Horses. Asia Save Horses. Thank you for the upgraded regular membership, continuing on the membership. Thank you to everyone who's been a member, who's become a member, who's contributed, gifted memberships to this, or the Super Chuffer channel, or the Twitch stream. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. It's a good time to be thinking about thank yous, isn't it, this time of year? Coffee.com, I'll share it in chat. Paste that in chat. Coffee.com, if you want your tippies and your things to be read out and come up on the screen. Then tonight we're looking for your New Year's resolutions or your highlight of the year, if you want. Pop that in the coffee.com, or just send me a tippy because you want to donate to me. If you do, then that's coffee.com there. Pop me a super chat on the YouTube. I'm thankful for everything. I'm grateful for everything. Thank you. The news this year, it's a bit like this. Like if you want to do a review of the year and you want to look at this, the news this year has been pretty dire, hasn't it? Been pretty bad. So I'm not doing that. That can go in the bin. It's already New Year's somewhere. Apparently in Sydney, Australia, they've already got started ahead of time. I don't know why. They jumped the gun in Sydney, Australia for some reason. They should wait for the rest of us, but for them, it's already New Year apparently. Don't know how that's worked out. If anything, we should have it first, and then they should do it after, shouldn't they? But look, it's all been fireworks there. I will remind everyone who's got a pet, just quickly, if anyone's got a pet. I've got pets. Big ups, Joe Boy. Nice to see you here, Joe. It's a night that not everyone remembers that people might do the fireworks. I've briefed my animals. I've got mine all set up and settled down. And it just, it might be one of these, so watch out. It looks nice in the cities around the world where what's that? Tokyo, Japan's doing a big bell, look. That's just music. They've blown up a tower in Taiwan. that looks dangerous, if anything. If I lived there, I wouldn't be happy with that. Not if I had a flat there. Beijing, China, going full all out. Well, it's all right for some. Well, not everyone in Beijing, China. Where was that? I missed the thing to tell me about. This is somewhere else. And to be honest, the camera can't handle all the different colours. And this is Thailand. The fireworks, like the HD camera, can't really pick up. It's just a big blur, really, isn't it? But they're already getting started over there anyway. A bit early, if you ask me. Each to their own. I'm aware tonight that there's going to be quite a lot of people who go out on New Year's Eve. Like, you know, go out living it up. Way. But I'm also aware there's quite a lot of people that are not going to be going out and would stay home and watch that awful television and the awful nonsense they've got on the television. I always used to. When I was a kid, especially when I was a kid, my parents, like my mom being a single parent as well, sometimes they'd want to do things for New Year. And when I was a kid, we'd have to stay at home, of course, duh. And then you'd have to stay with my nan or my granddad, or both of them, because they were combined unit. So we stayed with my nan and granddad, and quite often my early memories of New Year's Eve were watching it on the telly with my nan and granddad. So later on, as I got a little bit older, then it was my turn to start going out, hey, getting out, hey, getting drunk, whoa, going out and partying. And we'd always try and ring nan and granddad, you know, Happy New Year, you know, ring nan and granddad. And New Year's Eve always makes me think of my grandparents. They're sadly not with me anymore. They're both dead. But yeah, it always makes me think of that. And I thought, like, I don't really like going out New Year, to be honest. I've had lots of opportunity this year. There's been several different offers that have been made to me to come, why don't you come and do this? Or do you want to come and do this? And I've said, no, do you know what? I'm quite happy to stay in. And more so this year than ever, I'm happy because I've got all of you chuffers in chat. And I feel like it's nice that, like, you chuffers in chat don't have to watch that awful television and instead can all watch this instead, which, like I said, tonight's going to be playing this game of
I was duped into coming here this evening.
Speed dating, which is going to be fun. We're going to look back over some of the stuff we've done this year, which is going to be just for me, like, personal. No, it's going to be, you know, got to do it, haven't we? I'm not going to play loads of videos, just have a little look back. Thank you very much, Joe. You absolutely despised New Year's Eve. Thank you very much for the $1.99. Thank you. We're going to be doing some... I absolutely despise New Year's Eve. Yeah, I used to like it when I was going raving, but yeah. So, but I'm well aware as well that you know, it's like, it's a funny stream for me. So we're going to be, it's kind of a chill vibe. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm setting a bit of a chill vibe. Got the fire, got some chill background music, gonna have the fun dating game. We're gonna switch to the top-down selector, look at some of these tarot cards and practical magic, and if people want me to do a little couple of cards for them each, future plans, predictions, that'll be nice. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, check. Can you hear me when I'm over? You can hear me down here, can't you? Yeah, I'm going to do that, and chill vibe. And I was just telling the story about how I used to always start New Year's, always think about my nan and granddad on New Year's. Like, it's a time of year when I think about people, other people. So the first donation of tonight, I'm going to be making a few donations. It's not like a totalizer thing. I'm really grateful for you and your super chats and tippies to me. Like, because of that, I'm able to do things like this. So I'm really grateful. I'm not going to set like a totalizer and a target. I'm just going to make some donations tonight. So the first one's going to be to Age UK, because I think there's a lot of things on our minds when it comes to charity. Big ups, Class Act.
Class Act sent tippies. Happy New Year, Scott. Thank you for everything you've given us this year. Here's a healthy and happy 2024 and all the success for you.
Thank you. We're going to be looking
Super
forward to
Chuffer
that. Yeah.
owes 5 hugs.
That's the idea. Is tonight's stream's a nice chill stream with a bit of a late night vibe, moving into 2024 with positivity and looking forward to the future. And for some people, like I say, like, I think charity is top of the list when it comes to kids or dogs, which we are going to be donating for tonight. But also, Age UK is a charity that does good things for older people. So I'm just going to quickly do our first donation of the night. While I do that, I'm going to switch back to the fireplace because they're going to ask me questions and want my details. So I'm just going to take that off the screen, and I'm just going to quickly switch back to the fireplace. Be sure to tell me what your plans are or your highlights from the year we've just done, and the year coming in? What are you looking forward to? Let me just... They're going to a couple of times tonight. I'm going to have to do these donations. So, am I donating in memory of someone? No, not really directly. Yes, it's my own money. How did I hear about us? Ignore that question. I would like to gift aid. Continue. My details. I'm Mr. My first name, if you'd like. I've not done to you before, so I have to fill it all in properly. Okay. Doody-doody-doo. You need my email address to send me confirmation. You might need my email address to send me emails as well, wouldn't you? My full address. Okay. You're not going to be coming... Not going to be sending me any mail. Are you? I'm going to click the box that says don't send me any mail. So, thank you very much, Joe. What a year you've had. By far my favourite YouTube channel, A Decent Fella. I'm going to do more outdoor shit this year and then hopefully move to Dubai. Dubai? Wow. That's where it's all going on. I don't know if Dubai... Is Dubai Saudi Arabia where the boxing is? I'm not very good at geography, but I think it's all where it's going on, isn't it? Okay, I've got my address in. Would I like to receive communications by email? No. And I do not want postal email. And I'm going to pay by PayPal. Okay, PayPal. PayPal checkout. Thank you, Deborah, for the £2. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah, for the £2. Log into PayPal. Sorry this takes a little bit of time, but it's going to happen. Oh, this one wants a card off me. Okay, so this one's not going to happen because it wants a fucking card off me. Well, that's the whole point of PayPal donations. Right, okay, log that for later. I have to get my card sorted out for that. Shit. Right, well, there's the old people didn't get £20, right? Instead, one of these charities, I know these charities are going to, one of them's going to accept the monies. So we're going to stick another 20 on top for these other charities instead. The old people got to suffer another year. It's not my fault. One of these is going to take the monies, I promise you. So don't worry, the monies is getting given. Dubai, the city of... No, I do worry about that exotic doll. You know, like the sport washing of the whole... don't get me too started on it now. Like, I think... To not get too started on it, I'm very aware of the Saudi track record on human rights, but I'm also hopeful that the spotlight of public attention through the media, like the events, what it draws to the country, also draws attention, and I'm hopeful that maybe leads to change. So, you know. Yep, no snogging in Dubai. You might end up in jail, maybe so, I don't know, but I'm not getting any kisses anyway. Oh, actually, talking of kisses, I did get some kisses, didn't I? Look, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? What's this? How can there possibly be a photograph of Super Chuffer with two lovely ladies? What's this? I thought Eddie Vinyl Break said that I couldn't... No ladies would be interested. These two lovely ladies. Oh, look, they got the tongues out and everything. I told them to tongues out. How'd you donate to TikTok? I don't have TikTok. Thanks, Julie. I don't have TikTok. Sadly, my content comes in 3-hour chunks. It's not a trick photo. No, they're real people. I've got multiple photographs of this for evidence if you want to see. It's not just the one. Girls like this, they like to take multiples. I was like, just take a picture. And they were like, no, how about this? How about I take 1,000,000 pictures? So if I go to photos on my phone, I'll show you. Look, there's photos on my phone. Look at all these pictures. They're all the pictures. They're all different as well, slightly. Look, this one's different. See how they're different? They slightly move as well because they're like those magic pictures that slightly move. So they're real. Oh, they're real. They're real people. It's not my sisters. It's my sister's friends. All right. It's my sister's friends. They're not romantically involved with me in any way. Where's my left hand? I've got one hand on her shoulder, and then the other hand. well, couldn't put it on her shoulder 'cause it's uncovered, so I wouldn't want to. Look. You can donate to me on coffee.com if you want, or super chats just on YouTube, or join as a member. Coffee.com, I get more of a cut, and you can write your thing and it comes up on the screen. So you can tell us about your plans for the future, or your highlight of the year, or just whatever you want to say, really. And then I don't need to have this picture on anymore. It's just, in fact, where's the jacket? Why aren't I wearing the jacket? The jacket's big. The jacket's a big factor. This jacket went down really well. This jacket went down incredibly well. This jacket, the sparkle. Big ups, Joe. Your wife called you a mosher because you listen to AC/DC. A mosher. Oh, this jacket's not so good. It got my hair caught in it. I got my hair caught in it. Ooh, no swearing, please. I'll try and use the word chuffer, but you know, language. Well, 16 plus rated tonight, I think. The jacket's coming off now because it's far too snazzy for me on an indoor setting. I mean, it's good for a big show, but we're doing a chill show. Jacket's come off. Got my hair caught in the sequins and stuff, so it's coming off. But I tell you what, the jacket was snazzy. Everyone commented on it. The lady that ran the restaurant commented on it. Should I say their names? I'm doxing them. Well, I don't know. They've got their own Instagrams. The girls loved it. I had a lot of fun. We went out for a bit of dinner. Dinnis. Bit of a bit Dinnis. So yeah, I've done my New Year's Eve party. And have that in the eye, Eddie. A bit of a funny one for you here. This actually, some people didn't find this as funny as I did, but in my opinion, this is funny. This is some brand new footage of the river search for the in the River Wire of the Nicola. But brand new footage emerges of river search in River Wire. Look, it's only little, but look. Oh, he's gone in. Oh, he's hit his head. His legs are going. Oh no. It's a joke. Calm down. All right. So that's me on Twitter. I'm at SuperChuffer on Twitter. I'm at SuperChuffer on Twitter. We didn't manage to donate our first bit of monies, and we haven't got onto the game yet, but I'll play another bit of this because while people are coming in, this is what we're doing tonight, is we're going to play 10 dates, and I'll tell you why in just a minute, but this is a bit of the trailer.
No substitute for meeting someone face to face. This is where you're going to find that genuine connection you keep banging on about.
I'm not doing this.
Oh, he's browsing the shop floor.
How does it work?
The women stay at the table, the men go to different tables, and you speak to girls.
Hello. And good luck. I actually have an ambition to be famous. But after a little tactical woman, we were ready to go to the club.
So we can go speed dating, and you can find out more about my character and have a bit of fun by going speed dating with me. So that'll be good. And as a prelude to that, the reason we're going to be doing it, I wanted to talk a little bit about a year ago. Like a year ago, I uploaded videos of me playing this game. Or did I do live streams? I think I did live streams. Where's the game? The old live streams of 5 dates. Had this all planned. Had this all planned. Big ups, Joe. Can you get your Tippy's money back for 2023? Can you pay for 80 by personality? And he's going to find himself on the back of your pony and trap. Careful with the threats. Whatever. We will note tonight there's going to be very little talk from me of all the nutters that have punctuated our year, and a bit more talk of some of the bigger things and some of the more chill things and just our way of doing things. But those nutters, yeah, like, what are they up to? What's the point? Bizarre. But we have got to get serious again come the new year. But for now, Genshin Impact, but we talk about 5 dates. A year ago, I played 5 dates. Right, a year ago, I was doing streams. So these are my streams a year ago. And on these streams, there's £100 Words on Stream Charity Edition. We gave £100 to charity. I had 46 viewers. That was a year ago. A year ago, Derek Chisora fought Pulev. I did a little review of it. I did a bit of variety on my streams. We looked at Tartaria, the world of Tartaria. I was kind of looking at that a bit generally. We did some more words on stream. I looked at sex, respect and waifus by playing a game called Kirakara Stars Idol Project AI Uncovered. Played a bit of games every now and then. Is space fake? Bit of conspiracy theory. I don't think it is. I think it really exists. So we did a stream on it. Words on stream again. Used to do it quite often. Boris Johnson and Fallout guys. Just a combined stream of gameplay. Wasn't finding my way completely, but I did start to find my way a year ago. Prison Life Simulator was probably the last game I played on Super Chuffer. This is the Super Chuffer channel I'm looking at. Words on stream, talking about Tartaria and conspiracy. And at this time, I was wanting to get Steve of the Dead on, basically. Big ups, Joe. Yeah, like it's been a rocky year for some of us, hasn't it? For most people, there's been some rocky times this year. So I'm glad that we've provided a place that people can come together and feel good. Back then, looking at these streams as well, I used to do more mental health support, and we did pop in a couple of mental health support streams this year, but Mental Health Monday as a channel that I created still exists, and I'm really glad we got through and did that. So yeah, big ups Bizzle. What no homage to not loads. It wasn't the highlight of my year really. This I'm going to talk about now is the big highlight of my year. So big ups Jess, thank you very much. Yeah, everyone good, and Christmas has been interesting. But we're getting through to the chill. Tonight's stream is a chill vibes, positive look to the future. We're going to do dating, we're going to do larks, and we're going to do some of these just for fun cards and fortunes things. Thank you very much, Red Fan, for the 5 gifted memberships. Yo-Yo, welcome to member. Richie Dupe, welcome to member. Sharon H, welcome to member. Glynis Forrester, welcome to member. And Curious Cat, welcome to member. I don't know if Curious Cat is here. I really shouts out to Curious Cat, one of my favourite people in the world from a long time back. That I wish we were more communicative on the messages. I feel I've got a lot of things to sort of chat through with them that they could be really like, you know, Nicky Bully stuff like that. Anyway, GTA 6, that's next year. Yeah, that'll be good. What happened to me a year ago, right, is that I decided I wanted to get to 1,000 subscribers in a year. So this year we've just done, I wanted to get to 1,000 subscribers. And so at the time I was getting 100 views maximum, and I was streaming, like I had a small channel of about, like, you know, a couple of hundred subscribers, and I was streaming to less than 10-20 people. And I decided to, like, the reason I'd put Darkside Phil in there, how not to stream, and this thus podcast springs up talking about Darkside Phil for the first episode and how Phil relates to his audience, is I was very lucky enough to stumble upon the psychological work of Steve of the Dead on YouTube. So about a year ago, what was happening was I was talking about the McCann stuff, and that started to get a few more views. My channel started to pick up a bit. I did a little season of it. A few streams covered it. Yeah. Words on stream was something that was going all right. We need to resurrect that a little bit, actually. I sometimes played a few games, and I did variety, talking about conspiracy theories that I thought were bunkum and stuff like that, playing a few games. And I wanted to move, once I did the body language and the Madeleine McCann stuff, I wanted to move more into psychology and that sort of area. So I contacted Steve of the Dead, and he agreed to join me as a sort of guest / co-host. So we started the Thus podcast a year ago. So our first episode of Thus was October the 3rd, 2022. So we're looking at about October that we started Thus. So the lead into Christmas this time last year, this is before Nicola Bully stuff. Where's my beard? Went out for dinner. So I had to shave it off. Big ups everyone in chat. Yeah, a year ago, like, Steve of the Dead became my friend. just over a year ago, and things started to go particular. I thought they were going really well. The Madeleine McCann stuff meant that I got a bigger boost on some of my streams than I'd had before. Like, people watch that and still watch it. That's like legacy content. People still go back to that and watch it. The Madeleine McCann series that I did. A lot of reference to Richard D. Hall and respect paid to him in those episodes as well. And Peter Hyatt's Embedded Confessions statement analysis, which is something that all those years ago when, you know, they were doing their videos, I was watching and thinking how much I respected them. So that really helped my channel. And getting Steve of the Dead on, initially, the Dark Side Phil episodes, that were just us getting our stuff together, you know, getting our workflow together. But as we progressed, I Love True Crime, What is Crime, Mobile Addiction, John Bennett Ramsey was a particularly good one for Christmas. We did a Christmas murder on this. Steve of the Dead currently is recovering from a back operation. So he's had a very serious back operation, and he's in a process of rehabilitation. So it's not simply the case that he can just sit at the computer and chat to us for hours, but he will be coming back in the new year. And my plans for that last year, what I wanted to do is get to 1,000 subscribers and have a sustained podcast. And instead of doing that, we've come such a long way further. This next year I can make bigger plans. So what we intend to do, Steve of the Dead, I'm not stressed by waiting until he's better, is to go out with cameras, and instead of talking about, for example, Fred West's murders, we can talk about Fred West murders, and we can go to the place that he lived, which is now knocked down, and Steve can present to camera, you know, like a serious documentary style talking piece, and we can write scripts and take that next level in content creation. And that's why I've been saving up the tippies. And I talk about it a lot, and I'm really looking forward to doing it next year. I've had to bring my whole schedule of what I hope to achieve forward a year because we've done so well this year. So I'm really grateful for that. So this time last year, this is where I was at. I was hitting 1,000 subscribers, which was great. I was poised to do the next year strong with the podcast, and I was talking about body language and, I guess, in a way, true crime. Steve has his own personal interest in true crime and the forensic psychology, so together we were starting to find a way, like my channel was starting to find a direction, I think, rather than complete variety, gameplay, all sorts of stuff, which we are going to bring back some variety. We do now on different streams. We do variety on Twitch, and I upload it to YouTube on different channels. We have Battery Exhausted for all sorts of nonsense. I've got a gaming channel, and it's nice to have those things in separate places, I think, rather than doing them all on the same channel. And for this channel, Super Chuffer, which is my main channel, to have taken this strong direction. I don't want to call it true crime. I'd rather call it psychology, the way people think, feel and behave. A lot of people think I'm a true crimer, but if you look through what we did, which is what we're about to do now, we started out, we thus moved into Prince Andrew. We talked about Prince Andrew, and we talked about Madeleine McCann, of course. To put a lovely cap on my series, I got a forensic psychologist to take a good look at it, which I thought was really good. Then all of a sudden, and you'll all know this, Nicola Bulley went missing, didn't she? So the channel grew very quickly in a short space of time because I did body language analysis and reaction to the main interviews on the Nicola Bulley case. At the same time, we had Thus running in tandem, talking about interesting... First of all, we talked about interesting other cases where people had made public appeals, because I thought that went really nicely as supplementary content. You know, Paul had done this public appeal. Here are some other cases where people have done public appeals. That's a really strong episode, in my opinion. I'm really grateful to Steve for his contribution. And, you know, the way that this content sits now, I'm really grateful to be able to look at it and say, this is what we did last year. I'm really lucky. So we did the call-ins, you had your voice. And then we started to look at narcissism, which is one of Steve's... I want to say pet interests. Like, you know, he really likes, you know, he's interested in narcissism. He takes a great interest in narcissism, as many of us do. So we started to look at that. Joe says he came for Nicola Bulley and stayed forever. Yeah. Hopefully it's, you know, this is what I'm driving towards, is that hopefully it's more than just the Nicola Bulley story. And it has been. I'm just really grateful now, just taking some time to just quickly look over it and see what we did. My year in review. The narcissism series, going along with this other stuff, is great, actually, isn't it? the red flags of the narcissist. I did bring up Bob on Super Chuffer, a nutter. Nutters ended up going over to Battery Exhausted, didn't they? Bob actually left me some comments recently on one of my videos on Battery Exhausted. You know Bob. You know, God Bob. God entered into my body like a body the same size, Bob. You know Bob. One of our friends that we met this year. He's left me some comments on Battery Exhausted. So, we also had Indrid Cole come on and talk to us about spirits, aliens and cryptids. Personally, I don't really want to take the channel in a very UFO spirits sort of direction, but I wanted to touch on it here and there. Like, a bit of variety within the content is good. We talked about Nicola Bulley, the behaviour panel. We had narcissism on. Are People Evil is, I think, a really good podcast that we did with Steve that doesn't get as much traction, but that's a really good one. But of course, dwarfed by the number of views that Emma White Red Flags gets, because, you know, those body language videos and that ongoing story of Nicola Bulley, very interesting, wasn't it? So as the year progresses, we're in a groove now, and whilst there are times where I don't do as much mainstream here, I started to introduce videos into the Super Chuffer content and to branch out into doing Super Chuffer for you for the relax and chill stuff, a bit more Twitch gaming, and of course a lot of nonsense on Battery Exhausted. Exactly, Joe, whatever happened there. We're going to look into it more deeply in the new year, but you're all good in chat. I could see people saying sorry, sending positive vibes to people. I don't know who's having the bad one, but yeah, I hope everyone's having a good one, basically. Big ups Trisha. Big ups Trisha. We're going to be doing some cards later, Trish. I'm not going to be stepping on Trisha's toes and claiming to be skilled in this, but I've got the Cat Tarot. I've got some more fun decks as well that are not, Practical Magic isn't supposed to be that magic, and Woodland Wardens is just a bit of niceness. So we're going to be looking at hopefully some predictions for the new year for some people a bit later on after we've done our dating simulator. Cults is another great episode, and we were poised to really start talking about cults more and to do more work on cults. Steve's back operation hoved into view, which is good for him, good for us, because as his recovery goes on, that's going to be great. The Nicola Bulley investigation, of course, you know what went on as the year finished with the channels. The videos started to take hold on that channel as well. So again, taking us back a year ago I played Stray, a game about cats, for a Christmas special, and I gave some money to a cat charity. Yeah. And it's a year on, and I'm really grateful that I'm able to, again, this is better work with PayPal, right? Dogs Trust. At the moment, it was 20 quid. We're rolling it up now to 40 quid for the Dogs Trust, because I got a dog from the dog rescue, and that dog was one of the banes of my life. But also, it was really important. I decided to take a dog. This wasn't last year or anything. This is just part of my life. I decided to take a dog that was difficult because I had the ability to do it. And we're going to do a doody now while I fill in the details and hope it accepts PayPal. I felt I was doing my duty in some ways, and he was a good boy. He was a really good boy. Sometimes he was a difficult boy. PayPal. And, it's important, isn't it? The animals, they can't speak for themselves or fight for themselves, but I believe right now out there somewhere is probably a dog just like the dog. Okay, this is working great. A dog just like the dog I took on. Complete donation without showing my address to the public, please. And whilst I'm not going to be able to, I've got a different dog now. I've got my dog and I've got a cat and all. I'm not going to be able to go out and take a difficult dog myself, but somebody out there is going to. And until they do, the Dogs Trust are going to be the ones looking after them. So it's nice just to be able to share some more of that love in that direction. So thanks very much everyone that donates and tippies me. And thanks very much everyone else that's a member and everything like that. Because it enables me to do things like this. And I'm not making a totalizer tonight. We're not making like a, give me this amount, I'll give that amount. Just thanks. I'm really grateful. So there's one for the Dogs Trust. We didn't manage to get money to the Age UK this at the moment. If you want to give money to me, here's my coffee.com. They'll read it out on the screen, and you can say your New Year's resolution or the things you're looking forward to, or the highlights of the year can come up on screen, or you can super chat. It's all good in the hood. We're going to be giving money to the kids and to Refuge later on. I tried to give to Age UK and it didn't work, so the old people don't get theirs this Christmas. But yeah, going back to what I was doing on the videos there. So I was giving money to stray cats. I'm still doing that. Well, this year it was the dogs. I'm really grateful. And the videos obviously took off a bit on this channel as well, on Super Chuffer, my main channel. A lot of people didn't like the long 3-hour streams, 4-hour streams. Can't you just do a short video? Can't you just do 10 minutes? All right, sometimes I can, yeah. So I just did 10-minute cuts of some of them, some points we needed to make as shorter videos, some clips from us, so that's great. But also there are some videos here like the IOPC Welfare Report and Women Who Killed Us podcast, which was on Twitch that time because we got done for Eurovision, didn't we? Do you remember? We did the Eurovision. That you won't see that on here now because we did a Eurovision special. We watched Eurovision, and then it did me for copyright for watching. I didn't even watch Eurovision. Didn't even have it on. So that was a bit of a fiasco. What happened was we had a live stream. We were watching Eurovision, and I only had a little tiny sliver of it on, so you could watch it at home and keep in sync, and we could talk about it and watch it. Watch along, we call it. And for some reason, that got done for copyright, and the copyright went back to a company in France that owns Eurovision. It was really heavy. They did me for 90 days not able to stream. So for that a week or two, I wasn't able to stream. It was a problem. So what happened was you're allowed to appeal to them and send them an email, right? And so what happened was all the Mimp Squad, I'm so grateful to all of you chuffers, all the Mimp Squad, they got together in the Discord and they wrote a sort of email, like a template email, so they could all send an email to this French company and get them to stop the copyright thing. And the French company sent me an email and a tweet, a Twitter DM to say, hey, Super Chuffer, this was in English, not French, but I'll do it in a French accent. Hey, Monsieur Super Chuffer, could you please tell your friends to stop emailing us? We do not want to have any more emails from the Mimp Squad. Please, can you tell them, por favor, that's Spanish. S'il vous plaît, can you tell them to stop emailing us? We will remove the copyright strike and you can stream again. Thank you very much. And one of the funniest things, as you say, brutally honest, Marv Strokegate, one of the funniest things about it was in the template letter, somehow a little typo had crept in and it said, Scott has recently had a stroke. Not a strike, a stroke. Can you please help him by removing the copyright problem from you? And they must have thought, this French company must have thought, oh my God, we've got this streamer who's relatively popular because people are sending us emails. I mean, that was really nice of them to send the emails. Big ups Prime Time. Thank you.
Sent tippies. Happy New Year. Thanks for all you do. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. So they must have thought that Super Chuffer had had a stroke, and at the same time they'd given him a copyright notification, and that caused him to have his channel taken down. And because I was so pleased with the whole affair, I'd written them a letter saying, if you can remove the copyright, I would be happy to donate to charity in your name and, do your, nice gesture. So when they did take the thing down, I donated £250 to the guide dogs. So I wonder if they thought I was blind as well. Anyway, the benefit was that for a couple of weeks we had no ability to stream live, so I was able to upload videos. That's great. That was fine. But the benefit, of course, was that the community rallied round and explained to the French company that I'd had a stroke. So that was a fun thing that happened this year. We got back on the live streams, and I got back on with making some videos as well. You might notice a couple of these, like the Philip Schofield react, which did quite well. I recorded those on Twitch. The facility to watch things that may or may not be copyright because of YouTube problems over on Twitch was great. And Twitch streams we do very relaxed, like I'm doing now. Not big plan, although I've got a bit of a plan tonight, but not big plan, just a bit of a chill. And sometimes we watch a video and do a react and XYZ and maybe play a bit of games, and then we cut them and throw them up on the internet. So a couple of cuts like that. The videos section here on Super Chuffer, again, just as strong as the live streams now, and I'm really grateful. Building towards that big video we dropped at the end of the year, and you know, folding gate that happened, folding chair, folding folding trouser press. Anyway, look, another big punctuation mark on the year was Super Chuffer reacts to fan made video. Emotional. And it was emotional for me when the MIMP squad, the community, you put together a video to say thank you for, and what I take from it really, like, is like we do a lot of other stuff, we do a lot of different stuff, a lot of variety, you know that, I've been talking about it. They didn't say thank you for doing a body language react on Philip Schofield, or thank you for like discovering the CCTV for Nicola Bulley was fake, or thank you because you and Steve provide an interesting 3 hours on a Monday of psychological discussion with some insight and research. No. Although they're all good things that people have thanked me for over the year. What they thanked me for, what you thanked me for, was for providing support, emotional, giving a space for people to feel listened to, heard, part of the group. And a lot of the people were saying they were going through struggles themselves, and that it helped them to get through things, which is like a kind of subtext, or maybe a overarching stamp of some of my content, because I've felt like I've got through things in order to be here and do this, and that the process of me streaming a year ago, the year before that, I remember streaming to 100 people, 10 people before that, doing the whole year of Mental Health Monday videos, and creating a channel called Mental Health Monday that now exists. And I don't do lots of it at the moment, but you know, doing all that, there's a lot of subtext to it that is about just like the thing that mostly got edited in here as well was the jokes, the laughs, the good times, the fun, the helping people along. And like, it reminds me again of my granddad, who like helped me through really difficult times in my life, but with a smile and a joke, and that ability to turn to humour when things are difficult. So whatever it was that I was doing that caused this fan reaction, I'm really grateful for, and we made the video and I showed my gratitude, and it is probably for me one of the finest things that happened this year, probably the finest, maybe. I mean, Brian Harvey watched my video, that was pretty insane to me because I watched him on the telly, so I still haven't got that in my head properly, but this was really, really, really important. So thank you again for the fan made video, and thank you again for everyone that was part of it, and everyone that just, you know, felt like they, you know, agreed with the sentiment.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Sharon.
Sharon Wilkinson sent tippies. All the best, Scotties.x. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm looking for my lighter now. I just literally just had that. There it is. Because of tippies and stuff, I was able to buy a better lighter this year. So that's good. So yeah, that was all really special. And then moving through to the end of the year, we know that things got a bit weird and dark with Peter folding and all that, didn't they? But somehow things managed to click into place. A few bits of research. I remember talking to people about how I'd left Nicola Bulley on a bit of a lull, and you know, we'd done the inquest and it was time to just sort of step back for a moment, but I was still researching and looking at things. I remember talking to people and saying I was staying up all night looking at this stuff, and it just sort of fell into place. So I made Nicola Bulley case solved, because I found some really interesting new points that tied things together. I'm not going to go over it a lot now, but like, I feel that really capped the year off incredibly strongly for me. It was the right time to do it because I discovered it, and it was the right time to do it, and it was the culmination of all the work we've been doing over the year. And so the Super Chuffer channel is now at 9.94k subscribers, which to me is 10,000. Like, it's I don't have to wait for it to say exactly 10 and be like, oh, now I'm happy. Like, I'm happy now. 9.94. I am 600 subscribers off 10,000, and I hoped at this point to be 1,000. So I am 10 times happier than I ever hoped to be. I'm really, really grateful, and I hope next year to be able to take another step. I mean, I don't know if I'll get to 100,000 in a year. I was hoping to take another year between now and 100,000. So I've actually got 2 years to get to 100,000 maybe. But in my plan, I wanted to go from 10 to 20, from 20 to 50, and from 50 to the 100. That's the sort of sequence of steps that I was hoping for. So I'm just really amazed and grateful that we're that far ahead and things are going that well. Fair enough, Joe. Like, you know, now's not the time that we're not going to discuss Nicola Bulley ins and outs now. We're not doing it's fair enough if you disagree. There's lots more still to look into, and there will be lots more for me to, put on the table and talk about in the future. I'm not doing it today, and I'm not going to, over Christmas I wasn't going to be doing a lot of Nicola Bulley streams, so we'll be doing that in the new year and stuff. But yeah, and so it's been a really interesting and varied year. The main channel is the one I wanted to sort of look over and highlight, because this is the actual main thing that I was trying to do. The other stuff, everything else, is a bonus, is a joy, is fun. Battery Exhausted started out as a scrapbook channel with vegan videos and all sorts. My other channels, which now don't exist as a channels button anymore, because thanks YouTube, so you have to press home and go down here. Ganji Impact gaming channel, I play games, I have fun. Mental Health Mondays there. True Binaural, I haven't done an ASMR video for years. But I've also got Super Chuffer for You as well, which for some reason isn't on there, and it needs to be. Which we have a lot of fun on Twitch, and we watch a lot of other videos and stuff, and so that's getting uploaded to here. We've had such laughs over the year on Twitch that ended up on Super Chuffer for You. David's Dead is probably the best video that happened this year. Like, just reacting to some funny things on the internet. And whilst I used to do some of this on Super Chuffer, and I used to do some of this on Battery Exhausted, Super Chuffer for You is now going to be the channel for just laughs and reacts to old telly and stuff like that. Like chill streaming and stuff like that. Battery Exhausted's for the lolcows and the internet lore and history, and looking at reacting to things that are going on the internet, so to speak. And Super Chuffer itself is my main channel, which is basically a sort of psychology, body language / I do statement analysis as well. I do body language, I do psychology, I get guests on, and we're going to take this to another level. And it's become a bit of a Nicola Bulley, I don't want to say expert in any way, but I know a lot about it because I followed a lot of it, don't I? So become a bit of a Nicola Bulley. I'm just really grateful, basically, that over the course of the year we've gone a lot further and farther than I thought I would do, and I'm at a point where I'm doing things that I thought I would be doing a bit later on, but I'm doing them a bit sooner. So it's really, really good. 1, 2, check. Fiona, is it quiet? I mean, you should be able to hear my voice. Any predictions for next year? I mean, did you see what happened over the last few years?
I couldn't be happier.
Alicia
Thank you.
sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, Alicia. That's a very nice name. It reminds me of Alicia Silverstone, who was quite the film star when I was growing up. Quite the attractive young film star when I was growing up. Stop waffling, get the cards out. Julie, that's coming later. That's coming later. We're going to be playing 10 dates first.
Is that a satanic symbol?
Soulmates. No.
Fancy a test of strength?
How about we do an arm wrestle?
You alright?
No, I'm kidding.
Get your arm on the table, lad.
Because when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I was playing 10 dates. And I said, well, if we get to 10,000, I'll play 10 dates. If I was playing 5 dates, and then I said, yeah, all right. Big up Screwed Crime. I know that Brian Harvey did a song for that man, yeah. I do. I heard it. Interesting stuff. I'd love to, explore the future with Brian next year. I'd love to have a few chats with him. Got some interesting things to throw his way. I'm going to be doing a lot more of that. I guess you'd have to call it true crime, but I don't know what you'd call it really. But a lot more of that deep dive investigation on the Super Chuffer channel next year. Even to the point where I think sometimes I do a bit of a doody in my own time, and I'm just looking over things and finding things out. And I could bring that to stream as a member stream, because who knows what's going to happen. It's just me doody over some websites and finding things out. But I do a lot of it. So, and a lot of it has been overlapping. I've watched a lot of Brian's content over the last couple of days. And I've found a lot of things very interesting, and I've looked into them. So, what's happened to that man? That man's been, I'll be frank about it, that man on Battery Exhausted, then, just quickly, view my channel. Over here, a year ago, over here a year ago, I was setting up a second space, like practicing with my sort of second rig, like so I can take my laptop and stuff like that. And at the time I needed to get away from what was going on in my house and have a quieter space. So sometimes I was running some streams from upstairs, and I was able to sort of get my decks going on it. So that was interesting. And I used it as a backup B-side channel for, like me and Steve watched the DSP interview over there. And I was talking about some of these Darkside Phil and Martin Leetker and the lolcows. And, you know, it's just a bit of a rough thing going on. And then that man, that Alan, stole my content. He plagiarized, not just plagiarized me, he literally ripped one of my videos. And I'm not going deep into that now, but I needed to talk about it somewhere. So I talked about it on Battery Exhausted, because this was just like my scrappy book B-side stream, like stream channel. So I talked about it there, and then it just got going, didn't it? Like, he made it worse. He kept being rude to me and plagiarizing content further. So we watched and reacted to his content and made critique on it, called him out where necessary, discovered a deep, dark world of a string of ills and litanies that he's done over the years. So we had lots of things to talk about and say. So Battery Exhausted became all of a sudden quite popular. To my surprise as well, I thought that Super Chuffer stuff was going to be interesting, and the main stuff, which it always has been, always gets better numbers than this, always is more important to me. But this stuff did get quite a lot of numbers, and people were interested in this sort of, like, rather than content creators and the facts of the content they're creating, like a sort of background, human life, human reality, what would you call it? Human story of the reality of someone's bad behavior, you know, and basically a horrible narcissist who's committing crimes on the internet, like, you know, no doubts about it. Not just grifting, like, it gets worse, like being really, really bad, being a real naughty, bad chuffer. Crimes, I suppose, you know, in my opinion, you'd have to ask the police about that. But, you know, really being a bad chuffer. So we followed that. I also used it as a space to bring in friends from Detractor Beam to talk about the tarot, which I'd love to continue to do. I need to get that finished, and we need to make that tarot deck. I knew it would take me ages to finish that. And through the process of this, what happened was that the man himself, the angry one, he got worse and worse, did some real weird things on the internet, like admitting to searching for child porn. That was a really bad one. He went really angry and mad a few times and said some really bad things about wanting to murder people, and like made threats and loads of bad things. Like, we all know all this, it's all documented. And we had a lot of fun as well. We had a lot of fun. And then towards the end of it, what happened was that Alan got banned off YouTube, as we all know, because YouTube agreed with everyone that Alan was actually a really bad person and was doing really bad things. Yeah, like YouTube agreed with that. So the terms of service on YouTube don't allow for people to do bad, like malicious communications and things like that to each other. And because Alan was doing that and other bad things, he got banned and we didn't. So that happened. We kept an eye on him, what he was doing on Rumble and how far it went downhill. There's a few videos about, you know, the latest. As you notice with the videos, I've used Battery Exhausted now to continue to pick up that theme and to talk about other nutters on the internet, other narcissists, other grifters, other people who were here before, in my opinion, like, you know, from what I was watching Phil before I even knew who Alan was, you know. Foodie Beauty recently got a big story in her arc, didn't she? So I feel like what's happened with Angry Alan is that he's now in the toilet. He's making TikToks that don't have his face on because he doesn't really want to be perceived to be seen to be who he is there. And he's spending money to fake his view count up. Or maybe he gets a few views, but none of that matters because, like, somebody ripping news stories and grifting Madeleine McCann facts for TikTok views is unimportant, irrelevant, and uninteresting. And even if you check out the Rumble, like, the man's completely gone in the toilet, yeah? Like, completely gone in the toilet to the point where, like, he hasn't even done a Rumble since Christmas. Like, he's been that off, essentially. He knows that he's never going to get any successful popularity or views or anything going on there. And, like, to me, he's now boring. to me, he's now like, you know, boring. He might get a few, you know, we might look over him in the odd Nutter Watch every now and then. But yeah, that's what's happened. It's like a thing that happened this year. I agree. Like, it's like a story thing that happened this year. It's like a part of the content, and it did happen, and it happened all this year. And like, what a wild ride it was. You know, if you want to watch it and you want to see it all, it's all there in a playlist on the internet. It's an internet saga, and some things, all good things, must come to an end. Alan's current position, it's like the end of season 2 for Alan, isn't it? In that way. And he's currently like right down in the toilet. And like, we've got other people that pull equally interesting stories and numbers. Like Merry Christmas Angry Eddie got good numbers, and the stories of what's going on with these people are also interesting. So I'm happy with Battery Exhausted to carry on next year being an internet nutters watchdog. It's just a load of fun for me, that is, and I really enjoy it. So when it gets not fun, then I'm not going to do it, and when it is fun, I am going to do it. And the main thing is that the Super Chuffer channel and Super Chuff for You, I'd like that to grow, and the fun over there is just all fun, no worries, fun, no politics, no nothing, just fun, isn't it? So, well, maybe the Islamophobia test might be a little political, but I'm really happy with the way things are. That's my point, is that I'm really, really grateful and happy with the way things are. And Super Chuffer is my main channel, and I've got loads of like things lined up for that, live streams and stuff to move forward with. And I'm really looking forward to 2024. So that's my review of the last year. Oh, Leeds Blues tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? I don't get my head straight for the New Year's games because I never go to them. But yeah, that would be awesome. Big ups, Joe. Thanks for the $1.99. And also, something else that's happened that I should really shout out is there's been a load of other channels spring up to talk about that man, aren't there? There's loads of other channels that have sprung up talking about him, and long live them. Like, good luck to them. And he will not get away with things, but like I said, thin end of the wedge now for that. And in terms of YouTube stuff, like, for me to... It's like that story has its arc and it's taken its progression and got to where it's got. And for it to be a big, like, important thing for me in the future on YouTube especially, it needs to be more important, and it needs to be bigger and more important. And Alan is simply not that. So what's the point in even... Like, eventually, talking about Alan won't get that many views even, and it will just get a bit dry and boring. And I'm like, I'm out before it gets boring, maybe? I don't know. Like, it's already kind of boring to me. Have you seen his content? It is actually just boring. Of course, I reckon Blues win. No, I reckon we lose, because I reckon that, just quickly if you want, I reckon that Rooney is now aware that he has to keep a clean sheet. But whilst he thinks he can do that, I think he thinks he can do it at the cost of attacking football. So I think we either keep a clean sheet and he's happy because everyone else is not cross with him, or we play attacking football and try and win, and we don't keep a clean sheet and we lose. But if we try and keep a clean sheet, then we don't score, then you score. I think you win like 1-0 late goal. I think it's something like that. That's what I think it is. And I think Rooney turns around and says, well, either I play attacking football or I'm walking. And I think then we think, oh, maybe you can walk. Anyway. Yeah, overall, I wanted to just say, like, a big sum up of this year before we play 10 dates. And that is my big sum up of the year, is that I'm really, really grateful and pleased. It's gone really well. There's loads of really fantastic content here. And a lot of it is what you call legacy content, where you can literally just go back and start watching it now, and it makes sense. And it doesn't mean that it's trapped in... It's not topical necessarily. It's not today's news, yesterday's chip paper, tomorrow's chip paper. It's all just good stuff. And you can go back and watch that, and it's always good. And on into the future will be good. There's a lot of... I'm really... prepared and ready for next year to be good in terms of the content and where we're taking it in the direction. So Battery Exhausted you're watching now will still continue to be a fun channel with internet lolcows, but for it to be an internet lolcow, you do have to be on the internet. You can't just be on hiding behind TikToks or like whatever, you have to actually be present on the internet. So big ups, Joe. Yeah, they just wanted like the high profile name to get the media attention so that we can go on Sky Sports. It was a business move rather than a football move, but they thought it was a naivety from the Americans. It works in some ways though, because we are getting our games televised on Sky Sports, and everyone's talking about Wayne Rooney. So, tarot cards, please. They come later, Julie. They just simply come later. It's New Year's Eve. We've got a long time. It's 8 o'clock now. 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 4 hours. Like, the game I'm going to play should only take 3. So, what do you think we're going to do all night? Sorry, it's New Year's Eve. Tarot cards are for that after the witching hour, after midnight. Once we've done the celebration, then we'll start looking into the new year with new cards, new tarot. Yeah, so a year ago I played 10 dates, and a year ago I played 5 dates, sorry. It says 2 years ago now, it does, because it would have been, well, let's find out exactly when it was. It says 2 years ago. December the 9th, 2021. So wait, December the 9th, 2021 went into 2022. We did 2022 to 23. Then we did 22. So 2 years ago I played this. So how come it was a year ago it was on my thing, talking
It's
about the
raining
thing?
again. I couldn't be happier.
New hobby sent tippies. Thank you for all the hard work you do keeping us entertained, Scott. Have a brilliant 2024 year and keep doing UXX.
Thank you very much.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Have I got my dates wrong? Genshin Impact, but we talk about 5 dates a year ago. November the 7th, 2022. It's now like December 2023. Yeah, it's a year ago. It's a year ago, look. Maybe I only talked about it a year ago and I played it 2 years ago. Anyway, look, the point is we played it ages ago and now we've got the sequel, and the sequel's a big special because we've hit 10,000 subscribers. So officially, although we haven't quite hit 10,000 subscribers, I'm saying that we're going to be playing 10 dates. That's a big special. I just heard a big noise as well, and I don't know what the big noise was, and I hope it wasn't the FIREWRKS, because then my dog's not going to be happy. I don't know what it was. Should really go and check. Don't want to alert the dog and make him all worried, though. And then later, after New Year, we've got the tarot cards and the fun cards, and I know that you want to play them now, but, you know, save something for later. Okay, and we're doing ours just for fun as well. I'm not promising that I know the future or like I'm good at tarot or anything. We're doing ours just for fun, but I'll do my best. So do you want to go on a date then? Look, Eddie said that I can't get a girl. I can get a girl, look. I can at least get a girl to pose with me in a photograph. But can I talk them into a long-term relationship? Can I talk them into making the mistake of entering into a long-term relationship with me? We're about to find out by playing 10 dates. Happy New Year's, Imran Carmen. Happy New Year's, everyone. That's the plan. Right. This is the bit where I've got to get my computer to work now, and I can do it. I'm good at this. Library and 10 dates, and I'm going to make it go play, and it's going to launch it. Launched, and I'm going to come down here. Oh, you can see it already. That's brilliant. There you go. You can see it already. What screen's that then? Dates. We're about to go on some dates. Big ups, Curious Cat. You are here. We used to communicate more on Twitter and stuff, and you're very, very smart, and I had a lot of different things to sort of run across your brain. So look out for my tweets and my DMs on Twitter or something, hopefully in the future. I don't know if you can even hear me over this. volume's gone. I need the, can't have the volume off. Streamer mode, pause choices on. Volume, I just want to be able to turn the background music off, but we need the volume because they're going to be talking. So just is what it is. Just deal with it. I'm going to turn the volume back up, and hopefully you can hear me over it, and you know, and all that. Curious Cat, yeah, check out my tweets, my DMs on Twitter or on Discord, and let's keep in touch because I've got ideas to run across. Not now because it's New Year's Eve, but Nicola Bully ideas, like and things and questions, and I think you've got a good brain for it. Big ups Red Fan for 5 more gifted memberships. Covtown, John Cowboy, Johnny Cowboy, Humpty and Bex, Jersey Gal, and Lynn Rowe, welcome to member. And also every time I say that, I want to shout out everyone who renewed membership, that I, you know, because that happens when I'm not on stream sometimes. Just thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, this all looks good, English subtitles, everything like that, but the music, streamer mode shouldn't have loud music. New game, new one. I'm going to be the boy. Although already, you know what I'm like, I'm going to talk all the way through this, right? Got my chocolate milk, it's party time now. I'm about to go on some dates. But already, I mean, I suppose you have to choose a bit of an everyman. I don't get, like, me vibes from Ryan. I'm going to play as Ryan. First, you need to be found. Name, Ryan. Well, that's... I can't change that, look. I can't change any of this. I'm 28, I live in London, I'm 6 foot. Ooh! Can I not change it to my height? No? Alright. Select a profile picture that represents you best. How do I do that? Oh, I can move them around. Oh my god. He's got his phone, he's got his rave t-shirt. That's not me. That's me with my dog, maybe. That doesn't look like me, does it? Not having that. It's got to be me with the dog, hasn't it? This could be me out on a walk, but I wouldn't be wearing my shades like that, looking all snazzy by the sea. It's me and the dog. That's me. Which industry do I work in? Creative. What are my interests? Charity, food and drink, sport and fitness, technology, art and culture. Yeah. Oh, okay. Travel. Okay, so these are. Oh, it's tough. This. Travel, spirituality, technology, partying, charity, food and drink, sport and fitness. Like, none of those are really strong interests of mine. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Snips
And then
sent
whoosh!
Peaceful New Year to you all, Mimps and Chuffers. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, Snippies. Thank you. Thank you, Snippies. Everyone tell me in chat. Everyone tell me in chat if the music's too loud and my voice is above it and you can hear it all right. Because if it's a sound issue, I need you in chat to tell me. Otherwise, I won't notice it. No, I didn't get a beard trimmer. I used the dog clippers. The latest addition to the household hairdressing equipment was dog clippers. They're the most recently bought hair clippers, so in my opinion, they're the best. Hopefully this sound level balance is okay for you. I'm going to have to pick one of these. Well, next year I hope to travel, and I am quite spiritual, so I might pick one of those, but it's a bit of a 50-50. And I've got to pick one more, so I'll go with travel, I suppose. I do like a bit of food and drink, but sport and fitness, I'm not always at the gym. Charity, I will give money to charity, but I'm not like, you know, doing things every week. Like, I'm not out there, you know, doing soup kitchens. Partying, maybe. Travel tech, travel. What's my star sign? I mean, I don't go lots of places. Why did I pick travel? I'm a Taurian. Let's get going. It's only supposed to take 3 hours. Single, normal playthrough. Not being weird.
Misha, pick up the phone.
Well, see, now it's quiet.
Ah, that was me having a good day.
Well, it's just become great. You're welcome.
What's happening?
I just got back from work an hour ago.
Same.
I've made myself some food.
Same.
Oh, hang on, hang
I
on.
just got off the phone with my landlord.
Oh,
She seems alright. Why don't we just date her? Game solved.
Not same.
Yeah, I missed a payment.
I quite like her.
Fine, I've paid it now, and it's settled anyway.
Anyway, I've got some news.
You've got some news. She's pretty. I like her. Just date her.
Okay.
I joined a dating app.
Have you? Well, I mean, they are inevitable.
I was expecting more shit from you.
Well, what's the saying? They have people in glass houses can't throw a stone.
No way, you too.
Mm-hmm.
Matches?
Yes, a lot. No, a 0.
But don't like apps like help out new users with
Misha,
like likes and
you're not
you know,
helping.
they really try and help you get people to like you because you're new.
Misha, I still have 0, even with whatever you just said. There's still 0. What about you?
Hey, the grass isn't always greener. I've got like
I will admit that I have used Tinder again, like not recently, like a year ago, but like, I last used it like, 5 or 10 years before that. So Tinder went well downhill since I last used it, and I got no matches, and I don't care because it's just fucking garbage.
80 likes. But like once you filter out like the bad profiles and the nude pics and the meh ones, it's all just a bit quiet.
Are your standards a little bit high?
No! Anyway, I have a new initiative in the works.
What's that? You gonna kidnap someone?
I've signed up for speed dating tonight.
Okay, why are you telling me this?
Because I'm bricking it and like, do you want to have a drink before?
Could you just say less? It'd be great if you just stopped speaking about 30 seconds ago.
See you there. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, look at that. Snazzis. It's the city. Sex and the City. Speed data. Speed data. Get a high rater. You might mate her. Speed data.
You can see their physicality, feel their vibe.
Feel the vibe.
Yes, but what if there is no vibe? What do you do then?
You move on
If you're
quick. It's
online,
speed dating.
You can log off, you can make it an excuse, you can just be gone. My internet connection was crap. What do you do here?
Welcome everyone to Speed Dating. My name's Derek, I'm your host. We're going to be beginning very shortly, so gentlemen, if you could make your way to your table numbers.
You are so cynical. This is where you're going to find that genuine connection you keep banging on about.
Is it though? Is it? Because is it possible that the genuine connection I'm banging on about is also someone who is a little bit wary of speed dating in the whole setup? I don't know. Like, I do worry about that, is that like maybe my perfect person is also sat at home being like quite introverted, and like how are you ever going to meet them? Like, do you know what I mean? Maybe the internet, I suppose.
Why are you smiling at me like that? Why are you smiling at me like that?
No, I'm not smiling. You like anything.
Misha?
There is a small possibility I might have signed us both up.
Misha.
I'm not doing it.
You are.
He likes Misha. Look, you can tell he likes Misha. Misha's the one.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'll just leave.
Oh, come on.
No.
Look, at least it's going to be a good story.
It is not going to be a good story. I'm just going to get humiliated. You've been preparing for this. I'm not doing it.
And also, imagine you go out with Misha. Like, Misha's like, do you want to come out with me? Meet me at this bar. Dress up smart. And I like your nice jacket. Wear your nice jacket. And you think, all right, I'll wear my nice jacket. I'm going out with Misha. Maybe me and Misha do have a connection after all. She is very pretty. And she's like, I don't know who, what our background is here, but, I hope she's not supposed to be his sister or anything. But Misha's very pretty and we get on really well. I'm going to meet Misha. We're having a date tonight, I suppose. You could call it a date. It's not a date, but I might just put on an extra spritz of cologne and, cologne. Who am I? Who am I? How old am I now? Cologne. Cologne. Aftershave. But, things are going like, I don't know, Misha's invited me out and you get there and she's like, right, I've signed us up for speed dating. I'm going to go and talk to loads of men. Get on with it. And you're like, what? Misha, I thought that we had a connection. Yeah, I'm off to talk to loads of men. Why don't you go and talk to all those ladies? Oh, Misha, you've broken my heart again. All right, speed dating it is.
It's a great story. Oh, he's browsing.
I'm browsing.
Browsing the shop floor.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Sorry, what?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, so the women stay at the table, the men, you, rotate around them.
I've seen videos like that.
I'm a man now.
So you go to different tables and you speak to girls.
What do I say?
Whatever you like. You have 5 minutes, okay?
Oh my God, I would hate this so much. The pressure is on, like, before you can even start, right? The pressure is on to have something to sort of, okay, so if I sit down and things are going wrong, I need to have something that's going to be like a 5-minute filler that's going to make it go okay. Like, what happens if she's not saying anything, I'm not saying anything, and it's just going a bit wrong? Like, even me with my standard ability to talk to people and ask them questions, you know, like a normal person, because I used to be a hairdresser, and it's not just that, but like, you know, like I'm still a human. I've always been a human, so like you can just talk to people. But like, even me, I'm going to be like, what happens if things go a bit dry? Do I have like a sort of 5-minute filler thing that I can, like, have I got a sort of set prepped few questions that I can go in with? Like, oh, I don't like it. I'm doing this under the table now with my hands in anxiety at the whole concept of having to sort of perform, but not just once. Like, if you go out on a date with one person, like you talk to them over a longer period of time than 5 minutes, so you've got a bit of time. Yeah, so you don't have to worry that you fuck it up in 5 minutes or don't get there in 5 minutes or whatever. You've got a bit of time. So you do your talking, and your first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, like, you've got the whole evening. But like with this, like, you've got to get it all across in 5 minutes and make sure you've made an impression. Otherwise, she's not going to write you down. She's not going to like you. And maybe like a big impression is not the best impression. I don't know. Like, and then you've got to do that over and over again with all the different ladies. I suppose when you sit down with someone who you don't find attractive or you're not interested in for whatever reason, you sit down with them and you think, oh, thank God for this. I don't have to do one this time. This is 5 minutes off. And then you spend the rest of the 5 minutes looking over at this other man sitting with the lady that you like, talking to her. Like, I mean, I wouldn't like that. Like, I'm going to look over I'm doing all right talking to this lady, but next to me is Big George, and he's coming next. So, you know, Big George has got a Ferraris or whatever, and I get to say my bit, and then I'm just the warm-up act for Big George, who comes next, and he sits down next to me and like does his. Oh, I've got Ferraris, and like, I'm like, all right, fuck. Like, it's about which order you go in, isn't it, as well? Like, we just don't go on the same night as Big George with his Ferraris. I don't know.
Okay.
And halfway through the date, that dude over there will give us a warning.
I just find it all so much more pressure than regular. I've never been on speed dating, but seeing it, like, I would have thought it would have been fun, but now I've seen the setup, I'm a little bit more anxious about the whole concept.
And then he'll also tell us when there's 1 minute left to wrap it up.
Okay.
So essentially, you've got to use your time wisely, which I know you're not good
That's
at.
it, yeah.
Hence why I don't want to do it.
Exactly.
We're going to start with the gentleman by your first allotted table numbers.
And you don't have a good, like,
good
I
luck.
can't say no, we're going to start in 10 minutes. I just need to quickly have a cigarette. Like, I'm now wound up and anxious about the whole concept. So can we just give it 10 minutes? I either miss the first ladies. I have to check out who the first ladies is. I have to look at the ladies and say, right, she's a cigarette break. It's probably the most misogynistic thing I've ever said. Good job, it's only a joke. But you know what I mean? I have to sort of portion out my time here. I'm a bit worried. I'm not ready. We're going to go and sit down with the ladies. And what if the first ladies is the one you fall, like, you sit down, you think, she's brilliant, I love her. Then what do you do for the rest of the evening? You have to watch all the other men just talking to her. I don't like it. I'd want them to organise it I need too much control here. I'd like to say, look, I want to organise it in such a way that I see her last, her second from last, her third from last. She's the cigarette break. I want Big George in front of me, 2 in front of me, so that people have forgotten Big George by the time I get. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't just be like, you know, just jumping in here. Do you want the dating app volume up? Big up Stover and Dolly's mom. Is it too low? Or am I too... If I'm loud, I can make the dating app go up more even. Compressor on that. I'll put the compressor on it. I'm watching Dover and Dolly's mom to see whether I turn it up or down. Okay, let's continue.
Have fun.
That'll be really loud now.
You're sitting in my first date seat, so I need you to jog on. Go well, lad.
Too loud? Look at all this. Kathleen, study break, what's happening? Oh, this is too much for me. Hang on. Wait. First impression, she's reading a book, right? I just need to get my reefer together. So this is probably unfair, but I'm going to pretend that for the first few minutes of this date, I sit down and just make my reefer. Because, like... I mean, that's what's happening, so let's just pretend that's what's happening. No pressure. I'm actually stressed. I like the fact that she's reading a book to start with. I think it's a bit of a negative because you want to sort of like, engage in the situation, don't you? Big ups at the scene with Hayley V. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Happy New Year, Scotty Hottie and everyone in chat. Happy New Year, everyone in chat, and Happy New Year, you. We're going to have a good time going on some speed dates, and then we're going to do some tarot reads for the new year, some fun cards for the new year that are not tarot, that are just fun cards. We're going to, just at midnight, we're going to do the Old Lang Syne. Of course, this stream will be slightly delayed. There'll be a delay on it, so I'll start at like 2 minutes to midnight and just like let it roll through to 2 minutes after, and you'll be able to find in your own world the telly or whatever to do the official New Year. But we'll be doing sort of Happy New Year for a sort of 2 minute period, while it generally will be New Year for everyone, always midnight at all times. Anyway, carry on. She got a book out. Hi, I'm Scott. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Ryan.
No,
Ryan,
Scott.
I'm Kathleen. Sorry, I just wanted to squeeze in a quick page. Do you mind if I get to the bottom?
Yeah, by all means, fire away.
It's quite good actually, because we're never going to get to finish this. It's quite good because I would actually like that first couple of minutes just to breathe out and just look at her. I didn't find that. I know it could be perceived as rude or whatever. I was all right with that. Like, she might be feeling anxious. Maybe she wanted to read her page. I don't know. Like, I'm just happy. I could have. What I would have done in that situation is just look at her, and just be like, "Yep, okay." And she looks quite
Done.
pretty.
All yours.
What are you reading?
The Evolution of Bond-Forming Dynamics Across the 21st Century by Professor Gertrude von Nosselhoff.
Well, it must be a pretty good read if you're sneaking in pages in between dates.
Oh, no. I have to finish it for a seminar tomorrow.
Show curiosity.
I'm a
and move on.
PhD student in behavioral psychology.
Fuck yeah, I'll show curiosity in that. Like, that sounds really interesting. She seems like she's smarter than me, so I might learn some stuff. And then whatever she's doing is of absolute interest to me, because if I'm not curious about what she's doing in her life, what am I doing on a date with her?
What do you think of it?
She has some interesting points. The chapter I'm on covers the influence of pop culture on behavioral modeling and attraction dynamics.
Yes. No, that does sound interesting, but I mean, please don't ask my opinion on it, because
Yeah. I wouldn't expect that of you.
Right, so she's really great. I love her. Can we get married now? Do we have to do all these other dates? I choose her. Job done. But also what's interesting to me is she sat down, so I don't actually like, there's an aspect of her personality that, well, it's not a personality, it's a physicality, sorry, that I'm unaware of, which is like how tall she is, like what it's like standing next to her. Like, I know that sounds really weird, but if you're going to, like, I'd like to be able to first meet when I arrive at the table. I'd like it if it was the men that were sat there and the women moved around, so that I could stand up every time and say, "Hi, nice to meet you," and give you either a little hug or whatever, shake your hand or whatever's most appropriate towards each person, and just gauge, sort of a measure of our own height relationships. I just think it's just a thing that people do, so I think we should be able to do that as well.
But if this goes well, maybe you'll learn a little something.
Okay, so you're here because you're looking for a study buddy.
No, quite the opposite. I need someone to keep me out of the library occasionally.
So the age-old work-life conflict.
Which side of it do you fall on?
Am I allowed to say that balance is best?
No. No fence sitting, one or the other.
My work life is really weird because it's kind of like I've made my life stuff into my work. So I'm going to say life because I was saying to my friends just recently, it doesn't really feel like I do work, but technically I'm doing quite a lot of work. So I'm going to say life. And I quite like this lady. I think she's great. So at the moment, things are going. I can't judge. The last time I played this game, I spent a lot of time judging the man who I was supposed to be and saying, "Oh, I wouldn't say it like this. I'd have said something different. I'd have given her the old Scotty Hottie little smooth Scotty Hottie. I wouldn't have done the awkward geeky." But he's being a bit of a blank canvas, just asking questions, and it's about her. So I'm going to go life anyway. Yeah.
Work it's just a necessity. I
It's
mean,
not just
any
a
moment
necessity.
I'm not in work or on the clock, I can devote to whatever I actually
It's not like
want
that
to
for
do.
me.
So you're a 9-to-5er.
No.
At the very most.
No.
I don't think I could stay out of the library that much.
My work is my life. Oh, I want to go back.
Anyway, I have a confession to make.
Oh God.
Okay, already.
Everyone tells me that for whatever reason, I haven't lived.
I don't believe that.
I've never been to a nightclub.
No?
Never. What, your 4th stint as a student and you've never even set foot in a nightclub?
I would rather spend the day in a cafe with a book and my laptop.
Cool.
This is your halfway warning, guys.
I love you. Could you want to get married? The man said it's halfway warning. Do you want to? I also do not really want to go to loads of nightclubs now. Really, I've been to loads, and I'm not going to force you to go to nightclubs and try and force you to enjoy them. If you want to go to a cafe and read a book, I'll come with you to the cafe, and you can read a book, and I'll walk the dog in the park, and like it'll be fine. I think everything's going to be fine. Would you now like to get married? The halfway pressure there just pushed me into, this is too much for me. I'm going to spend, like, on speed dating, I wouldn't be able to, no, and the problem is, it's the first ladies. Maybe the next ladies is good as well. I don't know. Like, maybe I should hold all this in until I've been around all the ladies. But already I'm thinking this ladies is quite good. So, like, I'm now worried that if I ruin the next 2 minutes, then I'd like to have a 50-minute speed date with this ladies, not a speed date, because, oh, damn it.
Halfway.
So you are still studying to become a more qualified psychologist?
The more you know, the more you earn. So where do you see yourself in 5 years? Sorry, I researched good speed dating questions before tonight.
That's what you got? It sounds a little bit more like you researched good job interview questions instead.
So famous family man, same as I am now. I'm going to say family man, but like, I'd like, yeah, in the next 5 years, I'd like, it's hard because like they haven't put an option here for career, so to speak, but career and family kind of, I want to see go hand in hand in some ways. 5 years is a bit soon to be, guaranteeing all that, but let's say family man. Like,
I want a happy family by then. I just want to be in a loving relationship and however many kids life blesses me with.
Okay, so say life
Good
has
answer.
blessed you with one child, boy or girl.
Okay, blessed was a bit of a lame choice of words.
No, it was sweet.
Oh, sweet. That's what every guy wants to hear on a first date.
also, I agree with what you're saying in chat. Some of you, like, she's a little bit like, I don't know, like, I have just like decided I love her on like absolute first impression, and she might be a bit picky and like, annoying and difficult and cold and like analytical, and I didn't perceive any of that on just this first bit, so I should hold my horses a little bit and just be careful. What was this question? It was about what kind of child you want. A boy. I want a boy.
I definitely want a boy. I am best placed to relate to them. I think I can just bring all the experience that I have.
I want my DNA line to
I just want
continue.
a boy.
But boys need both male and female influences.
But he would have his
I want
mother
the
too.
young
And my
master
best
of the
friend is
house.
a woman. And so he would have a very attentive godmother. She's a little bit nuts. You may meet her. She's hiding around here somewhere.
Don't do this.
Hopefully on a...
He's now talking about that girl that he came with. My best friend is a woman. She'll be the godmother of the kids. Like, you don't, like, when you're sitting on a date with someone that you want to engage in a brand new romantic relationship, you don't say, I've got a really great friend. She's a great friend. She's a girl. She's the love of my, not the love of my life. I mean, I'm looking for the love of my life on the speed date. She's just a really great friend, and she'll be the godmother of my kids, the godmother of my kids, mother of my godmother. Anyway, we're really great friends. Don't do that on a first date, you chuffer.
really bad date.
Like this.
Question. How do I know that all of this isn't part of your PhD thesis? That all the guys here aren't just your guinea pigs?
Again, no. Weird question. Wouldn't ask this myself. It's interesting. Like, it's an interesting question to like bring up, but it makes her think that you're like weird and paranoid. So like, no.
You don't. But a study at the University of Virginia found that we are more intrigued by those whose thoughts and feelings are unclear.
You have a study for everything. Is that supposed to be my key takeaway from today?
I'll offer you a better one. From Professor Nosselhoff. I'll find one from the start of the book.
She's in the book again now.
Ah, here we go.
We've only got
This
a
is
minute
good
left.
one.
You're in the book.
When we set off on a journey, we are riddled with excitement or
I can read the book at my own leisure anytime. You don't have to get in the book now.
apprehension. Nothing in between.
It's not exactly one you'd read in the toilet, is it?
No, not quite.
Engage or disregard. I don't know what that means. Engage with the book thing or engage with her. I'm going to press engage anyway.
Well, that's Nottelhoff's opinion, but I think that apprehension is our body's way of telling us that something is worth doing, despite the risks.
You know, we can actually reprogram our brains to interpret nerves as excitement.
This is going well.
There's similar chemicals. I did that before coming tonight.
Would you do that before tests as well, that sort of thing?
Oh, yeah. Very helpful for tests.
It's clever, isn't it?
Brain's clever.
Not mine.
We've got 1 minute to go, guys. Just 1 minute.
Well, how do you fancy spending the final minute?
What?
What do you look like naked? Because I'm only joking. I'm panicking now for these final 1 minute. Would you like to see my torso? Do you know what I mean? Like, what we get? 1 minute now. It kind of like, by shouting that out, it makes me feel like I cannot say anything of any value within the next minute, because if I get into anything deep, it's going to just be like cut off time. So now I have to sort of do my summing up of the, well, this has gone well. I really like you. I'd like to put you on my card for next. So please tick me, and later on we can maybe go on a date, depending on what it's like when I see all these other ladies coming up. It's a bit of a weird situation.
Why not leave that to Professor von Nusselhoff again?
No.
Let's get a takeaway from the end of the book.
No, divert. I'm going to say no. What I would literally do is I'd put my hand out and just take hold of the book, right? And say, listen, I've only got 1 more minute left with you. You've got the rest of your life to read this book, okay? For the next minute, I want to make sure that I have a proper connection with you, because all these other people are going to talk to you tonight, and I'm the first one. So you've got a lot of opportunity. Studies have shown that by having a long list of people to get through, you might forget the first person, but not if they make a good point of making a good point to you to say, don't forget me because I think you're great. You know, stuff like that. I'd do something like that. I'm not going to be having this book going on now. We've only got a minute left, so divert.
No. Look, we can do without the help of Professor Nostradamus there.
Okay. I didn't have any other plan.
Yeah, come to think of it, neither did I.
Well, I did have a plan, you fucking gnaws.
I like your shirt.
I wouldn't have said that.
My mom got it for me.
That's your lot.
Right, you see, now he fucked that up at the end. That was awful what he did. But what I did was much better. Like, she'd have remembered who I was. Like, I'd have made a lasting impression at least, hopefully. That's the whole point. What he did was he said, I like your shirt. And now she thinks I'm a twat.
Gents, time's up. Let's be moving on.
Well,
it's not even a shirt.
It's great meeting you.
It's a blouse.
Yeah, you too.
Look, he's failed there to make that connection that I would have tried to make. So it's unfair. This game's cheating me out of a date with Kathleen. Get off with you.
Have a good evening.
See ya.
Ryan. Fucking you deserve to be single, Ryan. Get off. She hated Ryan. She loves me. Speed dating, oh yeah. Oh, look at it go. We're having wine. I'm not drinking because I don't drink, so alcohol's not on the cards for me. Hello, she's pretty. They're all pretty, aren't they?
Hi there. I'm Ryan. Can I sit?
She didn't even say anything. And again,
I'm
Ryan,
Randy.
right, Ryan, the whole system is, Ryan, that you sit down with the ladies. So can I sit is like a massive fanny move to start with. It's not like hold the door, excuse me, do you mind if I, it's not being just polite. It's like, hi, my name's Ryan. And I would take control of the situation and sit down in front of her with confidence. Don't be like, oh, hi, Ryan. And I'm not being like alpha male shit here. I'm just being like normal human. Like, don't, unless you think a girl is going to really appreciate you fiddling and fannying around. You're supposed to sit. Just sit down and get that over the way. I don't like Ryan. Ryan's spoiling it with me for all these ladies.
Yeah. What do you do for a living?
I am a creative freelancer.
Yeah.
Is it tough not knowing where your next paycheck's coming from?
No. I love what I do, and
This is very interesting because she's doing the questions and I'm answering them. Like, Ryan hasn't said, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I know about this modern world with these ladies getting the vote and everything, but I didn't expect they'd be leading off on the conversation with the questions. So it's one thing giving them the vote. It's quite another allowing themselves to lead off the questions in the conversation. Fucking hell. What's your name? Brandy, yeah. But it's nice that she's asking the questions. It means that she's got things that she has that she'd like to find out. And that means that I know what, it's actually really good because she's not holding back and like being coy and like there's things that she'd like to know and she's not, I know that she's going to ask. So when she'd ask me a couple more of these questions, I would probably more jokingly just say, have you got any more questions, Brandy? Anything else you want to know?
I'm working towards stability.
I get that. I'm a beautician, but it doesn't earn me what I want, so I'm doing an online course in international relations and I trade cryptocurrency. I just sold an NFT, actually.
Non-fungible token. Nice. Yeah.
Right, that's really interesting because whilst I'm interested in that sort of stuff on the internet, I instantly get the feeling that you're a bit of a sort of cyber sucker. Like, and although I've been kind of positive about the NFTs, not the whole crypto scam aspect of it, but the ability to create a piece of art and create it digitally and it to be a one unique piece. But really, like all that crypto trading, day trading, part of my brain here is switching like back and saying, I didn't like that bit for some reason, which is weird because like, until she said that then in this situation, I didn't know. But for some reason, that's turned me off for a little bit.
Digital art market is very cool, very new.
But in a way, maybe not.
Very volatile. So.
Sorry if I'm quite direct about things. We just don't have a lot of time.
No, I like
sure.
it.
What are you looking for?
Okay, that is a big question.
Important question.
Yeah, I'm looking for a long-term relationship.
Ultimately, I think I want to find a partner and I just want to settle. No, I want to settle down.
See how bad he is?
No, I'm not.
He just wants, oh my God. Why did he say that? Why did he say that? It doesn't matter whether I just want a relationship or anything. The correct answer is here. Like, she's so forthright and questioning, yeah? Like, she says, what do you want? And then I would say, well, what have you got? What are you offering? Like, I just throw, like, whatever she's doing to me there, I would, like, throw a little mirror back of that. And that would be my response. What have you got? What's on offer? Like, and then see what she says. Like, it'd be fun to play the game a bit. But what he said just let us all down.
Not saying that it's not nothing to do with anything that I want to
In my
say.
experience, guys who openly want relationships have been needy.
Oh,
They
God.
get over familiar too soon, want my attention all the time, get upset when I don't message. It's a whole thing.
Right, I've got challenge or defend, and I don't want to do either of those things. I don't want to challenge it because, like, I sound like, no, I'm not going to be needy, which is even more needy. And defending neediness, no, I won't do that either. I'd say, really? Sounds like you've been dating some jerks. Right, next question. Like, I just wouldn't even make a thing of it because, like, it's not me. So it's not like her perception of what she thinks some other people have been like. I don't really care. Like, that's not me. So I don't have to challenge it nor defend it. Like, I'm not on that tip. So, like, what should I say? I'm doing this and it's defend.
Well, I can't speak for the guys in your past.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think it's needy to know what I want. And I don't do any of those things that you said, by the way.
There you go.
I hope you're a man of your word.
So, do you live locally?
Yeah, I bought a one bed up the road. It's top floor with an amazing view of the water.
I mean, I really like her, like what she's doing and who she is, and I've got nothing against her, so to speak. But there's some kind of vibe here that I'm just not vibing with. I preferred the book girl, so already now I'm sort of comparing this one to the one before, and sort of in my mind, sort of like which one do I? It's like I'm like playing this game of like I don't know, like, tier list maker in my head. And already I've sort of said, right, this one isn't as good as the book girl. So I don't have to ask her any more questions. I don't care anymore. Like in my brain already, and I'm just being honest here, in my brain, in this 10 date situation, in a speed dating, I may switch my brain off at this point and say, I don't really care now. So we're just friends. We're having a chat and I don't care. Like,
You bought a penthouse.
The NFT was pretty valuable.
all right, she's got a really expensive property.
Where do you live?
I live 10 minutes away. I live on my own as well.
Flat?
Yep.
Buy it or rent it?
Back to the quickfire round.
I mean, we're covering a lot.
Like, if I lived in London, I don't own my own. Like, I don't. This isn't exactly my living situation, either of these things. Like, if I lived in London and I was like doing this, I would be renting a property, I suppose, wouldn't I? I'm not in a position where I can buy a house in London.
Renting, but I have been there for a while, so I feel settled. Like, it feels like home, so I like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
This is your 3-minute warning, guys. 3 minutes to go. Just 3 minutes of lovely conversation.
Okay, let's move on to foreign affairs.
Why? What are you doing?
Like holidays.
Oh,
I do.
travel.
Where do
okay.
you go? What sort of holidays do you take?
I told them I like travel, which I do intend to do travelling, so that's fine. But I thought he was going to talk about international war then.
What kind are you into though?
I allowed to say a lad's holiday?
Go
No.
for it. You won't hear from me again though.
Why did you say that? Like a lad's holiday? I don't want to go on a lad. I'm sitting here with a nice lady who I'm trying to, I suppose in some way offer an exciting future. So to say a potential holiday destination that I want to visit might include you can come with me. So it's not a lad's holiday, is it? I'm looking to go to fucking Butlins with the lads to drink 20 pints. No, and it's abroad. It's abroad. Thank you.
You can't beat a beach holiday.
That's
for a
not
bit
what I
of
would have
R&R.
said.
Very true. Vitamin D is essential for well-being. You aren't a Speedos guy though.
No. I can't pull them off.
Won't ask why.
You can't
I
pull
can
them
only
off.
afford to travel.
You can't pull them off. Do you mean you don't? You can't remove them? Or do you mean you don't look good in them? Because that's just not even.
Recently, so I've got a lot
This guy's fucking up for us. Like we ain't never gonna get a date because of fucking Ryan.
of places on my list.
Well, what's the top of the list?
There's more than one thing. Cruise the Galapagos Islands. Meet the sloths and turtles in Costa Rica. See the Iguazu Falls between Brazil and Argentina.
Keep listening on the next question. If she wants to keep talking, I'm gonna keep listening.
I don't know, for me it's more about experiences. I'm not so much into the historical
Because
stuff.
this is where you learn stuff.
And seeing new cultures as well. Like it's
Like she's not really into the historical stuff. Sets of, like there's some things I really like about her. Like if someone came to me and said I'm an artist, I trade in NFTs and I've made loads of money, and I'm also into a bit of crypto trading and stuff. Like I could see that really positively. But it's kind of the way the attitude of sort of like the way she has no passion for any of the, like she's saying about it got me a big house, and like then she wants to go on holiday to these places. I'm like, they sound really interesting. And she said, don't care about any of the history. Just want to sort of go there and be there. There's sort of something missing here that I'm not like connecting with. It feels like there's a cold like distance from a sort of deeper, more what I would call in terms of the game, spiritual truth of life. So I think while she's doing really well and having a great time and stuff, there's something just that we wouldn't quite, I would be interested in the history of these places. So that's another turn. Like hearing things like that turn me, like, again, it's just like a notch back. So I'm saying like this isn't my girl, but I feel a bit, again, misogynistic, sort of saying this one's not my girl. Like, who am I to choose? Maybe she hates me, so maybe it doesn't matter. But like 10 dates.
amazing to go to new places and see the different people and all the places that you're in operate on a daily basis. So, have you been traveling alone?
Big ups, Julie. This is fun. Listen, Julie, calm yourself. This is fun. You wanted to see the cards. The cards will come up later. It's quite a negative comment, that. So just tone down the negativity because people are going to get eggy with it, including me. So thanks very much.
My way.
Do you never get bored? Or lonely, like having to go to dinner on your own all the time?
Well, I've got my phone or tablet for entertainment and talk to people, but if I want less screen time,
Nice.
I always keep a deck on deck. I mean, I picked this one up ages ago. I think it's got, I don't know, an extra king in there somewhere.
An extra king? That might come in handy.
Depends on the game.
She carries a deck of cards around, and we didn't ask what her favourite card game is, if she plays solo, like if she gambles. Like, we'd have loads of follow-up questions there because Ryan's quite dull.
Okay, next question. Does body count matter?
Holy moly. I was not expecting that question.
Well, you were getting too smug. So, what do you think?
Body count matters in the extreme. Like if someone came to me and said, like, you know, body count doesn't matter, we don't care about how many people you've slept with, right? Then I'd say, oh, fair enough, right? But if you slept with nobody and I'm the first person you've ever slept with, obviously it matters, doesn't it? Like, it's quite a thing then, isn't it? It's quite a thing. But if you slept also equally with, like, literally like thousands and thousands of people, that would be extreme, and you'd have to have been through some sort of extreme lifestyle to have done that, and then that would matter, not just the extreme number but the lifestyle itself. Like, you know, there'd be some like health-based questions about the extreme end of the scale, but in general, if we're both adults, like body count, like how many people we've slept with, it's just a sort of like vague sort of number, and I expect it to be similar amongst most adults. So I'm going to say no, but it does matter in extremis, you know, in extremes. And the other problem with it is like if she is like, you know, my aim here is to find a relationship and settle down, and if someone's got a history of literally sleeping with a different person every week, and then I sleep with her and then next week she doesn't want to talk to me anymore, maybe I was naive to think that she was going to want to settle down, you know. So there's pattern recognition in that, but at this early stage in the relationship, sitting down at a table like this, I wouldn't be asking the question, because I don't think it's the right time and place to be asking that. However, if she's bringing it up, I suppose, do I want to say yes? But if I say yes and it's like, yeah, because you can't have slept with more than 30 people, otherwise I'm not going out with you, then that's ridiculous. So I'm going to say no, because it doesn't quite matter. And if you wanted to ask me about, you know, how important my body count was to you, and you got eggy about it for whatever reason, I would be disappointed, because there's nothing I can do about it now. So I'm going to say no.
No, not for me. You know, just so long as someone's past doesn't affect their present too much. So, you know, the body count, it would not be an issue.
Okay, so you're open-minded. That's cool.
Are you trying to tell me something, though?
No.
Got 1 minute to go, guys.
Okay, big ups. I'm just going to pick out two things that's going on in chat. One, please don't be mean to Julie, who I said to just, you know, not be negative like yourself, and like, you know, let's not anyone be mean to anyone else in chat. And two, other channels are not really to be spammed and promoted while I'm live. Like, I didn't see who or what, but I'm sure Dover and Dolly's mom's got, like, you know, the ban hammer out for any spam that comes in. People shouldn't be able to promote links in my chat anyway. But yeah, in general, it's not polite to promote other people's channels who are live while I'm live. Like, there will be a lot of different New Year's Eve people going on. So it's generally not polite to sort of promote the other channels. But, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, Brian's live. Big ups. Yeah, Brian's not slagging me off, so that's fine. Like, Brian will probably be live because it's his own channel that he does all the time. Like, and there's no way Brian will be slagging me off. So he's got no reason whatsoever to slag me off. So I'm not even going to bait and bite that. Like, good luck to Brian on his channel, and I will watch his broadcasts later and hope he has a good time. And I've never said anything negative about him, and he watched my video out of nowhere, which was great. So yeah, pretty sure he's not live and not slagging me off. So don't worry about that. And if someone's bringing up weird shit like that, then we will just, you know, give them the timeout and give them the ban hammer. So it's easy to deal with. Don't worry.
Just 1 minute. So we'll be wrapping up very soon.
So, how did my questions make you feel?
There's a customer satisfaction survey.
Yeah,
Feedback is greatly
fun.
valued.
Is it actually, though?
Only if it's good.
I was happy with everything here. In fact, I feel like I'm underestimating her ability to be deeper and more spiritual, because maybe she's like in a situation where she's seeing a lot of men and she wants to impress upon them that she's independent, doesn't need them like to be needy, and she's like quite like she's like staking her like ground here. And so maybe I've overestimated her cold side, you know, her sort of cynical transactional nature, because maybe she does have a softer side that I'm underestimating. So it's not awful at all. It's not really nice, but it's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I didn't really feel like we felt like strangers. You?
Do you know what's interesting about this is I don't know what the etiquette is after, because I would take her out again and learn more about her and like be interested in her as a person, and it might not like end up as a sexual or romantic relationship, but I would still like to learn more about her as a person. Like, it's okay to be friends with people, isn't it? So that's where I think I'm interested in her and would keep an open mind about it, but still Book Girl is higher on my list.
Answer isn't part of the survey, sadly.
Big up Snips. Yeah, don't worry. Like, you know, don't stress. Like, you know, now the smack has been laid down, I'm sure things will just go smoothly in chat. If I have to, I'll deal with it as well. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay. I see how this is going. Okay.
And your time is up.
Oh.
Thank you, ladies and gents. Lads, move on to your next table. Your date is awaiting.
Oh,
Wait, are you disappointed?
only because I had more questions. Would you like my social media handle?
Yes, look, for God's sake, lad. Only because I had more questions. More questions, you say? Well, absolutely remember my face, because I am going to be back to ask you more questions in the future on our second date, which you can pencil into your brain right now. Forget all these other men that are going to be coming along, like Tom, Dick and Harry next. I'm telling you, we are going to be having another date. You like it forthright, you like it straightforward. I'm taking you to an art gallery because you're dealing NFT. Oh, wait, no, she doesn't like the history. You see, this is where we don't quite connect, isn't it? I'm taking you to an art gallery because I thought that was a good connection, but it's not, is it? Because she doesn't really like the art. She likes the like, maybe I'll take you to an art auction or something, you know, but I'm taking you somewhere. I'll say art gallery now just to fill the void. Damn it. I fucked up though, because she's not going to want art gallery. But then I'm not fucking up because I'm telling her my truth. So, yeah. Julie Lawman is getting the timeout for 5 minutes. Everyone knows why. Resume game.
Yeah. Or I can give you mine.
I never message first. At the Brandy Babe Girl.
Brandy, baby girl.
See you later, Ryan.
Goodbye, Brandy.
Oh 0898 chat back 50 50 50. Meet singles in your area. Tony, warming up. Tony. What the fuck? She got a foot up. Wait. Can I rewind it? No, wait. Oh, you see, I can't pause it with the picture. She's got a foot up. She's got a foot up. That's our first impression. She's got a foot up. I didn't know. I can't really. Do you know what she looks like? Do you know what her face looks like? Do you? Tell me in chat. Do you know what her foot? Do you know what her foot looks like? Do you know what her face looks like? I don't know what her face looks like. I can't remember anything about what her face looks like. All I know is she's got a foot up. First impressions count.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
You
is.
my date now?
Yeah, I guess I am. I'm Ryan.
Tony, nice to meet ya. Sorry, I've got a match tomorrow, so I've got to keep limber.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what is it, a sports match? Do you play locally?
No, it's my job actually. I'm a footballer.
Oh, shit. Should you be...
Top of the list. She's very pretty. She had a foot up. She's got a football match tomorrow. She's a footballer. Top of the list. Like, they're all pretty, aren't they? Like, they're all good looking in different ways. So I'm not going to critique them on like, oh, this one's got longer hair or blonder hair or anything. Like, they're all good looking. I'm happy with the fact that they're all good looking. They've all hit the bar of good looking, yeah? But this one, footballer, what? So I can come and watch you play football and then afterwards I can shag you. Isn't that like my perfect Saturday evening? Because I love going to the football and watching the football, and then afterwards, the shagging bit, that's not guaranteed in any way. Like, not at all. Not with any of the men that go in the ball. Some of the men in the pub, but it's not really what I'm looking for. But like, you know, going to the football and then afterwards, like, it's perfect. Oh yeah, but I like the concept of professional football. It sounds brilliant. There'd be travelling around, watching her play football, supporting her in her role as a professional footballer. I'd be interested in her diet and routine. I'd even be interested to do some running about and sport fitness with her. And then I'd probably be terrible, you know, smoking, sitting around all the time. She'd probably hate it, but I'd be definitely interested in everything she is doing career-wise and be supportive of it. I think it'd be great. It'd be really fun. Whether she wants to get pregnant and take time out to have a baby, that might not be exactly in her plans. So, but then again, you know, what am I to say? Maybe that's not just all in due time. Like, this is just our first date.
out dating the night before a match?
Oh, don't worry. It's fine as long as I'm in bed by 12.
I like her freckles as well.
I'm an alcoholic. And don't have sex.
She said she didn't have sex. She said she didn't drink, she doesn't drink, non-alcoholic, and she said she doesn't have sex. So I like the fact she doesn't drink, but we're going to have to talk more about the sex, because there's no way I'm having a relationship with someone and there's going to be no sex. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, one of the benefits of having the relationship is the intimacy, the sex, yeah? Like, come on, come off it. Let's be real here. Like, that is going to be a deal breaker. What do you want me to do? Wank off on your football boots? It's not going to happen. Like, there will have to be some sex. Like, some actual penetrative, like, actual sex. It's not date over, Dover and Dolly's mom. Like, she said she doesn't have sex right now, right? Like, it might be that there's sex in the future, so I'd have to, like, we have to talk about it. But the problem with it is that instead of getting to know each other, we have to sort of find out the contractual arrangements as to when we're going to be doing the sex, were we to be dating, before we even discuss whether we like each other. So I don't know about this, but sometimes ladies can say, oh, I definitely don't want to have loads of sex. And then later on, they might change their mind and get more saucy and say, well, you know what, I really enjoy being with you and things are going really well, now I'd quite like to have sex. So, you know, that can happen over time, can't it? Like, most people, like, these days, I don't know, actually, maybe it's not most people at all, is it? But certain people are quite happy to enter into a sexual relationship earlier on in the dating scheme. Others might want to take more time with it. So, like, being coy and forthright in no sex right now might be no sex right now, but at the end of the season, it's sex all the time until the new season starts. I don't know. So,
what's your position?
Reverse cowgirl?
what?
No. What is your football
What?
position?
She said a sex position. I don't know if she does have sex now. I'm really confused.
Do you think?
That's a tough one.
Well, just say which area of the pitch.
I think
I'll
you're
narrow it
an
down for you.
attacker.
I'm not tall enough to be a goalkeeper.
Attacker.
In other ways, though.
I reckon that you are pretty skillful. So I'm going to say that you're up front.
What, you think I want all the glory? Got a big ego.
No, that's a bit of a conclusion to jump to.
I'm a defender. It's not all about goals and skills I have, you know. Defence is just as important.
You don't really win games with that, though, do you?
Well,
Yeah.
you do. If you've got a shit defence, how are you going to win the game?
Don't. Oh my God! He just revealed himself to be in. And like, does he know nothing about anything? Well, you don't really win games with defence in football, do you? Great. Just get up and walk off. Just forget it. Forget it, Ryan. You fucked it up for me again. God, I like defenders. Defenders are my favourite players. Like, honestly, this can't be overstated. Like, I'd love to be able to explain it to this real girl who really, she doesn't really exist. She's just a character in a video game. But if she really existed, I would explain to her how defenders are my favourite players. Like, I prefer a good tackle over a goal. Like, I'm a Birmingham fan. You have to, because you don't see as many goals, but you see a lot more crunching tackles. And like, the solid centre halves have been the mainstay and the heroes of the teams, like, all the way along. Like, they are the key players, and I love, like, yeah, defence. Like, when I play FIFA, defenders are the first players I buy. Like, shore up shop, clean sheets, you can build on it.
Yeah, if you say so.
Oh my God, he's
Do
arguing.
you like sports yourself?
It's not my biggest
Yes,
interest.
I do like
Well, let me change
sports.
the question then. Do you like team sports or individual sports?
Both.
Is this going to tell you something deeper about me?
Maybe.
I'm going to have to say individual, because I used to do individual sports more than I did team sports. You know, I've had a lot of success in individual sports, but I like both.
I would say individual sports, there's something about, like, the pure competitiveness of one person just facing off against another person.
You invest in the person more, which you can do in group sports, but it's easier in individual sports.
Yeah, because, like, the individuals are more engaging.
Well, I guess you wouldn't want to come to one of my games then.
No, I would. It's just that you would be the individual I would be interested in.
Ooh.
Smooth.
Like butter.
And it's not your
No,
phone,
don't,
it's
no.
This reminding me to carb load for tomorrow.
God, he even thought.
What are you having pasta?
Footballer's best friend.
This is your halfway warning, guys.
Right, there's so many problems with this date. He thought that was his phone. How is he that stupid? It's just a noise. If it's not your phone, how do you know? Of course you know it's not your own phone. Don't you know it's not your own phone? Like, you'd recognise, wouldn't you, if it was your own phone or not? So he's revealed himself to be another idiot. And then she's got a fucking Tupperware out with a dinner. She's got a tuppy out. It's dinner time. Halfway time now. Dinner time now. Like, alarm's gone off. All right, what's next? Fucking, there's going to be another alarm and it's time for me to move seats like the Mad Hatter's tea party. This is not a date. Yeah, fucking Tupperware out. You have to carb load before the big game. Tupperware.
Guys, that is 3 minutes to go.
What
So,
are you eating? No, don't.
How did you become a pro?
All right.
I'd say my key influence was my dad. He used to take me to practices, to matches. He knew I fell in love with it and did everything to cultivate my passion. The kit, the travelling, consoling me after bad performances. Are you close with your parents?
No, I wanted to ask you more.
We ain't got time, my lad. Tell me. If you want to, of course.
Yeah, kind of, but more. I'm closer with my mother than my father, but I'm kind of close with them both. Like, I don't know how you quite explain it. Like, it's been difficult over the years, hasn't it? So, close sometimes, distant sometimes. I'm going to say mother more.
I'm a mummy's boy.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, definitely, through and through.
I wouldn't say I'm a mummy's boy at a fucking date. Like, that's just like so fucking stupid. What is wrong with Ryan? What is wrong with Ryan? Does he never want to make it with a girl?
We're just very close. We kind of have a thing where, like, we know how each other's feeling without even saying it.
Oh my god.
She's like one of my best friends. What about you?
Eat your pasta.
She's not really been in my life for a long time, for various reasons.
Keep listening.
She wasn't the kindest person, and unlike your mum, I was never ever a priority.
That's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry, I know you're probably finding this interesting,
Ryan?
but do you mind if we talk about something else?
Yes, we can move on.
You didn't say anything, Ryan.
Let's see how competitive you are.
Ryan didn't
Do
say
you
anything
fancy
nice.
a quick challenge?
Obviously. Fancy a test of strength?
No.
Chuck weights around like toys in the gym.
Okay, that's some fighting talk. How about we do an arm wrestle?
No. I don't want to arm wrestle. I don't know what the result is. Do I have to overpower her? Like, do I have to get really competitive and overpower her? What if she's quite strong? Like, if she can legit overpower me, what does that say then? Am I, like, in some way the weaker one in the relationship and we have to fucking not do it? Like, if I do overpower her, do I look like some crazed lunatic who's, like, struggling to, like, beat the woman? Must win! Like, arm wrestling, competitive strength arm wrestling. Like, and it makes me feel a little bit egotistical in some way that I should win, because, like, it doesn't matter who you are in front of me. Like, okay, I've sat in front of the strongest man in the world and legit, like, said, let's do an arm wrestle, and, like, felt incredibly, like, you know, like, Eddie Hall's the strongest man in the world, so when you arm wrestle him, it's just ridiculous. But, like, you know, like, normal situations, I would competitively want to win. But I wouldn't do this on a first date. There's not, I mean, she suggested it, but there's not many first dates where I would suggest to do, like, this guy said, I'm a mummy's boy, and now he wants to arm wrestle. It's just all getting a bit like, what?
No, I'm kidding.
Nah?
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't want to injure you before your game.
Get your arm on the table, lad.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do my hardest and win then, yeah?
Ready? Go.
We're already holding hands.
I'm just desperate.
Yeah, it's nice to hold hands.
Irresistible.
Who's your money on? Who do you think's going to win? Who's your money on? Who's your money on? Big ups, Judy, you're back. Just careful. We're not talking about the nutters so much now, but you're back. So just careful. Let's resume the game then. Who's going to win? Who's going to win?
Class always shines through. You want to say something? I can tell.
Is he getting eggy? Imagine this situation has just happened. I'm trying to. We've done an arm wrestle. I've lost. So she's definitely stronger than me, like in the old arm wrestling stakes. But then she is a professional athlete, and I sit around a lot. So, like, you know, I'm not at my athletic peak. So I guess if I want a rematch, first of all, I've got to do loads of press ups and get a bit fit and all that, and then I can get competitive. But is this, like, aspect of this something I want in my relationship? Like, I never thought I would be physically competitive with my wife. Do you know what I mean? I never thought that would be like an aspect of my relationship that I would like to enjoy physical competition with my wife. It's a weird one. Like maybe we should join the judo club and start wrestling each other and getting each other in headlocks. I'd like to. I'll tell you what. I'd like to find out what that feels like, because I've never thought about having a physical fight with someone that I was in a relationship with. So, like, it would be weird to kind of like. I wonder where the sex lines are drawn. I wonder if it would put me off the sex, because I'd stop thinking about the sex and I'd start thinking about how to get you in a headlock. But then, what if I've got you in a headlock and then it starts getting sexy? Is that then weird? I think it kind of is in a way, isn't it? It's like you're into sort of fighting sex, and then that can get weird. So I'm going to say that's weird. I'm going to accept the defeat. I'm not going to have a rematch of the arm wrestling, but all the like knock-on connotations in my brain that are going on are making me think she suddenly dropped from top of the list. She's a footballer, and I get to watch her play sexy football. Like. I'm saying sexy football not as a misogynist. There's a terminology that in football, I think it was Pele coined it, or was it Cruyff? Sexy football, like the beautiful game. And then afterwards, like we can go on dates and like be a relationship, and it'd be wonderful. Except she wants to fucking power press slam me over her head, and I don't want that. I don't want to have to fucking wrestle her. So I'm going to accept defeat.
No, look, you won fair and square. I'm going to do some more arm days before the next time, though.
Oh, you want more of this?
No, I really don't.
I'm only joking. I really appreciate the sportsmanship.
We've got 1 minute to go, guys. Just 1 minute.
Ooh, we're in stoppage time. What? Football's the best sport for making analogies.
No.
Do you fancy another quick challenge?
Yes. But what do you want to do?
So wait, if she's doing this with everyone, then there's going to be a series of men, and she's going to have a gradient scale of how strong they are. And then what's her other challenge? Because this is what she wants to know. Like the other lady wanted to know like how much money, or like something about, I can't remember what she asked me. The book girl wanted to know, well, she didn't actually want to know much about me, did she? She was just more interested in talking about the stuff in her book. And then this lady wants to know how strong I am.
There's conversation starters and riddles, apparently.
Convenient.
Okay. A man looks at a painting and says, "Brothers and sisters, I have none, but that man's father is my father's son." Who's in the painting, the man or his son?
I know this off the top of my head, don't I? You know, I've heard it loads of times.
Sisters, I have none. That man's father.
It's me.
Father's son. It is the man himself.
That's what I was going to say,
But
a draw's no fun. I'll
This
say
is no-
man's son.
Like,
But how do we find the
the whole riddle is no fun to be spending a minute doing. It shows us nothing about each other's personalities or anything.
answer? It's folded in. More thought has gone into this event than I gave it credit for.
The man's son! Get in!
Oh, God.
Did I get it wrong? I didn't even try and think about
because you
it.
swapped your answer. You thought the man as well.
A win's a win, right?
No matter how you get it, eh?
And that is time,
Well, that was a waste of everyone's time
Move
at the
on
end.
to your next date.
Bye, football girl.
Good luck in your game tomorrow.
Cheers, Ryan. See ya.
Yeah, we're not going to go on another date.
Could I get my drink?
She might smash it over my head, look.
Bye, Tony.
Bye,
See ya.
Tony. You nutter. She's really nice. She's pretty and stuff, but I just the idea of having to wrestle her, that's not up my street. Or look, pretzels now, having a little shot of Bailey's. It's all alcohol. Azalea, written in the stars. This is going to be the hippie one. She's not even here. It says number 666. That's a
Sorry,
bit weird.
just fixing my eyeliner. I'm Azalea.
Right, we're going to get married. We're going to get married. Is Julie behaving? Like, Julie can behave, or like, you know, let the mods just keep an eye on that now. Just like, just everyone else, just don't worry about it. Like, it's always gonna, you know, we're on YouTube, it's live. There's always going to be people in chat, aren't they? But this one, I mean, she's not I didn't judge her on how pretty she was or anything. I judged her purely on the goth aesthetic, and like this is the goth one that I'm being offered in the game. So I'm a bit like, you know, this one automatically gets turned up a level because of my history as a teenager and youth with my Crow jacket and Crow makeup. You know, the Crow, the film The Crow, and like interest in Nirvana and like, you know, music growing up. Like the goth one always gets a like big tick.
I'm Ryan.
Don't look like a Ryan.
No. Well, what do I look like then?
Not sure yet.
She brought her own glass.
That's
Look,
not-
she brought her own glass. This is, I like this sort of stuff. I like weird behaviour like that. Bringing your own glass. I'm a fan.
Not from here, is it?
No. You gonna snitch?
Oh, she brought her own alcohol.
I made it. Just like the kombucha poured into it.
That's the fermented drink, isn't it?
Exactly.
Looks good. I mean, I don't. Is it alcohol? I've said looks good, but I don't drink.
Looks good.
But
Are you happy with the batch?
Very. Tell you more about it, but we haven't got much time.
So, the kombucha is homemade. The goblet is homemade. What else is homemade?
I'd
What?
say 90% of this.
that was sounded like it was going to be a chat up line then. So the goblet's homemade. What part of you's homemade, eh? Is your fanny's homemade? Eh? Is your bumhole homemade? It doesn't work as an analogy. It's not a very good chat up line. You should have said you put a lot of work into that at home, haven't you? You put a lot of work into that at home. What else could we put a lot of work into at your home, eh? Eh? And I don't mean fixing up the fireplace, although I might mean fixing up your fireplace, eh? But don't do that because you're on a date with the lady. So calm down and ask her some better questions.
Clothes, accessories, make it all from scratch.
She's cool.
Started selling my stuff online during lockdown and it grew into a full-time business.
Wow, that's really original.
Thanks. Turns out my aesthetic plays quite well these days.
What aesthetic is that?
Call it what you want. I've heard hundreds of terms, kind and unkind.
Learn more about job, thanks. Yep.
Is it just you in the business, or...?
Yeah, don't need anyone else.
So how do you keep up with the demand?
There's a long wait list, but I engage with my customers a lot on social media, so they're understanding.
So if the supply is low, you must be retailing for a fairly high price?
No, I pride myself in affordability and sustainability.
Is that enough to do full-time? No, sorry, no, I'm not asking how much you earn. I just find the business model very interesting.
I get by.
He's not very good, is he, Ryan?
Do I look like a Ryan yet?
Yes, Ryan.
Quite.
All right, then. Well, what else can you tell about me?
You're definitely an earth sign. You seem quite grounded and stable.
I could be the most volatile person going for all you know.
The fact that you're not outright denying it suggests otherwise.
I don't know if I'm an earth sign. I'm a Taurus. I'd have to tell her now I'm a Taurus. Maybe she knows because the game asked us, but...
You are right, but you make earth signs sound so boring. So even though we are practical and determined...
He knows about it. I don't.
We're also highly in tune with our senses. We also never abandon a project or a relationship.
Encouraging. I'm a water sign, so we're most compatible with earth signs.
That's because the water nourishes the earth.
Exactly.
Just 3 minutes to go.
Got a little connection there, and then the man come in with 3 minutes to go. So this speed dating's a load of shit, isn't it? Like, because that's the moment in a little bit of a date, bit of rapport, where you can, like, there's a little thing. I mean, it might be, I don't know if it's a psychological, like you want to mark the moment in some way. Like, you know, that's happened and it's gone really well. And you just be like, you know, I don't know, I might even say something or like linger on it, like make eye contact in some way. Instead, the man came out with, it's fucking 3 minutes to go. It's just not romantic, is it?
3 minutes. I know, it's going very quickly, very quickly.
You're really into your astrology then?
Gives me structure. I analyse my behaviour in the context of something bigger. So my main star sign is Scorpio, which I think really suits me.
Now, I'm being given the option to move on or engage. Personally, realistically, I don't really want to hear her talking about Scorpio, like, although she's going to talk about herself, so maybe I do. Like, it's a kind of weird one for me. I want to hear more about her, not about what she thinks about the star sign Scorpio. But I think what I'm being asked for is here, do you want to engage with her in her personality or move on from this aspect of her personality? And I don't mind it, so I'm going to engage with it. Like, it seems like she was going to enjoy starting to talk about it.
And then based on when and where I was born, my rising sign is a Sagittarius and my moon sign is a Libra.
What's the difference between those three?
Your main star sign is your sun sign, represents sort of your desires in life.
See, that's what I didn't want to get into. I don't care about what the truth of the facts of astrology are or whatever. I care about your personality. So, like, tell me what it relates to in your personality. Ryan's asked the wrong question again.
Life, and your rising sign is how you present to others, and moon sign's what you're like deep down.
So, what does that mean?
I don't really know about the other two. So.
Working out for you, we haven't got much time.
So then, what makes your sun sign so Scorpio?
We aspire to be brave, loyal, honest.
The negatives?
Jealous and secretive, but it doesn't really apply here. Do you relate to them as animals as well, I guess?
Aren't they really aggressive?
Only when threatened.
But don't they eat each other, though?
Yeah. I forgot to mention that.
And this is your final minute, guys. Final minute.
So, I was wondering...
No, I've spoken about myself enough. I
This has gone a bit weird. Apparently we're going to eat each other.
want to know more about you.
I feel like it's been pretty even. Can you just...
It really hasn't, so I want to know more about you.
What's your
Fire
type?
away.
I'm not going to ask, because if it turns out to not be me, then that doesn't help me in any way, yeah? And if she describes me, then I'm going to get some sort of ego trip about, oh, she's already into me. So that's not really a place I want to go. What I'd rather know is about her, like I said. So tell me about your tattoos is interesting, especially as one of them looks like a pagan symbol, so...
So, Azalea, I have noticed you have a couple of tattoos.
I do. Want to know about any of them? Choose wisely. Some stories are better than others.
The pentagram or the caravan? I think the caravan represents tarot, like gypsy caravan fortune telling, maybe. I don't know. We can get into it later. The pentagram is the thing that's on the top of my list. Is like, are you a Satanist, essentially? Like, are we going to have a sort of culture clash in terms of you're going to be sacrificing a chicken?
The pentagram, is that a satanic symbol?
I mean, I've dabbled in Satanism, but its wider interpretation is quite genteel. It's about shunning the rigid restrictions of society.
Mm-hmm. And it's not about sacrificing babies.
You're safe. And the tattoo. I just like the shape. It's all about those clean lines and sharp edges.
That's your lot. Ladies and gents, time's up. Let's be moving on.
That was the kind of interaction I was hoping for.
Right, and what's really fucked up about this speed dating is that she's thinking that's the kind of interaction she was hoping for. She's thinking that's gone quite well, yeah? Like, she's quite happy with me there. But to me, I'm thinking, how does she rate against Book Girl? And what do I think against, like, what are the qualities of her versus Book Girl? Instead of giving her the respect of, like, I'm on a date with her, have I got on well? Like, if I was just meeting her, or if I was just meeting, if I'd met her, I think I don't like dating multiple people at the same time and having to weigh them up against each other. I think I'd much rather date one person and just decide about them and give them the full attention and respect of, like, I don't like the sort of grading, like the tier listing that I'm doing in my mind. I haven't done it ever before, really. Like, I've always just been in a situation where this is someone that I think I like, and then I'll, like, go out with them and, like, date them, like, rather than, like, I've never had sort of multiple people on a, like, on a, this day I'll go out with so-and-so and that day I'll go out with so-and-so and which one do I like the best? Like, that's never happened. So, like, yeah, it's a bit of an interesting aspect, isn't it? Bit of an interesting aspect. It's sad because, in a way, I don't know exactly how I feel about this lady, because Book Girl is still, like, hovering over the end of this date like a shadow. So at the end, she was like, yeah, I really like you. This has gone really well. Instead of me saying, yeah, making a big impression on you, remember not to have other men come and talk to you like I was doing at the start, with Book Girl. I'm now thinking, sorry, just give me a minute while I decide how you rate against Book Girl. And then I decide how much of an impression I want to make upon you at the end. Seems weird, but yeah, let's return.
Thanks.
Yeah, me too. What is your handle? I'd love to check some of your stuff out.
At Azalea Shadows. Azalea Shadows.
Isn't that the name of a demon?
Okay.
In some way, the 666 and the pentagram in some way did ward me off a little bit, just instinctively. And the fact her name is the name of a demon. I'm still saying Book Girl, really. Although, I think if I was 15 years younger, then it would have been her more. I think I've dated her. Do you know what I mean? I think I've dated one or two ladies that were a bit like that. Whereas I haven't dated anyone who's got a psychology degree, I don't think, so. What's happening now? Am I going to the toilet? Are we having a date off so someone didn't turn up? This is our cigarette break date. This would be fine.
Good evening. I'm Derek, evening host.
Right. In the first game, I critiqued. We had a wingman called... I forgot what his name was now. In the first game, we had a wingman. And whilst the dating was going on, we were also talking with our wingman on the phone a few times. And the relationship between us and the wingman was really good. And I said, at some point in this game, how come we can't date the wingman? I should be given the opportunity to take this in a different direction, because if I like the wingman and I've got those feelings, why am I being precluded? So I felt it should be more inclusive like that. But in this situation where this guy's just come and sat down in front of me and we're at the speed dating, I feel like saying to him, hi, it's nice that you've sat down in front of me, but everyone in here is on a one-on-one date with a ladies. It's your job to put me on a one-on-one date with a ladies. Don't sit down here and start doing the speed date with me, because I'm booked in for a one-on-one with the ladies. So this is not the moment.
Derek, am I in trouble?
No.
Microphone
But
down.
unfortunately, the lady that was sat at this table, she had to leave early. I'm sorry.
Right. So are you filling in for her? Did she pull a runner when she saw me?
No, nothing of the sort. She is a musician. Had a gig to get to.
Oh,
Well,
what?
that is pretty
Right, look, she sounds nice and like the sort of person that I might hit it off with. Why did I have to sit through footballer? You see, I should have lined them up in terms of who I wanted to see in what order.
Fair, that's a good alibi.
How did the rest of them go? Find what you're looking for?
Oh, is she the last one?
Oh, big up sharing chat. Yeah, this is not a film. This is a game. We get to make the choices. I get to make the decisions, and things work out the way we make the choices.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of glad about that, because I don't really know how many more I had left in me.
Well, I'm sure you made a fantastic impression.
Like, you get to say, have I found someone or not yet? Well, I really like the Book Girl, but I'd like to still talk to all the other ladies, yeah? I can't be like, yeah, I've found someone, let's not talk to any more ladies.
Yeah, no, I've met some great people, but I think it's just too early to tell.
Speed dating is just to pique curiosity rather than find love.
I'm still unsure, right? Is he gonna be like, how's this little conversation gone? Like, at one point during our conversation, is he gonna get the microphone and go, 3 minutes in my face? But I think he's gonna try and I think he's gonna try and speed date me a little bit, the little cheeky choffer.
You just
Fair enough. It's fair enough.
get to know them, and just as you're getting there,
It's like tapas, I like to say.
well, a little bit of everything.
Love tapas, yeah. Some olives.
I do have to call you out, though, because there's some times when the date's going well, and then just then I hear you screaming out. Give me like an extra 30 seconds. I need to be able to give you a signal or something. How long have you been hosting?
I have lots of hosting experience, but specifically the speed dating stuff, just at the beginning of lockdown.
So those were digital, I presume?
Mm-hmm, correct. For me, finding love is the most formative journey of our lives, and I just wanted to help.
All right, fucking Gareth Gates. Who does he look like? He looks like that one that plays Superman. Who plays Spider-Man? That young lad from the UK who's now in the big films in America, the one that plays Spider-Man.
Continue that journey, despite the circumstances. Having said that, there is no real substitute for meeting someone special in person.
All right, big ups. Yeah, like they're gone now. No.
From these, have you ever had any marriages develop?
Yeah, we've had a couple. Even a couple of babies named after me. Yeah. Need to put it in my bio. Pregnancy facilitator, Derek.
You really don't. Because that sounds like something that would be on a t-shirt on a lad's holiday.
I want to keep stopping it and saying things, but also I want this bit to end and we can get on with the ladies. So I don't know why I'm being forced to listen to Derek's fucking feelings on things. Like, Derek, I don't really care. Like, get on with your own life. I'm here to try and find a lady.
The stag do t-shirts. You're right. Okay.
I actually think I've seen them before.
I sell like hotcakes, though, right?
Well, the one
So how
good
did
thing
you-
that's come out of tonight is I've made a new friend out of Derek. Me and him are going to go and play golf tomorrow. Like, what's going on?
Hear about us.
I was duped into coming here this evening. I thought I was going out for a drink with my best mate Misha, and here I am.
Yeah,
she's
you
actually.
thought you were going to be dating Misha, but Misha doesn't want to talk to you. She wants to go and talk to 10 other men.
Somewhere here, she's on a date somewhere, I don't know. But
Well, I love a strong male-female friendship. Do you prefer the company of women or men?
come again?
What?
Oh, sorry. I'll rephrase. Who do you feel like you naturally engage with more easily?
Anyone, I would say, although this just proved to me that I think the women, but then this is a setting where I'm on a dating thing, isn't it? But I'm going to say anyone, but the truth of the matter, I suppose, would veer more towards women, maybe. Because I used to be a hairdresser, I suppose I spent a lot more time engaging with women on a sort of one-to-one basis in a, professional setting. But I'm going to say anyone, really. I mean, yeah.
I could shoot the shit with anyone. But no,
I wouldn't have
like,
said
with
that.
your job, you must be the same.
I wouldn't have said I can shoot the shit with anyone.
Yeah, of course. I mean, no one's going to enjoy an event if they can't approach their host. So I think it's the suit as well.
It is something. Well, I am glad you felt you could approach me too.
Oh, you made it very easy. Thank you, Ryan.
You are welcome. Derek.
Shit. You are halfway, guys.
I knew you'd do that.
Halfway. God. Don't tell anyone I forgot.
Your secret is safe with me.
Thanks.
So tell me, what is the best way to approach all of this?
Yeah, this is a
aside
good
from
question.
being-
Well done, Ryan, actually. Well done, Ryan. Sharper than me there. I'm talking to Derek. Derek knows the secrets of what makes a good speed date. He's been watching people do it for ages. Like, and also, Derek, mate, like, you know, help me out here in some way. Like, yeah, like, give me the tips is brilliant. Like, but also, can you set me up at the end with one more date with Book Girl and be like, oh, well, sorry, but they got the numbers wrong. Somehow I'm put with you again at the end. That's strange. I made a great first impression. Now I'm going to make a great final impression on your date night, Book Girl. What about that?
Well, let me rephrase that. Do you have any less crap advice?
No, I don't. Sorry. The thing is, there's so many different types of personalities in here. One person's poison might be another person's paradise.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Okay, I'll pose you this. Are you looking for someone more lively or laid back? Because that may decide what kind of energy you want to exude yourself. Now, both are brilliant, but markedly different.
It's really weird because last night I was out and there were some lively people and there were some laid back people, and I like them both. Like, I quite liked watching people be lively and encouraging me to be a bit more lively. And I quite like being laid back and chilling and being a bit more laid back. I think I'm more laid back than lively. And I think in a long-term relationship sense, like, I'd have to pick laid back rather than lively, I think. But, go on then.
I think I like to dominate
What?
in most situations, so probably someone who's a little bit more laid back would be helpful.
I didn't say I'd like to dominate. What the fuck's going wrong with Ryan?
But not someone who is a pushover.
They do often say that relaxed people are...
I just thought, like, instead of like yelling and shouting down the pub at each other, we might be chilling out and relaxing, maxing all caution, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. I didn't know we were going to be dominating the lady, because I want someone who's going to be, you know, take a passive role in my relationship and let me fucking call all the shots. That's not what I said.
more confident, successful. sexy, even.
You talking from experience?
Yeah. First time.
I was wondering, has hosting these made you, like, an expert in romance?
No, look at him. He looks like Gareth Gates. Move on.
Like some kind of love guru. No. No.
No, come on. You must have more insight than the average guy. Okay, wait. Okay. Has it ever helped in your personal life?
Sadly, no. No, it's still very single. Why, did you have someone in mind for me?
Yeah. Misha.
No, Misha's our fucking... No. If it all goes wrong on the 10 dates, Misha's our backup. Misha's very pretty. Like, obviously she's on 10 dates tonight, so she might find someone before we can set her up with this guy. I don't know. Like, Misha. What are we pimping Misha out for now? With the date guy as well, of all people, for no reason.
Would love to meet you. She's here. I can introduce you.
I'm sure Misha's fab, but I won't be interested.
And it's professionally very unprofessional to be like, right, I'm running date nights, and every night I sort of cop off with one of the women on the date night. Like, that would be unprofessional. Like, probably the best place to start a new relationship is not a professional setting where she's looking for a date and you are running the dating agency. Probably not very professional.
It's a bit mean. What's wrong with her?
Well, she's a her.
Well, I told you. See, spotted it straight away when he sat down.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
haven't got a problem with it.
No, I shouldn't have assumed. That was silly of me.
You're fine.
I haven't got a problem with it, but I knew he was sweet on me as soon as he sat down. I've got gaydar, mate. I've got good gaydar. Like, Tom Holland, that's it. He looks like Tom Holland. That's it, Tom Holland. I mean, I was thinking Gareth Gates because I'm not modern enough, but Tom Holland. Tom Holland's done a lot better than Gareth Gates. But yeah, like I don't need to learn more. Like, learn more as in I'm interested. Can we go on a date? No, but like, he's nice. I like him. I'm not against him for being, like, you know, and I'm not angry that he was attracted to me in the first place. In fact, I get it.
Anyway, it's a real shame that the
And I'm pleased they put it in the game.
Yeah, it is.
I'm very pleased they put it in the game.
You know, back in the day, you would have had to meet people.
It was like a request of mine.
Or maybe at work.
Or by chance.
Yeah.
You got 1 minute left.
I was just wondering, did you have any feedback for us?
The host is too well dressed.
Oh.
I mean, look, come on, you were putting the rest of us to shame, please.
No feedback.
Aside from that.
I actually think the event is perfect for what it is. Sometimes it's best just keeping it simple.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. I'll let the team know.
Yeah, and I mean, you have the most important thing down anyway, which is an interesting group of people.
True. We do.
If you don't have that,
that'll be rubbish.
I'm not including myself in that, just...
No, neither would I. I wouldn't include you in that list.
Oh, bless him, young Tom Holland alike. He's all right, really.
That is your final minute, guys.
That's your final minute? I'm surprised Ryan didn't spot that he was gay.
So, tell me, who did you meet tonight?
Oh, this is a test, isn't it? Who did I meet tonight? I met Kathleen.
Are we only meeting 3 people?
I met Azalea, I met Tony, and I met Brandy. Oh,
that's 4.
Derek, I don't suppose you could give me any intel. Just
Ryan, there's no way that I could do that.
Nothing personal. Just, you know, just give me a read. With all your experience, come on, as a friend.
I guess I could do a read.
A read?
Who in particular?
We're friends now.
God, I guess we only have time for one.
Book girl, Kathleen.
Tell me about Kathleen.
She's awesome. Super intelligent, smart, emotionally mature. I get the sense that she has a real strong sense of her own boundaries and would appreciate someone who's honest and open.
Okay, honest and open. Okay, thank you, Derek. That was very perceptive.
I'm a professional.
That applied to most of them.
Where are we at?
That did apply to most of them.
Okay. That, unfortunately, ladies and gents, is the end of tonight's event. Everyone get home safely. I've been Derek, and thanks for coming.
What can I say? Thank you again, Derek. Thank you for keeping me company, because I would have been sat here like a melon otherwise.
Weird end to the night there with Derek.
Fun. And yeah, I guess I'll see you around.
Bye, Derek. You sexy big piece of man meat. That's how I'm ending the night. Doody. Fucking
So what
doody
about
on my
you?
own.
Tell me about yours.
No, don't do this to me.
Well-
next. Oh well, tell me about how the dates went. Yeah, doody. Tell me about how your dates went. Oh, you woke up next to him, did you? All right, brilliant. You've had a great night. You woke up next to 2 of your dates, and you've had a brilliant night, and you're getting married. And for me, I ended up talking to the host, who came on to me at the end there. So I may have, like, if I'd have gone with, but instead I was interested with Book Girl, and I don't know where she is. Oh, she's in bed with you as well, is she? All right, brilliant. All right, forget it. Look, just stop FaceTiming me when you're fucking in bed with people. Can we call me back on fucking Monday?
There was Azalea. Yeah, she was something else. She brought her own kombucha. She had her own goblet that she brought.
She had her own goblet.
Yeah, with a crow on it. It's just very different, but it was really interesting because it wasn't like any of the other dates I went on.
Was there chemistry over kombucha?
Yeah, I guess you could say there was a little bit of chemistry, yeah. I could
Chemistry
see
over
it
the
going somewhere.
kombucha.
There was Brandy. Let me tell you about Brandy. My God, she would put you to shame the amount of work she would do. She is a crypto trading beautician, and she's
Right, I was
studying
there.
as well.
Listen, I was fucking there. It was just a minute ago. Fucking going over it again for me so that I got it in my head. I was there. I remember.
Oh, what a combination.
I don't even know how she finds the time to do all of it.
Was there a spark?
Yeah, there was. I liked her. She's she'd make you raise your game, you know.
And your game needs to be raised.
Well, so you keep telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and an absolutely nuts thing happened. I was supposed to be meeting for this day this musician, but she bailed. And then, do you remember the host?
Yeah.
Yeah, Derek.
Yeah,
is
he
his name.
fucking cracked
So
onto
I
me
was
as well. He was having a pop. So I am popular.
sitting there, and he came up and told me about the girl who had to leave. And then we sat down, we just started talking.
You and Derek.
Yeah,
God,
he's
I
just.
love that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you saw plenty of him as well. He's a cool guy. He's very, very suave.
Is there chemistry with Derek?
Chemistry, no. It was just, he was a sound fella, and it was good of him to talk to me. Otherwise, I wasn't just been sitting there.
I'm really pleased though. Like the last time I played the game, like I said, there was a point where I was like, how come I can't choose the male character? And here I could. So I thought that was really good. It was a great option.
Yeah, no, but he was a good dude. Aha, now let me tell you about Tony. She's a football player.
Wow.
Professional.
Wow.
She was just quite laid back.
She wasn't. She went to arm
sort of
wrestle
person
me.
who was like, give as good as you can get.
She
you
was
know?
a fucking
That
sod.
sounds fun. Do you think there might be a future as a footballer?
No.
We had a few like kind of clunky moments and things, and I don't think she was really feeling me.
Too busy with
She's
football.
going to do me a...
There was Kathleen, who was a
Hulkamania leg
PhD
drop.
student studying psychology. She was she was reading on our date.
Yeah, I liked
She was
her.
very smart. It was a little bit intimidating.
Was
Do
it
you
little-
think there'll be more from Kathleen?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
What?
I don't think I quite reached her
Oh, no!
standards
I
in
fucked
terms
it
of what's
up.
going on between my ears.
Wait, that's you,
I just
Ryan.
don't see it happening.
No, that's what? What now? I didn't perk her interest. What's this button here? Relationships. Kathleen. 9 out of 10 scenes viewed. Challenge Kathleen and continue to the debate. Challenge Kathleen about her people. I didn't do any of this. Develop further with Kathleen with a kiss. What? What? Wait. I don't want to spoilers because you can play it again, can't you? You can try and get further. There's other people on the list that we haven't even met here. Who's Hazel? I haven't even met Hazel, so keep your options open. But Kathleen, I didn't even get as far as challenging her to a debate. I thought I wasn't supposed to challenge her to a debate. I didn't think that was a positive. But apparently, if you have challenged her to a debate, you might end up with a kiss. I don't know. What do they think about me? They think confidence 30%, that's bad. Kindness 50%, that's only half. Humour 50%, I mean, rubbish, half. 50% humour, they think of me. And maturity 40%, that's in the red for some reason, 40%. I mean, they think I'm shit. I don't get this at the end of a speed date, a little card that says how shit they think I am. I didn't realise. Like maybe all the women I've been talking to in public think I'm shit. Brandy here interrupt Brandy twice when speed dating. I haven't done that. Like, you know, wow. And she thinks confidence 60, kindness 50, humour 50, luck 50. Azalea, she's the only one that's got a positive feeling about me, and that's kindness and humour, 70 and 60. And I ask Azalea about her tattoos, green dots. That's good. But like, in some way, I fucked up the date. Maybe there's a perfect way to do this. Tony, I can't imagine Tony. Beat Tony in arm wrestling is one of the things. Well, I don't know how to. I didn't have a choice. It wasn't a button I had to press. It's just like either I do or I don't beat her. Derek. Agreed to another event hosted by Derek. I certainly will. In just a minute. Right, let's go back. Well, maybe I should have done that before. Show Derek... Hang on, wait. Show Derek your love for dubstep. That's never going to happen. I don't love dubstep. Steal a kiss from Derek. Could do that. I'm more interested in trying to find out how to steal a kiss from Derek than I am in trying to find out how to get power press slammed by Tony. Oof. Tony's going to put me in the figure of 4 leg lock. She's going to get me in the sleeper hold. Fucking Tony's going to batter me, and we're going to be romantically fucking pushing each other off bridges. Like, what the fuck is dubstep's music it's sort of kind of music in the UK, and it came after drum and bass, which is brilliant, and it was like for all the people that did ketamine. Anyway, let's resume the game.
You won't be for everyone. So, what's the next move?
Well, I mean, I don't want to brag, but I do have 2 options. So, I guess I gotta just maybe send a message.
Make a choice.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Peace.
What 2 options have I got? I thought I'd want to go with Book Girl. I want to have another talk to Book Girl. I can't believe that my life with Book Girl is now over and that we're not going to have book children. You stop your... You're right. So in that case, I'm going to follow up with Azalea, yeah? Because I'm not going to go out with Brandy again, am I? Like, I can't believe I fucked it up with Book Girl. I feel like the computer has cheated me out of Book Girl in some way. Because I thought I was doing all right with her. Oh, this is her profile. Look, this is Azalea's profile. There she is. There's the pictures. She looks nice. This is stuff that she likes. I could ask her for a second date, or I could go back and look at Brandy's profile. And there she also looks nice. A bit more, like, you know, bit less and a bit more, you know, a bit less, like, you know, it's slightly different style, isn't it? I can't believe I can't choose Book Girl. I'm going to choose Azalea for my next date, but wait. I might go back, see if we can go back onto Book Girl at the end, see what our time's like on the game, what time it takes us to get through the next phases. I might go back and try answering the right questions for Book Girl, not knowing what they are though. But this is something I talked about before, right? In the first playthrough of the first game, which was called 5 Dates, I talked about how, in a way, playing it through once is fine. You learn a lot about yourself and other people, and you have a chat, and it's a great game for streams, yeah? Because you know, you learn stuff, don't you? You talk like we're doing, that's great. But the second playthrough, when I say, right, how do I pull Book Girl? What's the right thing to say to Book Girl? That turns it into a bit of a misogyny simulator where I sort of learn what the right thing a woman wants to hear is so that I can convince her that I'm the right person for her, despite not actually... In reality, if I've answered honestly and I'm not the right person for her, I respect that aspect, which is I really like her, but she doesn't really like me. So we're not quite a good fit there, are we? Because everything that I think about, like the girl who wants to put me through a window, you know, Tony, who wants to, you know, she wants to put me in a full Nelson, you know, her, like, you know, the way I feel about her, imagine she really loves me. Well, it's just still not going to work because we don't have to quite connect, like, it's a missed connection. So I can't be like angry and bitter at this, that Book Girl doesn't want to go out with me. But also, I don't know if I should be trying to learn the right things to say to convince her that I am someone that I'm not, so that she will go out with me. I think that's another weird aspect to it. But
Sorry, caught me fixing my
big
eye
up
on it.
Snips.
There
Yeah,
we
you
go.
have a wonderful time, and gonna go and shoot some pop pops. Pop pops. I love the way you've written it in chat like that. Have a good time, and I hope you have a lovely New Year. Oh, sorry, little boy. My little doy's under my feet. I didn't realise he's under my feet. Oh, bless. I think he's heard some pop pops. Are you all right, little doy? You're all right, little doy.
That is okay. I actually thought that I was the early one for once. Have you had many orders to process this week?
Lots. Plus, a celebrity client requested a piece. I turned it down.
Why? That's a great coup, surely.
They demanded to skip the queue. I owe too much to my core clients to drop them for an impatient prima donna.
Interesting. I quite know she's good. I like her. Like maybe this was the way it was supposed to go. You know? Do you know what I mean? They're trying to put across like aspects of her personality there, aren't they? About her egalitarian approach to life rather than being impressed by the celebrity. But it's kind of a weird thing to sort of like force down my throat as we're about to choose what we want to drink. Quite a big heavy thing. I'd just be like, yeah, cool. Right. So did you want a Diet Coke, or have you brought your own goblet again?
Anyways, Mercury is in retrograde, so hassle was expected. Tell me about your week.
Mercury in retrograde.
Yeah. What about it?
And now, not look, this is cheating a bit because I just looked at that thing. I know that astrology isn't everything, is one of the things on the list. But I would also hear I wouldn't be that interested in what Mercury in retrograde is. So I'm just gonna like say, okay, we've talked about astrology again like before last time, and like with last time, I didn't want to get into the intricacies of it, did I? Because like that's for another time. This is a date about us, not a like if she worked as a fucking like I don't know, like it's just a bit too in depth about the minutiae of astrology and not important enough about who she is. So I'm going to say astrology isn't everything.
Well, I hope you don't base every important decision off of the stars.
Do you think I'm a cliche, Ryan?
No.
How do you mean?
The type of person you can message at 11:11 and they'll think it's a sign from the universe.
I'm going to joke around because I would normally make jokes rather than getting eggy and weird about this shit, but I'm worried that she might be about to get eggy and weird, so I'm just going to joke around.
No. 11:11's past my bedtime.
She seems eggy still.
Then you should be getting home.
Oh my god.
No,
Ryan.
what are you doing?
If you're not
Ryan. Ryan's fucking up my stream. He's already lost me my future with Book Girl and my children. Now he's ruined my date with fucking... He said something... What did he say? And now he's got us... She thinks that I'm taking the piss out of her for doing woo magic because I didn't want to watch... I said, well, astrology's not everything. Maybe we should talk about, like, you know, you and your personality, like, you know, or something like that. Instead of that, he said, well, astrology's not important. I don't give a fuck. You know, what are you, like, some woo magic? And she said, like, it's not always midnight. No, it's at the moment it's 10 o'clock and it's New Year's Eve. So at midnight, when it gets to that, we'll play the song and we'll I was going to say have the cry, but we don't have to have a cry. Scary pop-pop's going on. Yeah, my doggy's here under my foot. We're doing a chill stream, watching 10 dates. We've got our own woo magic to do later on. With practical magic, we're going to draw some cards for people in chat. We've got Cat Tarot, Starseed Oracle, and we've got Woodland Wardens. So we're going to draw some cards. A couple of these you might call more fun, less. You know, I'm not promising that the Woodland Wardens have any sort of special historical magical connotation or anything, and the practical one's quite fun as well. So for the future, for the new year, pull some cards for people in chat. I wouldn't have said this to this lady, and I would really make a big thing about like not wanting her to run away and be upset. But then again, when she's got that idea in her head that you're taking the piss out of her, like it's fucked. Maybe joking around was the wrong thing. I was trying to say no, I'm not saying that. Let's just like lightheartedly change the subject. But no, we went fucking well off.
You're not going to take me seriously. I'm not about this.
Oh my god. So now I'm single. 10 dates turned into no dates, and I'm single, and I've lost.
You shouldn't have really joked about it.
Listen, she doesn't have a sense of humour. That's not my fault.
Yeah, agree.
It was a little joke. She was talking about The moon and the stars ruling everything. I just made a little joke about it was past my bedtime. It's not exactly like.
I think you have too much of a sense of humour.
No, like, he's right. The joke wasn't about her being an idiot. It was about, well, 11 o'clock's past my bedtime, so I wouldn't be doing that, ha ha. It wasn't chastising her for thinking, like, anything about numbers or nothing. Like,
maybe I shouldn't have made it.
Speak to you later.
Maybe.
Bye.
All right, goodbye. Good night. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
London, city of dreams.
So, who's getting the third date?
Well, Misha.
I've run out of dates.
You clearly haven't been paying much attention. It didn't go very well.
Yeah, I'm shit.
I don't have any options. Are you?
Back to the drawing board?
I blame you.
Why me?
Because you brought me to this speed dating event.
Yeah, but it was your personality that to talk to them all.
Thanks. No, that's great. No, I'm gonna finish this drink and I'm just gonna go on the streets. That would be really nice.
He's on another date with her, though, effectively, isn't he? So things are going well with Misha, in a way. We didn't ask Misha about her dates. Ryan's search for love continues. Does it? What, indefinitely? Oh my god, I failed the game. I literally failed the game. Fuck. Right, because it was called 10 Dates, right? Listen, like the first game took me 3 streams to finish. Now I knew this one was shorter because it was speed dating in some ways, but also it's called 10 Dates. So I thought in the first one it's called 5 dates because you effectively go on 5 dates. There's sequences, you whittle it down and you go on like a few dates and then another follow-up and then final date with the special one. And, you know, it's called 5 dates. It's like a process. But this was 10 dates, like the sequel. And I thought it would take maybe 3 to 5 hours. And what it's taken is a lot less than that. And it's not New Year's Eve now. It's not New Year's Eve now, but it's because I failed. I didn't get follow-up dates. I could have had another follow-up date with that other girl, but I chose not to because I thought, like I said, let's just follow my feeling on it is I don't want to go on 2 different dates on 2 different days. I'd rather just follow it with one lady and see how it goes. But it went badly and she got eggy and ran off. So we can play the game again and I can go through those speed dates again and hope to try and win Book Girl. We'll watch a little video in a minute. We'll watch Simcast's review of the... because I like Simcast, don't I, and listening to what she says. But I'm shocked that I failed the game, basically. And in these relationships, look, now, Azalea, look, astrology isn't everything. Well, I thought I should have pressed it. Obviously, I shouldn't have fucking pressed it, should I? I should never have looked at this. Kiss Azalea, that's not going to happen. Let Azalea pick up the tab. I don't know if I should do that. Maybe that'll get me thrown out the building again. Kiss Azalea. I thought you do these things and you get to kiss Azalea. That's not how that works. I failed with Azalea now. She hates me. There's all these people. Jake, Bash, Ty, Lucas. And right. If you play as the girl, Misha, you go out with a date for Jake, Bash, Ty and Lucas, yeah? And maybe Hazel's the one that runs the event. Because I've got Kathleen, Brandy, Azalea, Tony and Derek. And maybe the other side of that is Jake, Bash, Ty, Lucas and Hazel. Well, I can't date Hazel. Kathleen, we never got started. I failed the game. Pick up Spizzle. Are you literally asking me who my actual best mate is in real life? Like, I've got a number of really close, also quite distant close friends. So I'm not going to list them off for fear of doxing people on the stream, but I've got a few besties. There's also one very special person in my life, my sister, that's one of my best friends. And a lot of her friends are my friends as well. But we had a crew back in the day, as far as and wide as they've gone, some of them to other countries. We had a crew back in the day, and going to raves, doing the growing up together, the bonds have remained. I think basically. The bonds have remained. And I'm playing the wrong piece of music now. Chuffer. Oh, there's the doggy under my foot again. Happy New Year if people are having a New Year that's a different time to us around the world. Happy New Year to you. I can't believe I failed 10 dates. I thought I was good at dating. Like, in the real life, I wouldn't have been as... Like, I was a bit eggier, wasn't I, about how Ryan performed in that as well, though. So in the real life, I think I wouldn't have failed as many things as Ryan did. I think I'd have done a little bit better than Ryan, to be honest. I think it was Ryan's fault. I'm gonna put it down to Ryan. I did have this lined up, though, because I thought... we might need a backup. We might go back to 10 dates on this stream and play it longer, or we might get into the magic cards a bit earlier. My plan was to try and go long tonight, because I feel like with New Year's, people might go out, maybe even come back in a bit late. I remember being up at like 4 in the morning at New Year's Eve, maybe later. I mean, I'm not going to go till 7 in the morning, am I? But I remember being up at 7 in the morning and watching the television and thinking, if only there was something better on. Well, now I can be that something better. For the end of the year, we love a bit of Simcast, don't we? And I know that we said we're not going to talk about all those other nutters, but she's going to talk about a couple of them. And we're going to also find out about the food and stuff. And it's a nice sum up of the year, isn't it? Rather than me doing it, it's nice for Simcast to do it. You know how much I love Simcast, don't you? So I think since all the dates went wrong, should we listen to Simcast? Like, it's only a bit of fun for the new year, alright? Everyone chill out, let's listen to what Simcast has to say for a bit, and I'll critique it, and we'll all have a nice time.
So hello, we've reached the end of the year, guys. I want to give thanks to my subs and visitors who've always been respectful and supportive, and I think it's very important that I do give you all a bit of respect and show my gratitude. I also want to show you my top video. I'm not going to tell you what my top video was this year, but 164 hours of my top video was watched. And I have said to you...
Okay, already this is making me cross, so I'm going to skip past the statistics. Thank you, of course. I'll say the same thing. Thank you to everyone that watched.
I decided that I wanted to do an end of year review on how the year's gone, what's Ireland related and YouTube related, and you know what's been happening on the tubes and on the scene. You know, who knew that AD and BAM would be taken down, that I would no longer be a friend of BAM, or if there ever was a friendship, and I'll talk about that a bit later. I also want...
Ooh, friendship with BAM over. Friendship ended. Friendship ended.
To examine the relationship between Chris and his father, Chris Watson and his father in this episode. Because there's a lot of people who question the reason why did Chris choose his dad to come into the room to confess to over his mother. And
right, I don't want to hear about that either. I don't want to hear about that either, really. It's like, not in this end of year summing up. I think that's got nothing to do with it.
And I've got my own theory for that, so I want to talk about that. And just about, things that have happened within the year, whether it be on the news or on the tubes, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
First thing I want to start with, and get this out of the way before I really begin, is I've shared with you a desire to leave England.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you what I like about England, but I'm also going to tell you why I want to leave England as well. And I came to England when I was 5. I wasn't born here, but I'm half British.
Fair enough.
And when I first was coming to England, I thought England was going to look like Switzerland.
I wonder where you came from to develop those early thoughts. But 5's very young, and I wouldn't really remember what I would have thought of 5 either. But maybe it was a big life change, so maybe you had lasting memories of it. But
that was my image of England. I thought it had mountains, that it was going to have lots of snow, and that it looked like a Switzerland poster card with mountains and snow on the mountains. And that was my picture as a 5-year-old of what England looked like. And when I came here, it was absolutely nothing like that.
Skull Shaver, the power of a smooth, clean
Fucking no one wants to shave their head, do they? Got an advert.
I got wrong is that England doesn't have a lot of mountains. It's not a country that snows a lot. I mean, at least not down here, not in the southeast. Maybe in the north.
I was going to start defending England on its mountainous qualities, but really, no, we're not a great skiing nation, are we? Like, Scotland and Wales have got the most mountainous parts, I suppose, of the British Isles. But England, the small section bit, not so many, no. Fair enough.
But not down here. And it has some hills, but it's not a mountainous country. It's really a flat terrain. It's not as mountainous and hilly or snowy as Switzerland. England is beautiful. I don't think it's as beautiful as Switzerland, but England is a beautiful country with a lot to offer. Don't get me wrong, England is beautiful. The Lake Districts, the Cotswolds, the West Country, Dover. There's a lot of beautiful places in England, and one of the things that I love most about England is the food. There's just so much going on on the food scene here, and you've got the famous TV personalities like Nigella Lawson and Gordon Ramsay. You know, don't be misguided about what people say about the food here. The food here is great.
It is, yeah. Yummies.
And it's not just British pub grub food, it's international food, Indian food, Thai food, Japanese food, Italian food.
I love it with Simcast is that she pairs this love of food with whatever the fuck it is she's talking about on the podcast. I'm calling it a podcast now. But whilst I kind of agree with her opinion on this, I don't know how it's managed to creep into the fucking end of your review.
The food scene here is amazing. In fact, if I didn't grow up in England, I don't know if I would have ever become a foodie. But then again, I don't know. It's just the international flavours that we have in this country is just amazing.
Kat, you don't need to meow. I've already fed you. You just don't know it. I put it in I put your tooties in the bowl already. But if you want to come here and be in the bed and do that, you can be in the bed. I've already done your tooties. I've done it. You like this? Do you want to go in the bed? Do you want me to pick you up and put you in the bed? Come on. You're going to go in the bed, yeah? Nope. I've done your tooties. If you want tooties, just go and get it. It's already. I put it in the bowl. I was prepared.
But there are lots of downsides of England as well. One of the things that constantly amazes me about England is the amount of spiders and flies that are in this country. With all the years that I lived in Jamaica, I never saw any
5 years.
Any spiders, and I'm being serious.
You lived in Jamaica for 5 years. Well, I don't know how long you lived there, but I'm assuming that's when you said you come here. Fair play. I see Jamaica as in the weird way, because I'm more borderless in my thinking, aren't I? But in a weird way, because it's the empire and because of the history of the British Empire, I see Jamaica as Britain. And so in the same way as I would say Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales, and Irish people, Northern Ireland, you know what I mean though? Like home nations, we all fought together against the baddies in the war. Obviously England did some pretty bad things in Ireland and stuff and around the world as part of its empire building. Britain didn't it? But the sort of hangover from it is that we're all connected now. So I think it's all cool, all good. But I didn't know that they didn't have spiders in Jamaica. In fact, I thought that tropical climates like that would have worse spiders.
At crickets at night, we had this beautiful apartment facing the central fountain. And we sometimes would see cockroaches in the apartment.
Where, in England?
But I've never seen the amount of spiders and flies. This is not a tropical country yet.
Is this your year-end review?
There's so many spiders here and so many flies. I don't know why. And
this is why I love Simcast. Honestly, right? whilst I do Nutter Watch on the show, don't I, a bit, and I bring up the internet nutters, Simcast sits somewhere in this weird world of I can listen to her talk, and I'm glad I'm bringing it up here, because like the way I ask these questions now, it's like this is what my brain does when I'm listening to it, but equally my brain sort of says to myself, it doesn't matter. Like when quite often big questions come up in my brain, you know, we're talking about Nicola Bulley stuff, or we're talking about politics, or big questions. Oh, with this, I can think, hang on, spiders and flies, and it doesn't matter. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Yes, we will check on Bob. Good idea, Dover and Dolly's mum. We certainly will check on Bob for New Year. We certainly will. We will finish the Simcast podcast first, and then we'll check on Bob. Yeah, good call.
I scratch my head wondering why they...
I'm not letting this completely degenerate into total Nutter Watch, but we will check on Bob. We will. It's a bit of a freeform. I might go back to 5 dates and see if I can win the Bookish Girls' affections, but I did think that game was going to last a little bit longer, maybe at least take us to New Year, and then we've got the cards, so when we get into the cards we'll set the tone and vibe, and we'll be chilling with the cards for a bit. But I am freeform. I am open to a bit of Bob.
Why are there so many spiders in this country? And it's not a tropical country. I expect to see that if I go to Brazil, maybe. You know, I've never been able to get my head around why there's so many spiders in this country. But, you know, that's one of the reasons, because I've been trying to get away from them all my life, and they just follow me around everywhere. And I have no clue why England, that is not a tropical country, that's in Northern Europe, has so many spiders. Now, that's a very insignificant reason. It's a very... how would you call it? It's not a big reason, yeah?
My guess is actually that the other countries have probably more spiders, but they exist in the outside because the country's tropical, so it's just warm, so they can just go around and be about and be spiders. But with our climate, it gets cold, so they get forced inside. So you have like house spiders and spiders that are up in your attic and stuff. And if they stay outside, they die. So they have to come inside. So you're sort of seeing them more because you're inside as well.
It doesn't carry a lot of weight. It's a frivolous reason. But there's other reason. One of the reasons is that we spend more for public transport in this country than anywhere else in Europe. Right. And yet we don't have reliable public transport. The cost of living in England is ridiculous compared to other parts of Europe that I think have just as much to offer or even more. Now look, we have Buckingham Palace, we have the royal family, we've got beautiful parks and gardens. Holland Park the Japanese garden in Holland Park is one of my favourite places in all of London, in all of the world.
Japanese garden in Holland Park. I didn't know about it. Kyoto Garden. I mean, look at that. She's not wrong. Look at that. It's all the Japanese acacias. It looks like something out of Genshin Impact. It's lovely. Yeah. She's not wrong. The Japanese Kyoto Garden in Holland Park. Why is there a Japanese Kyoto Garden in Holland Park? You've probably heard of or even been to Holland Park's Japanese Kyoto Garden. A combination of its impressive photogenicity. What? It looks good to take a picture with it, and inviting peaceful setting mean that it's one of London's least secret gardens. Well, it is now. We're blowing the lid wide open. Known for its colourful blossom trees, the Kyoto Garden is home to a rock waterfall, a pond with some pretty koi carp, and of course Holland Park's famous peacocks. How do they keep the koi carp? Like, presumably koi carp are expensive, so people might want to rob them, but then how are you going to do a fish heist? And then don't herons and other wildlife get attracted to just the easy pickings? How did a slice of Japanese horticulture end up in W8? Holland Park has a fascinating history. It used to centre around Holland House, previously known as Cope Castle, but the building was largely ruined in the Second World War. King James I once spent a night at the castle and used as an army headquarters. Maybe I don't care as much about the history of things as I thought I did when I was talking to that woman on that date. Oliver Cromwell dropped in regularly. Earl of Holland. It doesn't say about the Kyoto Garden is a much more recent addition, donated by the Chamber of Commerce of Kyoto in recognition of the Japan Festival held in London in 1992. So it's one of these. Listen, we've got one of these in my local town, and it is absolutely bizarre. in my local town, we got gifted a pagoda from China, like a pagoda, and it's lovely. It's like a little mini bandstand. It's a pagoda, and so what they did was they put it in one of our public parks, and like that's fine. Like we've got several little public parks around the area, and they put a pagoda in one. But no one in the local town, like it was because it was gifted by China or like a Chinese, like, you know, town fellowship swap or something like this, like some sort of gift. So thank you very much, they put it in, yeah. But nobody in the town could figure out. They started calling this place the Chinese Gardens. If you say now in town, are you going to go down? Oh, I'll meet you down the Chinese Garden. Everyone knows what that is. It's the place. It's the park that used to just be a park, and now it's got a pagoda in it. We used to call it something else as well, but you'd know it. You'd know where it is. So it's weird that it got that, because nothing else in our town, in any of our parks and stuff, has a Chinese theme. It's like my local town, in fact, it's Elizabethan in its theme, really, because there's a lot of Elizabethan buildings that have been kept from that era, and there's the whole historical context going on in it. So it's really, they put it in like this slightly out of the way park, and now we've got a Chinese garden. Like, it's weird, but it exists. So like, we're not going to say no. Thanks very much for your pagoda. Including the first international sumo wrestling competition at the Royal Albert Hall, Kyoto is well known for its gardens, and a well-known Japanese designer worked with the Royal Borough of Kensington to create this one. So there you go. It was opened in 2012 as the Fukushima Memorial Garden, commemorating the Fukushima earthquake, tsunami and nuclear disaster. That was bad, but now we've got a garden, so, you know, there's a payoff. Opened by the Embassy of Japan as a symbol of thanks to the British people for their support following the disaster. 2 Japanese gardens with 2 very different reasons behind them in Holland Park. So you've got 2 Japanese gardens, I'm led to believe now, in Holland Park with very different reasons, but both of them, you know, you're going to say the Japanese garden in Holland Park and you're going to think, well, it could be this one, it could be that one. How would I know? They're all Japanese and they're all in Holland Park. There you go there. So you're walking around in Holland Park and now there's like a Japanese corner. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Like the whole concept now, I'm thinking about it. Because you'd think that Holland Park was landscaped to be Holland Park, like not to be like randomly having Lego bricked Japanese corners in them. But I kind of like it as a concept in a way. What I would have probably done is I'd have allocated a new park and created a new park and put a Japanese park in instead of sort of changing an existing one that's been there hundreds of years. But hey, what can you do? We've got a park. She likes it. I like it too. Never been there. Tempted to have a little look now. Thanks, Simcast.
We've got the London Eye. It's a beautiful city, London, but cost of living here is absolutely ridiculous. And there's, you know, Switzerland is a stunningly beautiful country. One of the most expensive countries in the world, but the quality of life is very, very good. I question whether the quality of life is great here sometimes. You know, I was looking at a list of places that people want to live, you know.
Probably want to go on holiday for a bit, some places, and have a look instead of just completely moving there to find out. But I'd agree, like, you know, quality of life differs in different places around the world, and it depends what you want to take out of life. It's very hard to make a big move if you've got family commitments, but yeah, like open to think. Like one of my mates moved to Australia, and one of my mates moved to Ireland. It's different strokes for different folks and whatever.
A top 10 list.
It's a bit weird. This is the I thought what we were doing, right, is because the video is called "What Really Happened the Year AD Went to Rumble," and I thought this was her review of 2023 and the sort of crime, and it will come up, but I do love the way Simcast manages to talk for about 10 minutes before we actually get to the point.
And, you know, people in America were voting, you know, where in Europe would they want most desire to live? And England came at the very top. And I think that's because a lot of people have a fairy tale version of what England is.
No, I think if they're doing those lists, then it's about quality of life. Like, I think they have, like, do you have access to clean water? What's the cost of basic living? What's the cost of the, you know, they have all to, and like, what's your access to amenities? And like, there's all sorts, and then they probably gauge people's happiness in some ways, don't they, on some of these lists? I don't know. Maybe it's just people thought that England was like Switzerland.
And it's not a fairy tale. And, you know, when Meghan came to live here, I don't think she realised what England was really like.
Meghan?
But then her reasons for wanting to leave are
Meghan. Someone said to me at Christmas, they said, do you watch the alternative Christmas message? And another member of my family said, what's that? And I said, Megan does it. And then there was some eggy. They were like, Megan doesn't do an alternative. How dare she? How dare she? I was like, she doesn't really. Not that Megan. Calm down about Megan.
Very, very much different from my reasons, of course. I wrongly assumed that I'm starting this part again after I'm re-recording it. I wrongly assumed when I was a kid that every Christmas Day in England would have snow. And I know that's ridiculous, but that's just what I thought. And, you know, if I'm going to live in a place that has 2 seasons, it might as well, you know, 2 seasons that, you know, and it can get quite chilly and drafty in this country, then it might as well snow. All this wind and rain, I just find this kind of weather boring and not Christmassy.
Not Christmassy. 7 out of 10. Not Christmassy enough. Moving to somewhere where we have proper snow. Canada, Switzerland probably, by the sounds of it. I don't know.
I would just much prefer snow. The coldest day that I've ever experienced in this country was March the 1st, 2018. I will never forget that day. I remember...
I have not got the memory. Like, I remember it being cold sometimes, but I didn't put it in my brain that it was March the 1st, 2018 was the cold one. I don't have a memory like that. I wonder, it's making me wonder now what the hell was happening on 21st of March. March the 1st, I don't know.
When I was trying to go into my bag to get my key out to open the door, and my hands were literally burning. It was so cold.
Cold though.
And that's the weather I want on Christmas Day.
That's what you want.
Snow everywhere.
Where are you going on Christmas Day to get that cold? You want to stay in on Christmas Day? Oh, that's the point. It's nice and cold outside, nice and nice inside.
There's stillness in the air. The skies were clear. The birds started.
Sometimes it's like that on Christmas, and sometimes it's not. It's global warming, that is. That's not anything to do with England. I'm not being patriotic here, but that's global warming. Like, it's all right. Maybe you should just go on holiday for Christmas. I don't know.
Chirping differently. The foxes, they
screaming.
were nowhere to be seen. And the birds that...
The foxes were nowhere to be seen, apparently. So why did we list them? I don't know why I'm getting into this.
Did come out were kind of looking around bewildered. So, you know, I remember my neighbour used to do these great Christmas decorations, and
I wish I was sponsored by Alpro Soya Milk. This is where your tippies go, and it's where all my calories come from. Anyway, you were telling me about your neighbour's Christmas decorations.
The only snow we'd gotten that year was in December, but it was the early part of December, and by the time Christmas Day had come, there was no snow. So anyway, I'm going to try and wrap this up. One of the most poignant things that have happened this year is AD being taken down.
Right, okay, all of a sudden we're into this. Okay, Simcast's view on it, I'm not, you know, this is I'm not trying to make a big thing of it, but I did want to just hear what she said for a New Year message.
And I've watched the video of, you know, his swan song video several times. You can see that the wind has really been taken out of his sail, and he's bewildered because he thought he was invincible. And I think that Bam thought she was invincible. Bam lost the game. Whatever game she was playing online, she lost. And I think that's part of the reason why she didn't immediately come back, because she liked to throw her weight around and say that she was going to get this channel and that channel, and she was going to do this and that. She had a personal reference number for various departments. And yet, look at what happened to her, you know. And I think that was kind of, I think it got to a point where AD really did think he was invincible. And you could see that all of the life had been taken out of his face on the day that he got taken down.
Big old arc, wasn't it? Big old arc. Like I said, story arc. It's funny the way things happen like that, isn't it? No, none of us will ever know exactly what it was he said, you know, which particular thing he did, which particular report, or maybe it was a conglomeration or collection, you know, or none of us will exactly know exactly what and exactly why, will we? But who is Bam? Bam Bam's another one that like, she used to go on live streams and just say horrible things about people, like just horrible malignant things, and she also got her channel deleted this year. So it was a smaller ripple rather than a big arc. But yeah, the AD story. It's funny, isn't it?
And
everything.
I suppose I've got to take the rough with the smooth. I still didn't get round to buying YouTube Prime.
You know, my personal experience with AD has been very...
Oh, I pressed the wrong button there. Whoops. That's got to be my New Year's resolution, is YouTube Prime, hasn't it?
That day. I remember when I was trying to open, I was for various departments, and yet look at what happened to her, you know. And I think that was kind of, I think it got to a point where AD really did think he was invincible, and you could see that all of the life had been taken out of his face the day that he got taken down. And you know, my personal experience with AD has been very pleasant. I've had very pleasant exchanges with AD.
I haven't. He was particularly vicious, horrible. I've got the screenshots of where somebody posted my dad's address in our chat. That somebody, you know, there's been all sorts of horrible trolling from his camp, and he himself was quite rude to me on his streams and did other things that were quite rude and bad as well, like stealing content, stealing videos, being derogatory, making threats, going on like making up a weird conspiracy that I was like part of a gang stalking operation run by Mindy, and like getting into a really fucking weird headspace, saying some really creepy weird things. Yeah, I didn't have many pleasant exchanges with the man. He's not a very pleasant man.
But I noticed that when he talked about being taken down, that it was, you know, he never mentioned anything about justice for Shanann and justice for the girls. He always talked about justice for Shanann, justice for the girls, making sure all the people involved are where they should be. But there was no mention of that in the Swan Song video. It was all about money for him.
Yeah. They're in the bin now. He doesn't care about the fucking Chris Watts stuff anymore. It's in the bin now. He never really gave too much of a shit, did he? Like, it is always about money for him.
Oh, you know, he's lost this money, he's lost that money, he's not going to get that. And, you know, that's what it is about for AD. It's about money, it's about getting credit, it's about being a superstar. And, you know, he really did think he was invincible. I've got no ill will towards AD. Like I said, my exchanges, you know, the exchanges between me and AD have been very pleasant.
Yeah, but some of the things he said about people, that, like, some of the things I don't know. And, you know, as a person who came to the UK from a slightly different culture, I would think that some of the things he said about that would, like, make you not like him, but maybe on a personal level.
But I think he took advantage of the Watts case, and I didn't like his NK project. You know, it's not his job to go looking for NK, and they've said that the case is closed, and that's exactly what's happened. The case is closed, and it's been closed for a long time. So all the rabbit holes that AD took you on, that they were going to get NK, and NK was going to be joining Chris Watts, and he knows more about this case than everybody else. I hope his supporters now realise that it was all a phantom.
True that. But I would still quite like to look into the Nicole Kessinger sex cult. Maybe we'll do a bit of that on tonight's stream. You know, who knows where we can go with it. But I still have the videos to look at. I can't remember off the top of my head which ones they are, but I'll be able to find out. So maybe if we've got, you know, we'll maybe do a vote. Like, maybe you want to have a look at the Nicole Kessinger sex cult.
And he doesn't know more about the Watts case than anybody else. The person that really knows more about the Watts case than anybody else.
Sorry, Mr. Shannonite just won comments there. Sorry I'm late. Alpro offered me a lot of money.
Is Chris Watts. And, you know, when he and Cadle did this interview where they said, you know, other people are going to be joining Chris Watts.
Look, the cat has gone in the bed.
It was all phantom
Minty.
talk and fantasy talk, and it was a way to keep you all on his hook. But, you know, it was the right thing for him to go, I think. I think Rumble is a better place for him. And I've been listening to the recordings that Bam sent me, and like I said, I'm in two minds whether to ever upload them or not. I probably will never upload them. And the reason is I've got a bit of integrity.
And also because it will get you deleted off YouTube because she's been banned, and if you upload her recordings, it's banned circumnavigation, so you'll get banned as well.
Depending on what happens, I may upload some.
Big ups, Colette. I failed the dating. We can have another go at it if you want. We'll do a little choice. We'll decide whether we want to look at Nicole Kessinger's sex cult or if we want to look at me doing another run of the speed dating. But I failed the speed dating. I actually got a date with someone who was a little bit of a goth. In the end, I got a little bit of a date with a little bit of a goth, and then she said something about astrology, and I said, well, life's not all about astrology, is it? And then she said, if you're not taking me seriously, I'm going to leave. And then she walked out on the date, and I failed the dating. So,
but I don't plan to do that right now. And, you know, I started to do a little bit of reflection, and I reflect over and over again when I reflect. And the truth of the matter is, there were times when Bam was very nice to me. And I will never forget, there was a time when I was on her channel and somebody came in and was being very snarky towards me and not particularly nice. And one of Bam's subs and Bam herself removed that person from the live stream immediately. I will always be thankful and grateful for that. I will always be thankful and grateful for how nice her subs were to me when I was in her live stream and part of her channel. However, that doesn't give her...
Big ups, Padova. Yeah, we'll do Bob next. And if you're too poorly, sorry to hear that. Just get in bed. Don't worry about me in the stream. Like, just do whatever's best for you. Most important. Vitamin C, is it? Or I hope you're not too poorly.
The reason to then turn on me later on and make CP posts about me where she's not just going after me, but she's going after Ali, she's going after Mummy Ramblings. It doesn't excuse the behaviour in later years. Just because somebody, or in later months, sorry, because I wasn't friends with her for years. I was only friendly with her for a few months.
I think I just heard a dog squeaky toy.
But just...
Is that a little cheeky trick, like, to get the, you know, attention of the animals? Like in Scrooged. The man says, in Scrooged, the film, the Christmas film with Bill Murray, the executive of the network says he wants more animal interaction, basically, because animals watch tellis. So he's not suggesting we do full shows for animals, but, you know, a dormouse here, bit of string. Big ups DC Primetime, thank you for the $4.99. It's a funny vibe today, isn't it? It's New Year's Eve, and I told you it was going to be a chill vibe. And I'm taking us into quite a weird chill vibe place as we approach 11 o'clock in the UK. Around the world, I don't know when everyone's New Year's kicking off, but it's all New Year's. It's always midnight. It's midnight. It's always midnight. It's New Year's. It's always New Year's. Anna told us we were going to have a chill stream tonight, and that's what's happened.
Just because somebody was nice to you once doesn't give them the right to then turn around and behave like that towards you. And so if I ever do release her recordings, I won't be... Because that's one of the things that's on my conscience. You know, she did tell me certain things in confidence. And regardless of how it turned out between us, and then regardless of how, you know, she's not a very nice person. That's what ultimately what we've all discovered. But regardless of that, she was nice to me at one time. She did tell me things in confidence. There were good times. You know, I used to have conversations with Bam in the morning or early afternoon, and she would seem... She was always a little bit full of herself.
Big up Slotty.
At least a little bit. You know, there's always this me about her. You know, she was all about herself ultimately.
Because she's a massive narcissist.
But, you know, there's people like that in my family. I could take that. But we would have conversations and she seemed rational and reasonable. And even though there were a lot of things that she said about the actual Watts case that I didn't agree with, she's allowed to have her opinions. But then later she would go on her live stream and she would behave the way she ended up behaving. And I'd think, wow, these are two different people.
Oh, it was bad, wasn't it? She was saying some horrible things. Oh, her mouth was a bit of a toilet in that way. You know, potty mouth. Oh, she would say some horrible things.
The person that I spoke to earlier in the day is completely different to the person on this particular live stream. And I don't know if any of you ever saw it. But there was one time, you know, she had this big support going for AD. And if you were part of her channel, she basically wanted you to support who she supported. And she would say things like, we support AD in here. I made it clear to her that I would never support AD, that I would never donate to him. And I don't think she liked that. And I really could never really understand, after all the things that she'd said about AD that were not positive, why she would want to support him. But there was one time, and you know, I know now part of the reason was because of her absolute disdain for the R's. But once I was on her channel and, you know, she was talking about AD getting compensation, she was absolutely fixated on the idea that AD was going to get compensation and that AD was a sympathetic figure, which I didn't agree with. And I said on her channel to her that I don't believe AD will ever get compensation. And she snapped back at me.
Oh, she snapped back at you. I believe the court case is going to progress. You know, I believe there was some forward movement on December the 13th. And, you know, we haven't got full confirmation of exactly what and whatever, but hopefully the Rusic's court case will continue.
She's like, but you don't know that.
Alan Vinnicum, of course, being sued for defamation by the family of the murder victims of Chris Watts.
She was really irritated that I'd said that because it didn't go with her agenda.
This is the review of the year from Simcast.
And there was a bit of a silence, and then she said, you know, AD's going to win, he'll win. And, you know, I figured from there that she had an agenda. I don't know if that was in the later part of our friendship. I think it probably was. And I think it came to a time when, there came a time when she realized that she could not control my mind like she may have done other people, and that I was going to speak my mind. And I don't think she liked that at all. But I will always appreciate the kindness that her and her subs showed me in the beginning. But, you know, what I see of certain behaviors of certain people, I don't want to be part of it. I just don't want to be part of her circle anymore.
Well, her circle's been broken, hasn't it? And disbanded, as far as I can see. There's a few, like, there was another one caught a ban, wasn't there, from her circle?
Because of the behaviors. It's almost like she created an environment, and the people who were in that environment want to continue in that same, they want to continue their behaviors, the behaviors that they had when they were on her channel. They want to continue with that behavior now, and I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, true that. I'd agree with that. Like, that's the most sensible thing I've ever heard her say, is those people that were circling around her, like flies around shit, want to continue to do it, but like, there's no real place for it on YouTube, is there?
So that's what I do want to say
like,
about
there's a
that.
difference. There's totally a difference between what we do when we watch someone's content, react to it, critique it, and also, like, you know, with all the Alan stuff, reveal and expose his grift, his lies, his nonsense, some of his downright despicable behaviour. And there's another thing that goes on, like, from the Bin Bin crew, which is just horrible trolling, disability slurs, like just horrible trolling, like nasty horrible trolling. There's a total difference between the two things, and there's no place for the latter on YouTube, which is why they're getting banned.
You know, I listened to her talking about how much she supports AD and how she's got AD's back. And
when you think about it, in a way, you know, like summing up of the year, right? When you think about it, although I've not made a big thing of the Alan stuff, and she's talking about it a bit, and I, you know, went over it a little bit earlier, just briefly. It's for some people, it's been quite a few years of stuff going on that whole thing, and then 2023 is the year that quite a few of them got banned, terminated, it's over. And like the Chris Watts stuff, whilst people keep making videos about it on the internet, you know, people are going to keep doing it. Nothing else is really going to change in the future. I believe recently there was a bit more of an information dump, which turned out to be a bit of a nothing burger from the disclosure from the police side of things. But really, unless Chris Watts, or, you know, unless Chris Watts comes forward and says something different, but even then he's a liar, proven liar, or some other evidence comes out, or someone comes forward with something, nothing else is really particularly going to change, is it? And I think all those people that were following all that have to at some point accept that there's a point where you need to move on in your life. And like say, that was the chapter of my life where I focused on this quite heavily, and these are the answers we got or did not get, and nothing else now is to change. So like you can stare at something long enough to make a small difference, but you could spend that time making a big difference somewhere else. So yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
She would say, you know, we support AD in here and I'm going to be AD's star witness. You're going to be a star witness. Well, you and AD both got taken down. So what kind of star witness are you going to be? And she would say either Lady Witch or Voodoo was going to be another star witness for AD. And the stuff that she talked about and the way she talked was complete delusional fantasy talk, because she would get fixated on an idea and she would try and make that idea real, and she would try to convince you of her belief and her idea. And if you didn't go along with it, then, you know, it would irritate her if you didn't go. She couldn't convince me that AD was going to get any compensation. She couldn't convince me that AD was a sympathetic figure. And I think that's one of the things that she was annoyed with about me. There were other things as well, but I think, you know, her subs were very good at keeping their mouth shut and not telling her, at least not in her live stream, what they really thought, just letting her talk.
Well, that's all she ever fucking did. Talking's a way of describing it as well. More like the rants of like, you know, in the Exorcist where that girl gets possessed. It's like someone tuned the radio to hell. Like you got to hear straight from, like in constant, like awful. It was awful.
I just wasn't one of those people, and like I said, I make no excuses for my.
Lottie, this is Simcast. We watch her sometimes. She like comments on the Kramer. She was around for all the Chris Watts stuff, and like whilst I have a laugh and critique her media production style, because even like, I haven't even mentioned, have I, the pictures, the setup here. We've done that before. Like the thumbnails do my nut in. But she released her sort of year's review. Like as promised, it's what really happened. The year AD went to. I thought she was just going to like sum up the review in true crime drama in that sort of circle we've been covering in Battery Exhausted. So I'm getting some flavour of that from this. That's what this is. Bless her. Yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. But it's been the cause of some mirth to me over the last year. The Simcast podcast. It's not a podcast. I mean, what defines something as a podcast these days, actually? I want to find out what defines a podcast. Because Darkside Phil does this. He has the Level 1 podcast. And the Level 1 podcast is his stream before he starts playing the game. A podcast is a program made available in digital format for download over the internet. For example, I don't know about examples. So a program that's made available for download, maybe it counts. Maybe this is a podcast, but I don't think it really is. I think it's a YouTube video or a vlog, really.
Relationship with Bam. I participated in some of her drama for a few months. I did. I'm not pretending that I didn't. I tell you, I've got voicemails. I've got many voicemails that she recorded and sent me. I was friendly with Bam for a time, but you know, I think I also left at the right time, and whether she blocked me or not, that's her business. I wouldn't have known because I never went back to her channel after a certain time. And to be honest, I don't care, because I actually think that there's something very wrong with her behavior and how she treats other people and how she sees other people.
There we go, yeah. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. I just heard a bit of a POP in the background there, so I think my dog's going to get a bit scared. But yeah, that's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. There's not much point in caring because she is fucking nuts.
And so I don't.
And I've got recordings, like we've all had our moments of recording Bam, but ultimately, like, she's just gone away, thankfully, since she's been banned. So I do wonder what she does now. I wonder whether she does Zoom calls to her inner circle, like ranting away at weekends, or whether she just rants away into the void, you know, shouting up the fireplace. I don't know, but thankfully she has been banned and has gone away.
don't care how she feels about me now.
I can see some of you pressing that button. There's a button with little hearts and smiley faces. It's not just the like button, it's in chat, it's a button. And when it happens, it makes the little things, like they flash above, look. If I press the button, look, like that button, it makes them, and you can see them going there.
But,
sorry.
I make no excuses of the fact that I was friendly with Bam, and I'm going to be very open and honest about it. And if I ever do release the recordings that she sent me, I'm going to show you her in all her facets.
Got to be careful about that, because ban circumnavigation, if Simcast is listening, ban circumnavigation would be, she wants you to hear this and wants it to be out on YouTube, so you've used your YouTube channel to put it up there. But another way to do it would be to frame it in a different way, to say, I'm critiquing this, and she's been banned off YouTube, but she's still making content, so I'm not ban circumnavigation presenting her content for her. I'm critiquing it and breaking it down and showing you little clips and moving through it in different ways. So I want to be careful about that, but you can do it, I suppose.
Times when she was moody and annoyed with people for no reason. She didn't like Salty. That's a secret that I'm sharing with you, and I can prove it. I'm going to show you the times when she was saying nice things to me as well. If I do ever release her recordings, I will let you hear all facets of her personality. So anyway, on to Chris Watts. Some people talk about, one of the recurring things, well, there's a lot of delusions and fantasy talk about the Chris Watts case. And I heard a creator say the other day that NA should be looking over her shoulder. NA is looking after her kids, looking after her health.
Okay, for this bit, I'm going to speed it up a bit now, because who's NA?
NA, Weld County, are not interested in NA, and she will never be where Chris is. Never. NA is a loving mother, and she was a loving friend, and she was concerned about her friend, and she helped.
Oh, that's the friend of County. We have to talk in code for some reason.
Never ever be where Chris is. So anyone thinking that NA is ever going to be part of the equation is very, very mistaken. Even if one day he decides to say, or NK was involved, unless he has proof of that, nothing is going to happen.
Yeah.
Weld County are not interested in anybody else.
Do you know what? I'm actually surprised because Simcast has been part of this for a lot of them. The whole thing, it's weird with the Alan stuff is because they all had their 5-year beef, didn't they, or whatever. So it's interesting to hear someone from this world recognise that things have fallen apart. The people who are bad have been rightfully banned. The court case will probably go ahead with Annan because the Ruseks have got a legitimate grievance, a proper court case with proper lawyers, and that will go ahead. And he's on he's basically talking to himself on Rumble, not making a good job of it. The TikTok is basically clippings from the news and old Madeleine McCann gossip without his face on it to make sure that people don't get the wind of who it really is. And it doesn't really matter. He might be able to grift and grind a couple of £100 off TikTok in a month to witter away on poker. But he's that whole arc, that whole YouTube arc, what we talk about on YouTube, the whole big story. Like we said, it's for the true crime drama surrounding the Chris Watts case, and for the Chris Watts case, it's all sort of finished. And there's now just there's even people on YouTube now who've come in all this time later and made a video about it in 2023 and got a lot of views because it's an entirely new audience of people who didn't watch any of that stuff from all those years ago, and they can be interested in a new way in 2023. But there is no sort of future in rolling around in that dirt anymore, basically. Not for even the people who were the whole, whether you're a Shiner or a Kramer or a whatever, there's not much future in it, is there? So it's life is full of changes and processes and change. So what would I name my child? John Herbert Jessup.
Interested in one person and one man, and he's in Wisconsin. It's a man in Wisconsin. That's the only person that they were interested in, no one else. But there are people who talk about the fact that Chris chose his father over his mother to speak to have in the room, to confess to, that he chose his father over his mother, and have questioned why that is. And I think when you see the video of Chris in that room with his father, you understand why. Ronnie is very cool, calm, and collected, and has a very...
Okay.
He has that calm, cooling presence. left. I've made so well done to you if you've reached this part of the. He has that calm, cooling presence, and I think that was more desirable to Chris. That was more desirable for Chris to confess to than somebody like his mother who would have just been all over the place.
This is brilliant.
So because a lot of people bring that up. Why did Chris want his mother there? No, why did Chris not want his mother there? Why did he want his father there over his mother? And I think it's because of Ronnie's gentle, calm nature. So well done to you if you've reached this part of the podcast.
So well done to you if you've reached this part of this podcast. I've taken us here. Soup. Do you remember when we had that soup? Soup, a lovely soup, a spicy carrot and coriander, a chili chowder. Miso, fighting in the dojo. Crouton, crunchy friends in a liquid broth. So, how did soup become this is the review of the year. These are different kinds of soup. Maybe she's done different soups over the year and she wants to review her different soups. What I would say is that whilst quite a lot of these dishes are served with consommé, in the main, they look like complete meals that you might call maybe broth. I mean, one of them's got a full oxtail in it. So is that oxtail soup or is it a consommé with a slice of braised oxtail? Like, we're bending the rules a bit, but yeah, go ahead and tell me about soup. I'm vegan. I don't want to eat any of this.
Cast. I want to get.
She's sending me to sleepies. I know. Listen, it's New Year's Eve and we're going to move towards midnight, and I'm going to be chill stream. Like, I'm not going to be like playing loads of loud. I've got a little song for New Year, the Old Lang Syne and stuff all lined up, but I'm going to play a chill version and then a sort of cool version, and then we're going to move on to the cards, and it is a chill vibe. And do you know what? I watch a lot of these I'll say nutters in inverted commas, but I watch a lot of people on YouTube that other people don't watch for the content, but I watch them because they make me chill out and sleep piss. And like, for whatever Simcast says and for whatever's going on with the thumbnails, I've now grown to love the idea that occasionally we just go fuck. Like, I could be listening to this and I could have zoned out, and then I could think to myself, hang on, what are we talking about? Why are you telling me about soup? And I like that. It's like a brain massage. So this is my New Year's celebration. It's a nice chilled one.
My soups and stews, and I've made all kinds of soups over the winter in previous years.
It's like nice to look back over the year and think we've done good work here, and then look forward into what we could do next year to make positive plans for the future. And I think the New Year's is a good time to do it. I think we've with the Nicola Bully stuff, we've come to the end of season 1. Season 2 is going to be a lot deeper and a lot more I want to kind of talk about Brian Harvey and shout him out in this, because with Brian Harvey, he's got surface level Brian Harvey pop star. Then you've got this next deeper level, which is Brian Harvey pop star saw some things in a nightclub and called them out and got phone tapped, or thought he got phone tapped but didn't know back then. Then you've got a deeper level of the phone tapping and all that goes wider and into other things, and it touches things like the murder of Millie Dowler. And then you've got a deeper level where you've got the people that were tapping the phones and other agencies that are involved, and and all this stuff. And if you just start with Brian Harvey pop star or Brian Harvey whoever, you can't explain it in one breath that down here at level 5, the deeper levels, it's real and it makes sense. And but you need to watch series 1, series 2, series 3, series 4 before you get to series 5, don't you? It's like trying to explain on Game of Thrones who the big players are in season 6, why she's got the dragon and what's going on here. You need to go back to season 1, and that's what they do with these big long stories, is they start you off at season 1, and you've got season 1, Brian Harvey pop star, lady with dragon eggs, whatever. You know what I mean? By season 2 and 3, things have gone on, and you're deeper in it. And that's the whole thing with these stories. And I think it's difficult with Brian as an example, is that you jump in and find out, okay, Brian Harvey, let's see what he's doing on YouTube. And you're jumping in at season 5, and it's too complex, and it sounds a bit like what's going on. But you need a sort of simple walkthrough from season 1. With what we've done with the Nicola Bully case, relating it to that, all this stuff that's been going on this year, that's been season 1. And I feel like I've come to the conclusion of season 1. There's no more necessity for me to talk about. I mean, I will talk about the IOPC report, and I will go through some of the details of the timelines and the inconsistencies, but there's no more mileage or anything to be gained from me going over the same old ground again and again, like around in a circle, in the way some true crime channels do, because it's about the next level, the next layer, and I've discovered my way into it. It's like, do you know in Westworld, where at the end of season 1 in Westworld you find out there's that labyrinth and there's like this deeper level, and you're like, oh my god, and then season 2's coming, and it's like that with the Nicola Bulley stuff. So for Super Chuff for next year, there's going to be ongoing Nicola Bulley style surrounding content, that deeper investigation, and there's going to be the next level with this podcast and the content. Over here on Battery Exhausted, it's like season 1, like the Alan season, like in I don't know why I've got soup on the fucking thing. In The Wire. The Wire is this ongoing story about stuff. Like the ongoing story is the drug crime in the city of Baltimore. But season 1 is about a particular policeman and the beat and, you know, the job on the ground. But season 2 takes you to a totally different area of Baltimore, totally different characters, and tells you a different part of the story. But it's still The Wire. And I feel like with Battery Exhausted, we're going to have interesting, different nutters to watch. And there will be lots of other people. Like, it would be a shame to only have focused on this one person all this time and miss all the other interesting nutters and grifters. We haven't done the tarot yet, Colette. No, I was aiming for after the midnight hour for that. We've got about 50 minutes before the midnight hour, so it's coming soon.
Make matzo ball soup, which is dumpling soup, and I make all kind of dumpling soups. I've made seafood soup or stew, cioppino, oxtail soup, chicken soup.
Do you know what's fucking insane about this is? I know she has, because all year she's been telling me at the start of every fucking episode that I've wanted to watch about whatever true crime drama she's presenting and talking about. She's told me about what she made for dinner. And now, I'm right, I remember her making the Jewish chicken soup, and she told me about it, how she likes Jewish people in chicken soup. I remember her making the oxtail soup. You're right, you have made these soups.
Corn, potatoes, dumplings, that's my hand you see in the photograph in the bottom left. I've made beef rib soup and all types of soups. You know, I even make tomato soup. I like.
Okay, it's not vegan, right? But I would actually really enjoy the idea that, like, you could be like, oh, what are you doing today? And she's like, I've made this fucking awesome dinner. And I'd be like, wow, this is brilliant. If it was vegan, I'd eat it. But, like, you know, as a concept, this is great. Yeah, like,
soups.
I like cooking as well. But I don't know what it has to do with the. I suppose for her it's the review of the year, and part of the year has included introducing us to the cooking like this. So
I'm a big soup and salad person, and I like curries and I like stews as well. So I'll be getting back to all of that over the winter. You know, I want to wish everybody a happy new year, happy 2024. I won't be going out because of the weather. My mum lives around the corner. I won't be going to her place either. I'm just going to stay in and watch everything on TV.
Did you say because of the weather you're not going out? But you complained that the weather wasn't cold enough. Well, if this is too cold for you to be going out, then what's the fucking point? Why do you want it any colder? I'm a bit thrown.
It's just with the weather being windy and the various storms we've had, I've seen people stranded at various train stations, at Eurostar, cancelled. Sometimes planes aren't even flying and getting cancelled. I just can't be bothered with all of that, so I'm not going anywhere for the new year. I also want to mention something quickly about Natasha Cooper and Gaza. I've been very affected by what's going on in Israel this year.
Who's Natasha Cooper? Don't tell me that she's going to be Natasha Cooper, English fiction writer. Don't tell me she's going to be a news reporter. I think it's this news reporter, isn't it? Or is it this lecturer? Which is Natasha Cooper? I think it's going to be the news reporter. So for some reason, some of my favourite nutters on the internet are really into news reporters, and they have their favourites, and they have their people they don't like, and they like part their comment on it.
And I feel sympathy for both Palestinians and Israelis.
That's
okay?
Nice.
Because I've had people come to my channel and saying stuff about that. I have sympathy, particularly for the children that have been caught up in all of this on both sides of the aisle.
Okay, good. That's a nice way to finish your... I'm not going to listen to any more of your nonsense, right? I thought this was the soup section, but it does lead me nicely into donating to Save the Children. So, let's give a single donation. 25 notes. Go on, then. That sounds nice. Boost it by adding gift aid. Certainly will. Let's do PayPal. I'm being taken to PayPal, so I'm going to fucking take this away so you don't see it. If you want to donate to me, I'm coffee.com/Ganji, and you can have your things read out on screen. Tell me your New Year's resolutions or your highlights from the year. I'm going to be doing this on my PayPal balance. Thank you very much. Review the order. Thank you so much for your donation. Please don't close this page. Okay, I won't do. Do I want my transaction ID to be declared on the screen? Yeah, I don't think it matters, does it? Or does it? I'm just going to screenshot it, right? Just in case the transaction ID is some sort of like personal details that I don't want to... Just going to screenshot it like that, and then I'm just going to go over to Twitter. I'm not trying to show off about charity, but I'm not going to actually post it to Twitter, but I'm just putting it there so you can see, look, that's what I just screenshotted. That's off my clipboard. Just paste, copy and paste, you know. So there you go, £25 plus $6.25 gift aid to Save the Children. So yeah, I agree with her principle there about the children. She's got a good point that she made there. That's the point. Well done. Well done, Simcast.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Bizzle.
Bizzle sent tippies. Happy New Year all. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. It's been a mad year, hasn't it? It's been a mad old year. We've had memes. We've had investigations. Started a podcast. We've had Steve of the Dead. We've had this. We've had this. Haven't we? We have had that. All of this. Nuts, innit? Nuts. He's gone off the reservation this week, hasn't he? Haven't heard any more from him, have we? Let's have a quick check of that. Oh, we want Bob next. We're going to go Bob next, aren't we? So we have had some uploads from Eddie's Vinyl Break. Since he was going underground, we've had 10cc I'm Mandy Fly Me. I don't know what that means. Pilot, January, UK #1. So that's about flying. Mika, Grace Kelly Live from Jules Honnold's Hootenanny. So that's a New Year's one, 21 hours ago. Mika, Grace Kelly. I know I don't like Grace Kelly, but mad. What's he trying to say? Actually, this is funny because like we'll do the text-to-speech on this one. We'll do Bob next, right? But I just want to quickly do this because this is funny. So Mika, Grace Kelly, because you know he likes to put... Eddie likes to put meaning in the lyrics, secret meaning in the songs, yeah? So I just want to hear what the, you know, the secret meaning in this is.
It's raining again.
I couldn't be happier.
Tracy sent tippies. Happy New Year, Scott. It has been a mad year. We'll be glad to get this one over with. Thanks for all you do. Your channel has kept me going. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It has been a mad year, hasn't it? It has been a balmy year, really, in lots of ways. I mean, like... I don't want to say the C word, because, you know, it gets you done on YouTube, doesn't it, or whatever, but since 2020 and all that going down, like, things don't... We all thought, well, things will go back to rights after this, but I'm not getting political tonight on, like, you know, human rights and the way things are going or whatever, but, like, you know, things haven't got back to normal, have they? Everything's been a bit, like, fucking mad since.
I want to talk to you. The last time we talked, Mr. Smith, you reduced me to tears. I promise you it won't happen again. Do I attract you? Do I repulse you with my queasy smile? Am I too dirty? Am I too flirty? Do I like what you like? I could be wholesome, I could be loathsome, I guess I'm a little bit shy. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Without making me try.
What is he saying with this one? What's he saying with this one? Why has he picked this one?
Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Without making me try. I tried to be like Grace Kelly, MH. But all her looks were too sad, So I tried a little Freddie, MH. I've gone identity mad. I've gone identity mad. I've gone identity mad. I've gone identity mad.
Have you?
I've gone identity mad. I could be brown. I could be blue. I could be violet sky.
I could be hurtful.
hurtful.
I could be
I could be
purple. I
purple.
could be
I could be
anything
anything
you
you
like. Gotta be green. Gotta be mean. Gotta be everything more. You like me? Why don't you like me? Why don't you walk out the door? Obviously, I can't have the music on because copyright. Thanks, YouTube. You think Jules Holland would let you have the Hootenanny for YouTube for fucking New Year's, wouldn't you? But no, it would get me deleted. But that bit of a weird choice. ABBA, Happy New Year. Well, that's about New Year, isn't it? Leslie Duncan, Sing Children Sing. And Blanca, solo, Eurovision, Poland, Blanca. What? I'm beyond trying to work it out. Bob's got 2 channels these days, hasn't he, though? Bob's doing the old red channel, blue channel. He's got 2 channels now. God entered the body into my body the same size. Is this the one he's using? That's 11 months ago. And shorts. No, these look like they're fairly new, don't they? Yeah, this is the one he's... Is it? We'll look at these anyway. This is a very strange, different move from Bob here. I've not seen this from Bob before.
Did you know that Walmart replaced this with SuperTech? Walmart used to sell genuine 10W40, only one grade, and I believe it's made by Warren Oil Company. I believe SuperTech's made by Warren Oil Company, although I think some other oil companies like Pennzoil and maybe Valvoline also help make that. Anyway, we all love SuperTech. We all use SuperTech. I don't have SuperTech in either one of my vehicles now, but this is probably what's going in next. Anyway, always remember, before SuperTech, greetings, YouTubers. This is a gallon of Motivator 10W30. This was what Kmart had made for them and sold.
This is December the 17th. What the fuck is God not? Is God having a day off? He's letting you talk about motor oil for the day.
Know that Quaker State once sold the Intelligent oil. You see that on there?
Hang on, look. This has all got cobwebs on it, Bob. This has been on your shelf for a long time, hasn't it, Bob? This is an old bottle, isn't it, Bob? Are you sleeping down there with the cobwebs?
The commercial that Quaker State aired when they came out with this 4x4 synthetic blend actually implied that this oil could think. It knew what to do when it was hot, and it knew what to do when it was cold.
Well, it obviously can't think. Like, it's just a commercial, isn't it? But what's this got to do with God? This one... I feel like, for once, clicking dislike on one of Bob's videos, because this description is December the 17th again. Quaker State makes products in blends motor oil to the finest quality. It's got nothing to do with God. God's having the fucking day off.
I've got about 50, 60 quarts of this stuff. Anyway, synthetic blends started popping up on the market. Maybe they've been around forever, but they started getting real popular around 2000 or so. This is one of Quaker State's very first synthetic blends.
Or is this something that God needs us to know about? Because, like, you know, I'm not keeping up on what's going on in motor oil terms, but if there's a conspiracy going on with motor oil and it's synthetic motor oil and something's going on, like, maybe we need to know. I don't know.
It was called 4x4. So, this is kind of neat, ain't it? Your Quaker State oil documentary.
Quaker State oil documentary. We've got another one, and then he starts.
There was a day when Sears.
This one's very quiet.
Retailer, and Sears had their own oil made for them. I don't know who made it, but this is what they sold: Spectrum. This is Spectrum 10W40.
Very quiet. So, but then we get this.
God entered into my body like a body my same size. It is about December 16th. It's Sunday. I drove the semi-truck last night. I took a set of well, I won't tell you what I did. I drove about 570 miles total, and took about 14 hours to drive, do all my driving, all my hooking and
Listen, I don't want bad things to happen to Bob, but he's wearing the FedEx uniform. Like, he's literally wearing the FedEx uniform, so FedEx aren't going to be happy with that, are they? Like, he doesn't drive the truck that comes to your house and delivers the parcels. He drives the big truck that takes the parcels across the country, yeah? And someone's got to do it. But, like, there's two things that I worry about with Bob. Is that I don't like it when he goes to the truck stop stations and goes in the toilets and makes his videos there. I worry about that. And then, like, well, there's more than two things. But the FedEx company, if I was you, Bob, I would probably change out of your work clothes for these videos, because FedEx are not going to be happy with this as a look on the internet from one of their employees, are they?
fueling up.
Oh, gifted memberships, actually, yeah, as well. Isn't there a special button for me to do that? Hang on. Is there a special button for me to do that? Gift the memberships. Happy New Year, you chuffers. I can gift some. Look, there's a button for me to do that as well. There's some from me. Enjoy that. Claire Mallinson, welcome to member. Pink Lady, welcome to member. Carol A, welcome to member. Merle Essex, welcome to member. And Two Trees, welcome to member. There you go. Happy New Year, you chuffers. I'm not making a big thing of it. But I really thank the people who gift memberships where it's not just an easy thing for them by pressing a button. They have to go through the rigmarole of doing it all and spending the money. So thank you for gifting memberships. But there's a few more thrown in the kitty from me. Happy New Year, you chuffers.
Everything else that I did, there was some waiting. Anyway, this is what truckers do to stay in shape. They have to exercise.
So now I'm fully convinced this is actually, like he's just said it there, this is what truckers do to stay in shape. I'm fully convinced that Bob is convinced that once he's been driving the truck for a long time, he needs to do this to stay. I thought this was all part of the God ritual. I thought it was part of communicating with God. I thought God had got into his body and told him to do this. I now no longer think this. I now actually think, and there's another conclusion to an arc, a strange arc in some ways. Why is God telling Bob to do this? I don't think God is telling Bob to do this. I think he's doing it to burn calories and increase his circulation. And I don't know about the knee pads, and I don't know about like the mess in the room and all that, but the jigging around, that I think that's part of an exercise, like a full legit Bob Hickman's patented exercise routine.
They have to exercise all the time. They have to not eat as much as most people would. On top of doing all this exercising, doesn't that make you want to be a truck driver?
No.
Well, anyway, rock and roll.
Rock and roll, Bob. You fucking savage nutter. What have you got for me next? It's too quiet, Bob. Why is Bob having problems with his audio? What? Or is it my having... Hang on, wait. Maybe it's me having problems with my audio. Let me just quickly do this. No, that's turned up to full, yeah? 3, 2... Bad chuffer.
Greetings.
No, we've not got problems with our audio. Bob's got problems with his audio. So, unfortunately, his New Year's message is going to go unheard. Unless I really pump it. Hang on.
It's December 31st, 2023. And this will be the last video of this year. So enjoy. God entered into my body like a body my same size. It's December 31st, 2023. And this will be the last video of this year. So enjoy. God entered into my body like a body my same size.
Right. Thanks. Happy New Year, though, in a way. Bob sometimes might listen to this. Like, I'm a bit thrown, obviously, because you haven't got your trousers on, Bob. But I would love it if you'd come on the show and just talk to me. Like, I have literally replied to your comments and said, please come on the show. So which channel is it that I'm replying to? Because I don't think it's this channel. I think there's another Bob Hickman channel, isn't there? God has entered into my body. Where's the other one? The one that talks to me. The red one. Where's the red one? Am I tripping? How am I going to find that? I don't know. I'm assuming that's his channel then, because I'm sure, I swear there's another one that talks to me. Maybe that's not actually Bob. Maybe that's a troll. How on earth? I'd have to scroll through my notifications until I saw the face of Bob Hickman. But it's achievable, maybe. You know, maybe it's achievable. It was way off in the past. No, he doesn't talk to me all the time. It was a bit of a strange one out of the blue. Bob was like, hey, just got some things to say. I can't remember what he said even. It wasn't bad. But it wasn't 6 days ago. I'm scrolling down and my notifications are from 6 days ago. And I'm scrolling and scrolling, but they're going to be from ages. The one I'm looking for is from ages ago, and Bob doesn't talk to me consistently, so I might not even spot it. This is a bit of a reach, you see. This is a bit of a reach. What was that one there? BHTV. For you, BHTV. All right, for you. Bit of a reach. And it doesn't really matter, because like Bob might just have like a second channel that has nothing on it. So the longer I spend looking for it, the worse my show is. So I'm already... Oh, there it is. Now I found it just at the right moment where I was about to give up. So here's the comment. Oh no, it is God It Came Into My Body. It's just the profile picture looks red for some reason. It's this channel. Which I presume is the same channel, isn't it? No, this is a different channel. This is a different channel. See, he's got two different channels. But the shorts are different. But I don't think they're that... Are these new ones?
You know, it's certainly nice to have some
8 days ago.
hard abs. But
Why are we having the microphone problems?
rarely do people see the work that it takes to get those.
Exercising in the bathroom. Make the time count. Your abs will thank you.
Wherever you are. I'm in a bathroom. At the... I'm not supposed to say, but library.
Bathroom at the library, he said. Like, why the library? Like, you shouldn't be hiding in the bathroom at the library. Like, running around and around in the bathroom to keep fit. So that if someone turns up, like, who's going to come in the bathroom? You're going to be in there. What are you doing in the bathroom in the library? That's not acceptable. That's weird. I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? That's not cool.
Anyway, everywhere you are is another place.
I know it's really quiet.
That's the way I look at it. If I can do it while I'm driving my semi-truck, I don't run, I do other things, then you can exercise out there wherever you are. You know, it's certainly nice to have some rock hard abs, but rarely do people see the work that it takes to get those. Are you willing to do it? Sometimes it means exercising wherever you are. I'm in a bathroom at the... I'm not supposed to say, but library. Anyway, everywhere you are is another place that you can exercise, is the way I look at it. If I can do it while I'm driving my semi-truck, I don't run, I do other things, then you can exercise out there wherever you are.
Right. The problem, Bob, like I said, is that people want to go in the bathroom to go and use the toilet, and then you're going to be in there running, so it's going to be really weird. I don't think it's appropriate. Not to be mean. And I still want you to come on the show. Let's see if we can hear this one. No, it's quiet. It's quiet, Bob.
God entered into my body like a body my son size. I am in the semi today. It's about December 23rd, Saturday.
Well, basically, what we can glean from this is that Bobby's still driving the truck, and he's still Bob, and sadly, he's had to step down in vocal microphone quality, so now you can't really hear his fucking. Like, his shorts are going to do even worse, which is a shame for him. I mean, his place is looking pretty scruffy. I'm not sure if that Santa is there from last Christmas. Just let me get a look at this Santa. Is this from this Christmas? What's going on with that? I need to know. I'm never going to find out. The Santa on the wall. But yeah. Oh. 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 I mean, that is what Bobby's dressed like, so it's not my fault. I'm not actually showing you his full exposed buttocks. They're slightly covered. You know, this is the true Bob experience. You know, if God is going to enter into your body like a body the same size, you have to expect there to be some side buttock exposage. I mean, he probably doesn't have time to come on the show when he's driving his truck, does he? Is Bob monetized? I don't know. I don't know. Please don't have him on the show. You'd have to say he wouldn't be physically in the room, but I'd love to ask him questions on the show. Why not? The monetization aspect doesn't matter to Bob, though. Remember, because he makes loads of money trucking, enough so that he can pay for a phone bill to call people up by taking the number, his local number, and then adding 1 and changing 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and going through the phone like that. He went through all the numbers, texting them all about God, didn't he? That was before he was on YouTube. You right, Nunes? Bob will come and join us one day. He will. When he's not busy driving his truck, I guess. Right, now it's time for Nicole Kessinger's sex call, maybe? Maybe? Is that what it's time for? Because that's like a natural lead-in, isn't it? I don't know. What's it time for? What do you want to do next? It's nearly New Year's. Nearly New Year's. I'm just looking for the name of the sex cult. I can't remember the name of the damn sex cult. In Seattle. Off the top of my head. It was a while ago. I had it lined up for videos. Oh, I think I might have found it. Don't worry, this is a doody moment. Doody. But service is going to be resumed in just a second. Doody. I think I might be nearly there. This is not the exact same place that I was looking at. Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, got it. Okay. Boom. This is the Nicole Kessinger sex cult. So, big up Stover and Dolly's mum. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year. Hope you have a lovely one. I hope it at least, goes off without incident. And we look forward to a more positive 2024. You got pop-pops going off, have you? We've had a couple. Marlo's all right though, ain't you, boy? You're dealing with it. And we are 20 minutes away from the actual official time in the UK. So we'll do 15 minutes looking at this. We'll do the actual time, and then we will do the cards. I'm not doing sex cult magic with the cards, but if you don't know who Nicole Kessinger is, she was flying down the motorway with the child locks on. Child locks on and I'm flying down the motorway. Yeah, big love to Dover and Dolly's mum. Hope you have a nice evening. Or whatever, I'm not very good at saying goodbye things. Child locks on and I'm flying down the motorway. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Nicole Kessinger's brown bikini. Right. Oh, some of these are blurred out. They're that sexy. But a certain special someone loves this, don't they? They fucking love this. Nicole Kessinger in a brown bikini. A certain angry internet sleuth, grifter, really fucking loves Nicole Kessinger in her brown bikini, don't they? They really fucking love her in her brown bikini. Ooh. Nicole Kessinger sex cult. Ooh. And she apparently she was a member of this Horizon Ordo Templi Orientis, which is, well, what is it? What's going on here? Well, they've got a web YouTube channel. So it's not that, it's not that secret, is it? They've got a fucking YouTube channel. It says, Horizon Lodge is a local body of Ordo Templi Orientis, the Order of Oriental Templars, or Order of the Temple of the East. We are located in a valley of Seattle, Washington, which is surprising, really, to be located. I would have thought that the Order of Templi Orientis would be probably somewhere a little more, I don't know, like romantic, traditional suburb of Seattle, Washington. All right, then. Apparently it is. OTO is a hierarchical fraternal organisation. Fraternal? Oh, that sounds like the old patriarchy. OTO is a hierarchical fraternal organisation. Our mission is to affect and promote the doctrines and practices of the philosophical and religious system known as the Thelema. So what they are is, our mission, it's basically like we're a religious group and we're trying to preach the Thelema, whatever the Thelema is, with particular emphasis on cultivating the ideas on individual liberty, self-discipline, self-knowledge and universal brotherhood. Brotherhood, again, a bit sexist. To this end, we conduct sacramental and initiatory rites. Ooh, sacramental and initiatory rites. Offer guidance and instruction to our members, tell them what to do, and organise social and educational events. Sounds fun. It's like having a little social club where you kind of get told what to do and you have to be part of like these rites. I imagine the initiation rites and the sacraments and stuff like that, you don't get much choice. Like, you have to be the part, like you get and then there's the universal brotherhood bit and the self-knowledge and self-discipline and individual liberty. But you're going to have to go out and affect and promote the doctrines if you're going to be part of the club, huh? They've got a Grand Lodge. I'm not promoting this. Just having a look at it. Having a look at it. Do you want to see what they did? Look, it's the holidays anyway. So before we find out about the initiation rites and that, it's the holidays. We've got 15 minutes to New Year. So let's have a look at the holiday special. We won't be able to watch it all before New Year kicks off, but let's see what they did us for New Year. For Christmas. This is where it is, look. It doesn't look like the Temple Orientalist Templar secret organisation. It doesn't look like... I thought it might at least be a brick building. This looks a little bit like a shop. Anyway.
Hey gang, 93s.
Are we the Satanists here? She's got horns on for crying out loud. They're having a mince pie. She's got horns on. They're having cookies. She has got marshmallows in a cup, but these are having cookies. This one looks like she's totally gone out. She looks vague. That's the word I'm going to say. Vague around the eyes. This one's got horns on. She's back. Oh, wait, she's back. It was just where I paused her.
Well, gang, I just turned the Horizon Lodge Holiday Special script into the Lodge Master.
We've got problems hearing these lot as well now, haven't we? They've all got fucking audio problems. Alright, filters, compressor. The compressor's on. The compressor is on. Damn them. Why are they all so quiet? Why are the nutters quiet?
For approval. We should have an answer later today.
Nice! Those holiday specials are always the best. It's
true.
They've got a Christmas tree though.
Say, why didn't we do one last year?
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to do a parody of Die Hard.
You're right. Oh.
Also, if you're going to turn up at the sex cult, right, and it's these three, and it's my turn on the initiation rites, is it? Because I'm the new one. What's going to happen? What's about to happen to me?
Die Hard is the best holiday movie. Remember we were gonna do that scene where like bust into Horizon Lodge Tower and rescue the hostages from Frado Enchilada?
Listen, Horizon Lodge Tower is basically a shop on an industrial estate, so don't get all fucking uppity about it.
Hiya! Hiya! Hiya!
It would have been epic. Why did that never happen?
Don't you remember? It all started last year when...
Right, what I'm saying is that this guy wants to be in the fucking Templar Order Orientalis or whatever, and he started his own spin-off one in Washington, and they're the people he's picked up along the way, yeah? But the actual Templar Order Orientalis or whatever they're fucking called, they've probably got some like the proper lodges are probably made of big stones, and like they're out in the woods somewhere, and they've probably got like the full shit going on, haven't they? Like the big cult. Like proper cults, they're not in a fucking... They're not in an industrial unit off the M42. Oh, what's this? Well, there's the checkered floor. That's it. Confirmed. They've got a sort of storage heater over here, look. Because they haven't got central heating in the Temple Orientalis. What are they messing about at? I thought it was supposed to be a sex cult.
Man, this scene is gonna be so cool. And you are really selling that American accent.
This boss one must have sex with all of them, mustn't he, if it's a sex cult? I mean, surely the one in charge, the boss one, he's the one that gets to have sex with all of them. I'm wondering about what he's been up to.
Oh, yeah, thanks. It's coming together really well, I think.
Yeah. I just gotta finish that one set piece for the famous air duct crawl scene. I gotta get the aluminum foil to cover the boxes, you know?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll order
Why are they doing this?
the foil tonight.
Okay, cool.
Big up Sharon, thank you for the Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. And it's going to be a Happy New Year in T-minus about sort of 14 minutes, and I'll do the song, don't worry.
Do one.
But because there's a slight delay on stream, the exact timing, you might want to do that on your own tellis or whatever. The exact timing, but you know, at around about a minute to midnight, I'll put on the song, and it will last for over a minute until after the midnight. And during that, I'll say Happy New Year repeatedly during a sort of 2-minute overlap of the New Year moment. So don't worry. Big ups Caroline Burns, welcome to member, or continuing on being member. Thank you for the 3 months, and thank you to everyone who has become a member, especially those who continue on their memberships, especially when I'm offline and they just do it like while we're offline. Like, thank you very, very much for doing that. I really appreciate it. It's a little bit of solidity and stability in this chaotic world for me, so thank you to the members. Thank you.
Sure, alright.
Whoosh, this is bad. Who's that? This looks much more bad. Look, this looks much more creepy. World's largest baked potato, Dazzle Vegas Strip, right. That's the devil on the mug. They have got this stuff going on, but they're trying to make a joke parody video, so I don't know if the joke is that the devil's on the mug and it's all a parody, or if they have the devil on the mug and the joke is that they're doing a parody but they are Satanists really, but they're doing a parody of Die Hard. Do you know what I mean? It's like the Satanist version of Die Hard this is that I'm supposed to be watching.
It's 2 a.m. Why are you still dressed like the guy from Die Hard?
It makes me feel cool.
Right, editing and timing, you really want to tighten that up. And what else is annoying me is in the background there's like toilet roll there on the end of that thing. What's that about? Kitchen? Is that toilet roll or kitchen roll? Is this like a workstation? They appear to have like a 3D printer. So there's like a 3D printer workstation. So now the Satanists of 3D printing. What are they 3D printing in that, I wonder? It's all, you know, got to watch out for these things. I've got my eye on these. Maybe these are the nutters for the next year. Maybe this is next year's arc, the Nicole Kessinger sex cult nutters, because what's going on here? I saw this. Tinfoil hats, right, got it.
We're going to need a plan B. So yeah, we had to come up with a plan B.
What?
Yeah, that was so strange. And they said there was a worldwide tinfoil shortage? Well, if the internet says it's true, you know it's gotta be true.
True story. So we came up with a plan B. Wasn't it supposed to be a parody of Muppets Christmas Carol?
Right! Weren't we supposed to use Brother Fake Name's puppets?
Listen, you're a group of Satan. Well, I don't know about Satan. Apparently, this is dark magic though. Aleister Crowley, you know, bad stuff, bad juju. Yeah, like you're a group. I'll just say a group of Satanists. So we say that you're a group of sort of like Satanesque-ists and Satan-style-ists, and you're not obliged to make a Christmas special parody of Muppets Christmas Carol or anything. That's really not required of you, and I don't know why you've done it.
So, remind me, why did that not work?
Who in the Temple Audio Orientalaris or whatever, in the fucking, who in the Mason Temple Lodge Audio Emploriaris? It's not, is it, what was it? Was it, I didn't want to say it was, Mason's the wrong word. Was it, it was something to do with the Crusades or something, wasn't it? Like, who in this, anyway, who in this group has decided and passed down the message that we're going to be doing a fucking Christmas special for YouTube? Something's going wrong at the sex cult.
Well, hey, thanks for agreeing to do this. We're really in a bind this year.
Hey, you talk to the talent. He's just the manager. Yeah, and while we're on the subject, where's my fucking wintry mix? You! Where is my wintry mix? Never mind that. Have you seen this shallow script? Have you seen my writer? It calls for a bowl of...
This isn't the work of a cabal of a cabal of secretive and powerful dark mages. This is the work of a bunch of cretins.
Winter remix in my dressing room. That means red Skittles and green peanut M&Ms and none of those fake knockoff brands either. No, really. What's my motivation? This script reads like a Scooby-Doo episode. Also, I need duct tape for my Brazilian. Why? I've got to get ready to get the lint off for my love scene. You're literally made of lint. Tape for my Brazilian. Why?
Right, bear with me. Come on, Firefox. I want a big one. Not of that. I want a big one, but not that. What I want is down here. In shot, reflected in the mirror. Deliberately, maybe.
I gotta get ready to get the lint off for my love scene. You're literally made of lint, and there should not be a love scene. Well, I was no rules and green peanut M&Ms and no dressing room. Have you seen my writer? It calls for a bowl of winter remix in my dressing room. That means red Skittles and green peanut M&Ms and none of those like for my love scene. You're literally made of lint, and there should not be a love scene. Well, I want to do a love scene. Has it occurred to you that this puppet guy spent way too much time alone during the pandemic?
So, about joining this cult. Where do I sign up? Things look like they're going well in your cult. I'd like to join.
And that this is some sort of an elaborate cry for help. No, it's not a cry for help. It's a cry for wintry mix and my goddamn duct tape.
Honestly, bit of a worry. Bit of a worry, isn't it?
Has it occurred to you that this puppet guy spent way too much time alone during the pandemic? And that this is some sort of an elaborate cry for help? No! It's not a cry for help! It's a cry for wintry mix and my goddamn duct tape!
Well, I can find them, can't I? I do. Like, how have I got this special? I'm going to just shout my own, just before New Year hits here, I'm going to blow my own trumpet a little bit, because I don't know how I managed to find these nutters on the internet. But everyone else that looked at the Chris Watts case has looked at the Chris Watts case for many years, right? And I said, do you remember I just said, it's all over, it's finished. There's no one's going to find anything else about that, are they? That's it, done and dusted. It's over. Like, Nicole Kessinger's ridden off into the sunset, etc. But this is the Seattle group of this Ordo Templi Orientalis that she was a member of. She was a group, I don't know where they were in Colorado or somewhere else, weren't they? But I don't know where she was originally from. This is the Seattle version, this is the Seattle group. So it's a tenuous link at best. But it's a fucking link, and they're nutters. And for all you know, she could have moved to Seattle. So I've made a special discovery, and the discovery is, if you think this is fucking dark magic, like, they're not doing so well. The devil ain't doing so good. The devil ain't doing so good. Yeah? The devil ain't doing so good.
I think it's time for our mandatory coffee break. Why don't we all take 5?
looking icky about that. What? I mean, what sort of things do you do in the sex cult if this is making you a bit icky? Bit weird. So maybe it's not what I thought it was cracked up to be. Maybe it's not all I thought it was cracked up to be after all. It's been a bit of a year, hasn't it? But you made it, you chuffer. The main thing to remember is you fucking made it. You weren't bowed and you weren't cowed, and you stood proud and you got loud and you made it. And if you can do that through the last few fucking years, sorry for swearing, then you can get through the next few, can't you? And on into the future. Because that's all we have, you and me into the future. I think you're supposed to charge your glasses and say cheers to, like, old friends far and near. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Capital K likes the way I say year. Happy New Year. It rhymes better with near. Cheers to you. You're right, Engelmart. You're right, Engelmart. They're setting off the pop pops now. It's midnight, it's always midnight. It's New Year's, it's always New Year's. You have been good. This is not the end of the show, but you have been good. You're not naughty, you're good. This is the Pogues from a live gig. Big ups, Val. Happy New Year. And special thoughts to everyone that we lost this year, of course. Just a bit of raucousness for you. There was a lot of people, like, you know, at this part of the year, don't they go back over the list of all the people who died? Shane McGowan died this year. Everyone's got their own people who they'll remember. That's an advert, so I can go in the bin. There's the fireplace. There's the fireplace. We made it. We made it through the pop-pops there, didn't you, boy? There you go. How do we follow that? How do we follow that? How do we follow that? Well, we could do the conga. Let's all have a disco. Let's all have a disco. This is a chill stream for those that are staying in and not going out to the disco. So I'm not going to do a disco. In fact, at the moment, my dog is under the table doing a little bit of cowering. So I'm giving him a bit of care and attention by rubbing him with my foot. Is Daddy rubbing you with his foot? Hey? Is Daddy rubbing you with his foot? It's giving my leg an awful cramp, so I have to stop doing that. What we've got for 2024, as promised, is we've got a bit of magic. There was something else I promised this year, which is that I was going to build this sushi. This is... The pop-pops are really going, actually. They're really going, aren't they? This is tiny grains of rice that you have to cut out. Individual grains of rice. And then it's like a patience exercise. You glue them all together in the form of sushi. And you make your own sushi. That goes around the outside, like that. So I did promise we'd do that this year, and I haven't done it. But I think that's maybe tomorrow's, in inverted commas, hangover stream. If people want to do a really quiet, chilled stream tomorrow while they've all got hangovers. I certainly won't have a hangover because I don't drink. But what we have got is different cards. Happy New Year to you in chat. Happy New Year, everyone that's saying Happy New Year. Is my dog afraid of me? No, he's afraid of the fireworks that are going off. The fireworks are going off. And it's all right, Engelmar. It's just them silly pop-pops. You're all right. You're with your daddy. You're with your daddy, you are. He's not afraid of me. Yeah, so we've got different decks. We've got different chuffers in chat. Who wants to start off and have a card and whatever? I tell you what, I'd quite like to do some practical magic with some people because I think it gives people something they can carry forward. Some people prefer the tarot, so I've decided the cat tarot is probably the right one for tonight's evening. If we do that, which would simply be a couple of cards and then I have to interpret them, and I'm a bit of an amateur, but I can interpret them for you. We've also got the Starseed Oracle, which is like a kind of I guess it's a more, well, the fireworks sound like someone is executing prisoners. That's the best analogy I could think of, which is a really dark analogy actually. But it sounds like someone's out. Maybe Peter Folding's come to end me before the year is over. But someone's got some really powerful fireworks out there. I've not heard fireworks like that before. It sounds like someone's smashing up a car. No, they're definitely fireworks, but like, sounds like someone's smashing up a car. It's not the right vibe for this. I've got to wait a minute for that to pass. You're alright, aren't you? You're doing a really good, Marla, you're doing really good. You are. You're doing really good for this. No, he's not. He's usually much worse for this. I mean, I'm really carrying him through it with constant contact, and I built him up to it tonight as well. I prepared him for it. I put some, what we did is earlier, I put some of the sound, I'm not going to say it out loud because it will make it do it, but on the Alexa, on the old device, I put on firework sounds, and he didn't like it, and I did it around dinner time as well, because obviously he wants his dinner, and it's not big, bad, real ones, and I could stop him and turn them down, and we did the dinner, and I explained to him that tonight was going to have, you know, this happening, I didn't think he knew what I was talking about, so he's prepared. And he's all right. I hope your animals are all doing all right as well. Wow. When I used to live in Bristol, I obviously deliberately in my younger years. Big ups, Mickey. Thank you.
Mickey sent tippies. Happy New Year, Scotty. Thank you for bringing us all together and being a port in the storm during Nicola's case.
Thank you.
Big UPS from Canada. Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Happy New Year, Canada. I don't know what the time difference is, so obviously I've done my stream based around the British time, so Happy New Year, Canada. Thank you very much. The Nicola Bully stuff is actually quite important to me, the deeper layers as we get into them, and I look forward to doing more of that in the future as well. It's kind of weird. I don't want to laugh about it. I'm like the water analogies, like the ebb and flow. I think with that, like, yeah. But yeah, looking forward to doing. I actually feel interested to do more in the future. Like, definitely. It's led to some more deeper thoughts. Again, water analogy. When I used to live in Bristol, the New Year celebrations, basically, they would all get like, I lived in the city centre, and I didn't stay there all the, I haven't been there many years, but for a couple of years I was there for New Year's, and they just like get fireworks and put them in tubes, like what do you call them, like drain pipe tubes, and they would fire. There would be like gangs of lads in the streets firing these fireworks at each other. Like, it was like warfare. And because of that, it wasn't just like, let's set off a few and then we've had fun. It was a constant barrage of fireworks from like 6 in the evening till 6 in the morning. This, at least, I've just heard some, I think the big ones are done now and it's 10 past, so maybe they've done, maybe they've done them now. You're right, you're still feeling a bit eggy, aren't you? You're still feeling a bit worried. Hey, you have no need to be worried now. You're with your daddy. You're with your daddy. Hey, daddy's a good boy. Big up Spiritually Honest Marv. Thank you for tonight's stream. Thank you all for being here. We're not finished really yet. Like, now we've got to go into the small hours, because a lot of what happens at New Year's, my feeling on it is that we've managed to make it to midnight, and some people will drift off and go to bed, and and there's that. But for some people as well, they'll be coming in after the evening, and there'll be what's still going on. I'm not intending to keep going till 7 in the morning, but I do remember from my own personal experience that it was those wee hours after the party that I wish there was something to watch. And I'm hoping we can fill some of those voids. But I felt like we'd built up to New Year's quite nicely, did some interesting stuff. I didn't promise a load of nutters, but we ended up taking a little side angle look at some nutter adjacent stuff. We played the game. I failed the game. We've got the cards now, so things are all going quite well. I'm quite pleased with it as a stream, actually. It's quite an enjoyable night for me too, so thank you. Thank you. The question is, who's going to be first on the decks? And will they stop exploding? Like, that one sounded like someone had, like, honestly, it sounded like someone had exploded a small armament rather than a firework. It's like, are people blowing off each other's chimneys or something? Can we not have fireworks that are just pretty, and do they have to be really loud? What's going on with that? It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Did you want to go back to the sex cult before we do some cards, just for a moment, just to see what the... Wait, where's my button? Because we didn't finish off with their Christmas special, did we? Although, like, what even was happening with that? Did I even close... I probably just closed the window. I probably closed the window, didn't I? Put the songs on. Oh no, I probably still got it. Here it is. The Horizon Lodge holiday special. Like, we never got finished with it. And there's 20 minutes of it, so... Like, it gets a bit Masonic. We'll skip on to some of the Masonic stuff, shall we? I mean, I'm not trying to make a thing of this, but...
at that point.
Babe, catch life with both hands. Upon all that this day unite, with love under will let fall success. May strength and skill unite.
They've got the full thing going on, look. They've got the full thing going on.
To bring forth ecstasy and beauty answer beauty.
What are your New Year's resolutions? Well, I'm going to join the sex cult. Big ups, Mr. E. Thank you. Oh, I get your name. Your name's good, look. Sometimes, as a streamer, you can be accidentally saying bad things if you read out someone's name and it turns out to be a... But yours was good. Good pun. And is this what goes on at the lodge? Like, when you joined, wouldn't you go in here and be like, hang on. Like, does this seem right to you? New member tonight. Fucking thought it was a sex cult. Where's the... There's no... Who am I having sex... I don't know about this anymore.
Term of all that liveth, whose name is inscrutable.
I'm not having all them saying the full rights on my stream like that. That's not happening. What's this now? What have they done? Spicy biscuits? Oh, this is a parody of something, yeah, for their special. Spicy biscuits. And he's going to eat the spicy biscuits at the ceremony. Oh no, it's a spicy biscuit. But that's the actual ceremony they get up to, I'm imagining. They've got all that kit going on, haven't they? I don't like their New Year's celebration. It's fucking weird. What even is this? Do I even want to... I don't even know if I want to play this video. Liebe wie vel... I don't want to say it in case it's bad juju and I'm inviting the bad spirits, yeah? So I'm just going to type it into Google and see what Google thinks it is. I hope it doesn't take me to the sacred texts. Being the ritual of the mark of the beast, an incantation to proper invoke the energies of the Aeon of Horus. Yeah, I told you. Fucking told you, didn't I? Told you. You don't want to accidentally click on a video that's beginning the ritual, being the ritual of the mark of the beast, do you? That doesn't sound good. The Oath of Enchantment. I don't think that's going to happen on my stream by mistake. Thank you. See? There he is doing it. I'm not going to play it because he'll be doing it and playing it. We'll have to do that for another stream where everyone's like in or out. But like for today, we're not doing any fucking Satan rituals on the stream, thank you. But there's the pictures of it. So it does go on and people do get into this shit, look. Unless it's all just nuts and this is like a parody channel in itself. You know, do you think the whole channel is just a parody channel? Or do you think he's actually into it? Like, are they real or is this a full parody? You can take a tour of the lodge. That can't get you in hell. This isn't going to get me sent to hell if I take a tour of the lodge, is it?
Whole of the law. Welcome. We wanted to make a video tour of Horizon Lodge, in case the only thing that you've seen of our work is the Gnostic Masses being performed in my living room. So we thought we'd start outside, where a normal person comes in.
A normal person.
The first cool thing you would notice is this giant llama.
You should notice that. Oh, there was another big one, wasn't it? Hey, he's all right. He hasn't moved. He's not shivering like a ninnis, which is really good because sometimes he shivers like a ninnis. But I think he's prepared tonight. Like I said, I think we've done a good job there. Yeah, like if you in your local area saw this go up, wouldn't you be like, isn't the local community going to like community community watch or something? Isn't there something like? Do you have to have special? I suppose if it's a religion thing, everyone gets a go, don't they? Do you know what I mean? With religion, it's like you've got to be fair to everyone, and everyone's got to have a go. Like someone in chat, who was it that said it's like Monty Python? Bizzle, it's like Monty Python, but it's actually, yeah, it's like some people have taken. I don't know if this is like just taking things to an extreme, because hey, we live in America and it's free society, so I can have a Satanist group if I want, and I can put up my fucking Satanist picture and ha ha ha. I don't know if it's a joke, but like maybe the local community are outraged by that. Like, I just think in my local town, if they did this, then people would have a little bit of a thing to say. There'd be a town meeting. People would talk about it in the town council meeting or something. You've got no authority here, Jackie Weaver. But like, you'd be like, the Satanists have started up in the local shopping centre on the local industrial estate. Have they? Yeah, they put up a big sign. Well, we'll have to go and have a look at that, I think. What?
It lights up. It changes.
Wait, capital K. Capital K, we played 10 dates earlier, and in 10 dates, at one point during the speed date, there's a missing girl off the speed date. Oh, she's had to go. She can't stay. But would you like to have a speed date with the organiser of the speed dates instead? And he come on to me, and he wanted me to get his number. So there you go. The girls in the thumbnail are actually friends of my sister. They're not really romantically enamoured with me, but it was good for a look, wasn't it? It was good for a look. It's all trickery, yeah. It's all smoke and mirrors. Mainly mirrors. No, they look good. They themselves are real people that look good. Me, I'm just me.
Colors. It was built by one of the first masters.
We're having a look. What we're watching now, it's New Year's Eve. We've done New Year's Eve in England now. We've had it. It's 20 minutes ago, so we're in 2024 in the real world. Everywhere else in the world, either you're catching up or you're ahead, or whatever's going on with your clocks. I don't know, but this is the big New Year celebration, and we're, for me, past the peak. So it just is what it is, all right? It is what it is. But we're watching. We're going to do some tarot reading cards. We're going to do some practical magic, so we can do some cards for people. But for a minute here, we're just watching the Horizon Ordo Templi Orientis, which is the sex cult that Nicole Kessinger joined, and they've got videos on YouTube, so they're not that secretive. They've got a big sign outside as well.
We call it the electric gnosis. Let's go inside.
Let us go inside and let you improve the audio quality, or I might have to do it for you.
Somehow you've eaten. Welcome to the interior of Horizon Lodge.
Welcome to indoors.
This is our foyer. This is where we greet.
The foyer. Nobody has to spend any time showing me the foyer. Please move on. It's a liminal space to take you into the actual... This is a video... Oh my god. The foyer. Explain the foyer. This is where you take off your coat.
New people. We hang out before and after events. And we have part of our feasts.
Why are there like sheets hung up on the walls?
Over here, on this purple wall, you'll see the banners that we carry in Seattle's Pride Parade.
Wait, you go in the Pride Parade? How do you work? Come on, Obs. Come on, Obs. Are we still rolling? Kilobytes down. That was the bad juju magic. Come to get me. Come to get me. It's the bad juju magic. Don't worry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll get it back on the screen. That's probably what it is. It's the evil eye. That's what's happened. Probably that, really. More likely that than anything else. What I was saying is, have they worked the pride flag into their order of sacred bad? Like, they're the bad Satanists. I don't want to keep calling them Satanists because it's a bit rare, like it's a bit extra. But whatever they are, they're a sect, they're a temple, they're a cult, and they're on Aleister Crowley bad vibe magic, yeah? And they've managed to work it into, well, all-inclusive culture, pride flag, we march with the pride, and like the Pride March is about LGBTQ inclusivity, yeah, and you've managed to work like black magic and Satanism into it, and just sneak in with your stuff as well. It's a bit cheeky, that is.
Here, hanging from this solid oak bar.
There you go. There's the solid oak bar with the sanitizer. Sanitize yourself before hand sanitizer, and well, sanitize your weenus as well, because
You'll see the name placard that Horizon used when it was doing day rentals in Queen Anne Masonic Lodge.
So you used to rent this out?
Well before my time.
What is it? It's just a fucking desk.
And over here, on this other purple wall, you'll see a variety of artwork created by and donated by members over the years.
This one's got a skull and crossbones at the bottom. Like, you've got all the different colours, like the pride thing. Maybe it's not a pride thing, maybe it's the colour magic. We can look at that in a minute. But at the bottom, you've got a skull and crossbones and like stuff. It looks like you're the baddies. Just, why have you drawn the colours? Suppose it's been donated, we'll put it up. Is that the... what? Who's doing this?
This beautiful orange room is our library. This is another place that we hang out before and after events. Have the other part of our feasts, and where we read books. It contains more art created by members.
It's just a small room, isn't it? Just like you've painted it orange and what have you, but it's a small room.
Our reference library that you can read
It's not a library, it's a bookshelf.
in the lodge. The lamp
Triangles,
and talisman of Horizon.
talisman, the thing. That's what I tell you, I've seen that. Nutter adjacent, yeah.
Here you see the door to one of our 2 bathrooms. This beautiful giant reproduction of the
We didn't actually go and see the bathrooms, but we're promised that they exist, and there's 2 of them. Now,
star card. This is our vined up Wagner.
I'm a bit loath to go in the... like, I hope there's a lock on the door in the bathroom. I assume there's a camera in there as well.
If you can send us more plushies of the Gnostic Saints, please do so. We like those.
Plushies of the Gnostic Saints. What's going on here?
And of course, the Resh clock. It goes dong when it's time to do Resh.
What?
Now, I want to show you where the magic happens.
Literally magic in this case.
How did you get in here? You must have found the secret tomb door. I never authorized that.
So this is like an interior room of like a building, and it's going to serve as a temple, like Order Alice. So you've painted it red, we put the floor down, but really it is still the interior room of just a normal building. Like, you'd think there'd be more ceremony about this, other than, like, you'd think you'd have to have like an ancient, or like at least old brick or stone structure with like steps and pillars and things, but it's not like that, is it? It's just like the back room, and they've painted it red.
Anyway, this is the temple.
It's not the temple, it's the back room, and you've painted it red.
This is where we do our masses, our initiations, and any other rituals.
The sex room.
Also, classes and host speakers in here. Speaking of the tomb, this tomb was built for the 2009 Seattle Noticon.
What is it? Just looks like a big wardrobe to me.
Rumors of a secret priest minibar in there are grossly exaggerated.
You've got a bar in it.
One cool thing about this room is that we can program and change the lights for...
Well, everyone can do that. That's just like you can get a Philips bulb and an app on your phone. Everyone can do that. They've gone for the checkerboard floor. You know, they're like that. But are you seriously telling me that this group of nutters with this like level of sophistication about their YouTube content and production, and, you know, happy with his LED lighting setup, do you think they're running the world in a secret cabal of, like, you know, why is Nicole Kessinger so keen to sign up to this crew? Like, it doesn't look like they. I mean, maybe they're getting things done in their life. You know, I don't know what they're doing in their normal lives. I'm just looking at what they do as their little club on the weekends. But maybe in their normal day-to-day lives, they are absolutely slamming it home. Out taking bookies up, he's slamming it home. You know, trace when I dust when I roll. You know, maybe they'll be like, you know, making loads of money and doing really well with their lives. But this seems to be a little bit, like a little bit low budget in a way.
Dramatic effect in rituals. Watch.
I'm so cynical. I'm so cynical about the Illuminati. Yeah, you're right. But if this is the Illuminati, then I don't think we've got as much to fear. Because look, they're doing it goes red, and then it goes. Look at that.
Cool,
all right,
huh?
cool. I've got my lights here. Look, watch this. Watch this. Watch, you ready? Oh, and then wait. I can do. Green, blue. Look, it's just like them there. Blue, purple, pink. I've got all the colours. All the colours, me. So. I'm on a similar level to the Illuminati, if anything.
I'm sitting.
Okay. I don't have a great big. I don't have a great big wooden altar with several candles and a big curtain. I mean, I've got curtains, so you know anyone can get curtains. It's just a table. Actually, I have got candles back there. Look. I've got one candle and I've got a red cloth. So maybe I am the Illuminati. Oh, don't get people started. They'll start thinking I'm in the Masons because I've got a Christmas cloth and a candle for Christmas. It's Christmas stuff, look. Don't get started.
Altar. Made.
Although they have got the fleur-de-lis there. This is going to annoy me now because they have got the fleur-de-lis there. And I said, Nicola Bully's house, they've got loads of things with the fleur-de-lis on them. But that doesn't matter because she just liked the smell of orchids, obviously. But actually, they've got loads of things with the fleur-de-lis in Nicola Bully's house. Like, what are they playing at? In all those photographs when they were going around the house, they'd carefully place these, like, silver-looking cups that were candles or had plants growing out of them, and they had the fleur-de-lis stamped on them. We can go back and check the Nicola Bully house footage, but like,
I think about 33 years ago by one of our first lodge masters. It's held up by the dais and steps that were also made for the 2009 Noticon here in Seattle.
So it's only 2009. It's not some ancient magic thing then, is it? Like, there's no magic involved in the altar. They shonked it together in 2009 for the fucking convention. It looks great, but it's not fucking mystic ancient magic, mate. 2009. So all of those lampstands are brass. Like, get off.
And to the left and right of me are these giant pillars,
Made out of probably MDF.
which have a long and storied history that eventually brought them to be here, part of Horizon Lodge's massive. I don't have a lot to say about...
Look, there's a picture of Osiris, the sun god from Egypt, and he's there doing some hoovering, and it says, "It's your lodge, keep it clean." So here we've got exactly my point here, is we've got this fucking weird contrast between some sort of ancient ritual magic and the modern world of it's like you've taken the sitcom The Big Bang Theory, and the way that's like all those people and they're into physics, and you've said, what if they were also in a sex cult lodge? Put them in there, right? That's it. This is what this is. It's like, what's going on? Sally says she's got fleur-de-lis in her house. She's not Illuminati. Well, Illuminati confirmed, because that's what you'd say if you were Illuminati, wouldn't it? You'd say you weren't. So you confirmed. Thankfully, I didn't get a giant pyramidical cat bed. But no, obviously, fleur-de-lis does go around in places. I don't think it, like, because there's pictures of the fleur-de-lis in Nicola Bully's house, it means that there's an Illuminati connection necessarily. But that's why I was like, oh shit, because I think that people do get fun ideas in their head, and it goes a bit far sometimes. But, you know, on the other side of the coin, like, maybe there are clandestine groups doing weird shit behind the scenes a little bit. Certainly, I think they would rather us believe that there were, like, creepy groups doing weird sex cults and looking at that and missing the real stuff that was going on, like. But at the same time, I think, like, watching some of Brian's content recently and thinking about it deeply, I was always considering like one angle, and like there are other angles to these darker goings on. So I don't know. Happy New Year, Nigel. It's nice to see you. Happy New Year. It's been a fucking year, hasn't it? We've had a whole one more trip around the sun for us all. The Earth has spun once more on that orbit around the sun. We spin as we go, but we, like, every day, you know, we spin once a day, don't we? Spin, spin, spin. 365 of those rotations and one full circulation around the sun itself. We're on track. We're on track for another good year of orbiting the sun, inevitably, and without our own intent or impetus. We are on track for one more year of definitive orbiting of the sun. If there's one thing we can count on, is that tomorrow the sun will rise, because it looks like it rises, but in actual fact we spin around and it hoves into view. And that's going to continue to happen. It has been happening. It's going to continue to happen. Congratulations, everyone. We've moved around the sun, and we will continue to do so. If we can predict one thing, it's that next year, this time next year, we will still be hurtling through the darkness of space.
Our kitchen. But it always bears repeating. It's your lodge. Keep it clean.
Not dirty with all the sex.
I hope you've enjoyed this tour.
Like, if I turned up to come to the sex cult and they made me do the hoovering, I'm going to be pretty fucking eggy. Hoovering. I don't want to do the Satan ritual where you invite Satan into your life. That sounded really bad. The hoovering's also bad. Equally as bad as a Satan ritual for me. I mean, I know it's got to be done, but like the Satan rituals don't have to be done. Don't do them. But the hoovering does have to be done. But it does annoy me.
I know I've taken kind of a silly tone, but that's because I really wanted you to enjoy this video.
Right? But won't the devil be cross at you for creating a silly tone instead of selling your... Like, the devil... It is that... you remember, you're answering to the audience on YouTube and you want to create a fun video, but also you are answering to Baal. So when you get back and talk to him, he's going to say, like, listen... what do they call it? My minion. What have you done today? And he'll say, I put a YouTube video up. It took a bit of a silly tone, but I want people to enjoy it. So I watched the YouTube video. It's made me cross, displeased me. And he would say, well, I'm glad it displeased you in a way, because that's what hell's all about, isn't it? Not feeling happy. And he'd be like, well, I get you. Well, you've got me there. Wait, I should be doing the button, shouldn't I? You've got me there. What? You've got me there. Have I? Yeah. Hell is supposed to be bad. Yeah? So, I didn't like your video. No? Yeah, I didn't like it. Well, good, because don't want you to be happy. Oh, it's like a paradox. Right.
If you've never been here, I wanted you to get a sense for what it's like to be here. And if you have been here, I wanted you to remember and to recall all those good times you've had.
What you showed me was the lobby, a table, an empty room with a wardrobe and a floor. The floor was quite a thing for you. It's like a feature. What good times have they had? Like, this is bringing back memories, isn't it, for them? Controlling the lighting. Oh, I get it now. Wait, I get it. When it goes red. They probably had a great time in the red one, didn't they? Like, whoa, the red one, that brought back some memories, eh? And then this. Perched atop the altar, cocky and jaunty, which isn't... Baal's going to be cross, disrespecting the altar. And that brought back the memories, apparently, and everyone, like... But really, if you are there, is it going to be like that? Or are you going to have to be doing hoovering or some other form of suction to get your initiation done? I don't know. What goes on? Well, apparently, We play with the lights in the room. That's the main thing. But no, there's lots of other videos to tell you what goes on. I mean, I don't want to accidentally put on the bad. Yeah, what's Thelema? We tried to watch this one before, didn't we? Watch Thelema. What is Thelema?
Thelema can be tricky to define.
Thelema, you're pronouncing it wrong, mate. Thelema or Thelema. Thelema. Thelema and Louise.
It's actually difficult even saying what sort of thing Thelema is.
It's your fucking religion.
Categorize it. There were times when Crowley
Is Thelema a religion? No, it's a cult, but you would love it to be a religion.
described it as a religion, and then there were times he emphatically said it was not a religion.
That's because he's a nutter.
This is not as contradictory as it sounds.
Yes, it is.
Even in Crowley's time, religion had come to represent the ossified accretions of superstition.
Ooh, the ossified accretions of superstition. You mean they're like made into rock in people's minds, but originally they had a sort of superstitious grounding. And so what? You can create your own just by making up your own one. Brilliant. Aleister Crowley is not really known as a very stable man. Hence his already contradictory statements about his own thoughts and opinions on his own fucking beliefs that you're going to have to force into your own mind as realities. It both is and is not a religion. So just enjoy doing the fucking hoovering while we fucking induct you. Wait, you're not greased up enough for the induction yet. Finish the hoovering first. I don't want to make a mess of the lobby. We're doing all the induction in that room. We're trying to get the red light on. It's stuck on blue at the moment. So just finish the hoovering. We'll get you greased up in a minute. We'll move you through.
Contrast. Writing in the wake of Nietzsche's declaration of the death of God, Crowley's intentions were modernistic and iconoclastic.
Too many big words for me.
On the other hand, consider the etymology of religion.
Consider where the word came from.
It comes from Latin religio, which means obligation, bond, or reverence.
But that's not what it means now.
And the verb religare, which means to bind.
Kind of irrelevant in today's, because if you want to talk about bindings, we could talk about bindings, but we're not. We're talking about religion, or you are.
You're going to find out shortly why I think binding and hence religion are actually quite apt to describe Thelema.
What? How long is this video? It's 40 minutes. 40 minutes. We're not doing all this tonight, are we? Unless you really want to, because fuck it. I've got a long stream. It's New Year's. Why not? Do you want the cards now, or do you want this? Do you want sex, cult, or the cards? Tell me in chat if you have a strong opinion. Otherwise, I'm just going to roll this video a lot bit more and find out about the sex cult that Nicole Kessinger was in and what their opinion is on what the fuck's going on for a bit, and then we'll just switch over to the cards thing. Or you want something light-hearted? Is this too dark?
Especially,
I thought when they do a video called "What is Thelema," which is the name of because the name of their religion is the Thelema, the Oriental Horiatis or whatever, but their religion is Thelema. I thought if you did if you're a Christian, right, and you do a video called "What is Christianity," it goes like this: Once upon a time, the Son of God came down from heaven and lived on earth. His name was Jesus Christ. The religion of Christianity follows the teachings and works and life of Jesus Christ as laid out in the books that described his life, the Bible. Like, why can't they just do that here? Why has it got to be this fucking nuts? Even what I just said sounds a bit off the wall, doesn't it? When you think about it in, day-to-day parlance. But, you'd still understand what it was. Thanks, Minky. You alright? Cards, please. Yeah, we'll go cards then. We'll go cards. Minky's come in now and she's eggy as well. Everyone's eggy about it. This is a tissue. You don't want to see that in shot. That's gone. That's gone. Move the microphone. The mouse. What do you want then? Who wants a cards? Who wants a card? Lottie wants cat cards. All right, Lottie, I'll do you 3 cat
In
cards.
the context of OTO.
Shut up, you. I don't fucking listen to your nuts anymore. I'm not listening to that anymore, you. How did you get through again? I clicked the mouse by mistake a little bit. So, you're the cat. I've already fed you once. Do you want to go out? Just a minute. I've already fed you once. Right, I just let the cat out for a minute, and I'm just going to go bathroom so that I'm settled, ready for the next bit. And in the meantime, you will still have you'll have the dulcet tones of DSP's Banana Song in the background.
Squeeze the peel, it comes in, then
Except it's got a chuffing advert on it, even though I queued it up. The chuffing stuff. And then we're back with cards. Oosh. So, I'm going to warm this house up a little bit. Give the heating a blast for half an hour. You want to see the practical magical deck? Fair play. Like, we will definitely do that. First on the list was Lottie. She called for it, said Cat Tarot. I was going to say, like, who wants what? Bit of first come, first served. I'll do a couple of cards for Lottie on this, and then I'll draw a couple of practical magics. We'll move on to that next. I do want to also, like, we bought these lovely cards over this year, and like Woodland Wardens has no historical, like, magical significance, but it's a nice deck of cards as well, and the Starseed Oracle. So we'll draw a few cards for different people now for a bit. You know, we've got the Golden Girls Tarot as well. That's true. That's over there. I've also got Genshin Impact Tarot as well, but Cat Tarot got the sort of themic feel for me today. So, and it's all about the future, isn't it? So I'll just, like, to start off, I'll do a couple of simple, like, I'm not claiming to have special abilities here. This is for me just a bit of fun. So don't take too much into my readings here. But this is for Lottie, for the future. We'll draw, like, probably 1, 2, 3 cards, maybe. Near, distant, far future. It's like near, middle, like sort of short term, medium term, long term future. Hello, dog. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you don't need to go out. I hope you're doing all right, dog. You've just come in. You okay? If you need me to let you out, you make sure to tell me. Oh, that one popped out, look. There's our first card. I was going to cut it and that one popped out. So that'll be near time. Near. I'm turning them over like this, and if they are inverted, I'm going to, you know, go with them being inverted. I don't know how inverted or not these cards are, or whether I pick them up inverted or whatever, but there's one. There's two. They're both coming out inverted. And they're all coming out inverted, so I don't know if that's because the whole deck is like, you know, all facing the same way because I haven't shuffled them about, maybe. But that's just how they came out. So, like, I don't know if you want to, if that's the way it just works. It's because all the cards are mainly facing the same direction. Look. So if I'd had them up the right way, they'd have all come out that way. But they all came out this way, so that's the way it happens, isn't it? So we'll see what these mean. And I don't know them off the top of my head necessarily, but I've got a bit of internet prompting, and we can look through it. It's supposed to be positive. Major Arcana. Well, it's not Major Arcana, is it? The Page of Pentacles. That's Pentacles. And I do know a little bit about these, but because they're the cat cards, I will have to think about looking at them on the computer and stuff, because I can't recognise what any of the things look like on the cat cards. Page of Pentacles, that's Page of Coins, isn't it? Page of Pentacles. And this is about starting new ventures. Pertains to natural synergies. Growing, culturing new things. In reversed, it suggests that you should not doubt or resist the impulse to be of service to others. Embrace the discipline that it takes and just do it. So that's interesting, isn't it? Even in reverse, it's got an interesting meaning on this. Well, I'm mainly going off a tarot site off the internet, to be fair. But you may feel like you're being coerced into it, or being in service is a role you don't want. Perhaps you have doubts about the outcomes your labours are contributing toward. The reality is you have to work to eat, and you have to develop considerable skill in a profession before it can liberate you. Be disciplined, harness your will as well as your talent. It's quite good, isn't it, really? Actually, for a short-term thing. Sister's stupid dog has just been causing trouble for me in the other room. Sorry about that. And I will have to get up in a minute and deal with more of her trouble. My sister's stupid dog is causing me trouble, but this is just... Sorry about that. Right, the next card is the Hermit inverted. So what we said about this was, although it might seem like in trepidation about being in service of others, if you're thinking about doing that, like, get going and doing it is the right thing there. The Hermit, and this is like really naive reading from me, because like, do you want me to look at the card as well and sort of, you know, think about what the card is saying? Because the card here is like, the cat is it's kind of like someone's offering it a treat, and it's kind of thinking about the treat, but it, you know what cats are like, you know, they're hard to they're not going to do what you say, are they? So it's thinking, maybe I'll go for the treat, maybe I'll go for the treat. And inverted, I suppose it's saying go for the treat, maybe. I don't know. The Hermit, right, is next, and that is Major Arcana. The Hermit. When the Hermit card's reversed, you may be resisting the process of evolving towards a level of wisdom that sets you apart. So this is short term, and this is medium term future. And in my mind, I was thinking short term is like, you know, weeks, months. This is like next year, general, and this would be onwards from that. like into the longer future. So when the Hermit card's reversed, you may be resisting the process of evolving towards a level of wisdom that sets you apart. Fear of the path is haunting you. It could be a fear of loneliness. Try to remember the shamanic method for facing fears is to relax and open, let them in and allow them to have their way for a while. This way you will know them fully and will see them pass of their own accord. When there are no more surprises, you can move into a place of empowered action. So again, it's not like a negative. I thought inverted, oh no, it might be bad. It might be bad. But it's saying that next year might be difficult through the process of evolving towards a level of wisdom, but like to let go and relax into it will help you to get there. And the cat is pictured here in true cat fashion inside a paper bag. But I guess what it's saying by being inverted is to like abandon the bag, is what it's trying to say there. And then finally, for the long term, we've got the Magician inverted, which we've got as the Magician card reverse suggests you may be working against your own creativity. Perhaps you feel your ideas are too scandalous or too precedent breaking. Perhaps you feel it should be someone else who communicates these insights or challenges. Perhaps you're uncomfortable with taking a leadership position, even a temporary one. Ask yourself, what have you got to lose? Have the courage of your convictions and speak your truth. So in the long term, it's about, again, it's basically the reading for the 3 cards is about letting go of trepidation and moving forward with things despite worries, concerns, fears, whatever's holding you back, to let go of it and to move forward with it. In the short term, it was the Page of Pentacles, and then it's the Hermit getting out of the bag. The short term, going for that short term treat, I suppose. The mid-term, the next year, is about coming out from the bag, like coming, out of your shell maybe. And the long term is about not being afraid to be in charge and be the boss and, take control of those things. So there you go. You speak your truth and get into trouble. Well, there you go. You've already said, speaking truth gets you into trouble. Well, in the long term, you're going to do more it's suggested maybe by the cards to do more speaking the truth and not worrying about the trouble. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, John. You can. Yeah. We're going to look at a couple of these other cards as well. I'm just going to have to check the dog and the issues. You alright, boob? Oosh. I suppose as you read with the cards over time, because I'm not going to, I think part of it is to not look at the cards and arrange them all, yeah? So as I, pick these up now and just put them back in the pack, maybe they go in the right way up and back the other way, I don't know, Maybe they become reversed over time. Maybe I should literally be spinning them around so some of them reversed and some are not. Otherwise we're going to get consistently reversed readings if I pick them up a certain way. Maybe I should turn them over and not know. I don't know. Absolutely, Nick. There's a card that's popped out. There's one. This is for John. And then we'll move on to practical magic after this as well, because I do want to see those practical magic cards. And like loads of people have given me tips over the year and stuff. If anyone wants anything specific, obviously they can tip me and like force my hand. But everyone's been really supportive over the time, so I'm happy just to take it as a sort of first come first serve basis and just do this. Bear in mind as well, it's a bit of fun. That one wants to come out. There's your next one. I'm not by any means like claiming that I've got like a special insight here or anything. Just naively learning. And that one flipped over. There's your next one. Thanks very much, Cat Tarot. Thanks very much, Cat Tarot. Telling us John's future, potentially, or just, a bit fun. Yeah, we were talking about doing tarot lives. And also, then we met Trisha, and Trisha does tarot. So if you want the more experienced tarot reader, then you can see Trisha's channel. I would potentially maybe do it over on Twitch, in a slightly different place from our friend Trisha there. But it's all about how much time I've got in my days. It's all about how much time we've got. But I do appreciate people enjoy this. Let's just call it like a bit of entertainment and just like not promise anything long term, because it's all about how much time we've got. Maybe that's what we're talking about. The near being the next few weeks, the midterm as in the next year, and the long-term future down the line. And we've got a 4 of dishes, 4 of cups. And of course, I'm going to give you the most basic tarot readings from the internet without too much depth and insight, because again, I'm a bit naive to this, but we've got the 4 of cups. And we've got a straight up 4 of cups. So we're talking about emotional and psychic aspects of life, fantasy, imagination, feelings, love. And this is a restless time where a person may become dissatisfied with life and emotionally uncomfortable, feeling stagnated, longing for change. The heart ponders its options, as it should. So the cat we have pictured. Thanks, Trisha. Maybe I've got a bit of a gift and I'm just denying my gift. I don't know, but what we're seeing here with the cat pictured is the cat having this, and you know what it's like with the cat. My cat now has several dishes of food, one of which she will definitely eat, but the other 2 might have to end up going in the bin. This cat is being given options, and he's not really sure of their options, not really happy with the options. Some of these dishes appear to be empty here. Maybe the cat's had a few tasters of a few different things. They all seem to be fishy-shaped dishes. I don't know. But dissatisfaction with the options, thinking about things, that's what New Year's about, isn't it, in January? So short term is about decision making and pondering one's options. The rest of the year, the Ace of Swords is a cat having its claws clipped. So I don't know how this one... I'm laughing because I don't know how they've decided to relate the images from the traditional tarot into the cats. But the Ace of Swords, upright as well, is about rational mind and the ability to discriminate, cutting through to pierce illusion. So that fantasy reality suit that we had here, like the sort of fantastic, like it's about ideas, about thoughts, about decisions, but then we cut through and get to some sense of real reality, and the prime motive, guiding ideal, vision that guides you through life's changing fortunes, and single-minded clarity. So after a period of decision making, you find single-minded clarity, and that's good because you've had time to do some thinking and you've made a solid choice, or hopefully, with whatever the cards are suggesting, a time next year where you can make a clear-cut, solid choice, going through your prime motives and guiding ideals, optimism, evolution, a sense of hope and victory. So this is a good card to have. And then the inverted 2 of Cups is about investing too much in a relationship in the very long term, So we're talking, I was saying a week, this is my feelings on it anyway, a week, sort of like months to a year, the next sort of year, and then the long term is about investing too much in a relationship and to not look too much for validation in others, and that you might end up neglecting yourself as a result. So to not conform to the narrow criteria of having, like, when it's this way up, it's about cooperation and working together to create harmony, I believe, and positive force from that. So inverted, it's about working together and losing some of yourself in that relationship in some way. So maybe this is a work related, because I was talking about like maybe making decisions, maybe it's about love, maybe it's about work. I don't know why I got a feeling it's about work in some way, but making decisions, making choices, being forthright and following through those decisions in a way that provides success, and then finally in a longer term, sort of maybe through that whole process it's been some sort of cooperative effort, but it's time to let go of the other people in the cooperative effort and decide to, you know, be aware that other people's needs aren't exactly in line with your own more forthright and straightforward needs. So ta-da! Yeah, I don't know if they, you know, maybe it's not about work, maybe it's about, like, you know, life in general or whatever, but however these feel that they read to you is probably more important than what I'm saying about it. I said work because I got a feeling that all these choices are your options in the future, like what you want to do with yourself. And for most people, that's a kind of like work-life choice, isn't it? Like, life is about what you do for work in so many ways, but maybe it's a deeper meaning. And then, like, next year you're in line, hopefully, after a period of self-reflection, to make a choice and to follow it through, and that's going to go well. And then at the end of it, you can cast off the cooperative effort part of it and be yourself and strong and confident in your own self, because that's what's backing it up. Yeah. So there you go. That's a good reading. They're all good readings. It's New Year. Everyone's going to get a good reading. I'll do the one more tarot reading for, was it Nick in chat that asked for the tarot reading, and then we'll move on to the practical magic, and whoever asks for that when I open up that deck can get in on that, because practical magic's kind of different, and it's all good fun. And then we've got the other decks as well. We can have some Woodland Wardens. Thank you, John, for the £2 super chat. Thank you. We can have some Woodland Wardens as well, which is, like, you know, whatever people feel is up their street. It's also fun. But I'll have to read it out of the book for the Woodland Wardens, because I don't know what any of it means. I mean, I don't know what any of this means particularly necessarily. Right, this is, was it Nick? I forgot. Quite a lot of names went past. I think it was Nick, wasn't it? Yeah, Nick. If I got coffees from last night, did I read them out as well at the start of today's episode? I'll quickly just check that. And there's one more thing I want to do before we get even further in this. That's the coffee.com. We've had quite a few. I think I read them out at the start of the episode, the people who had tipped me when I was offline, and we've had quite a few today, you know, while we've been streaming. But Jigsy bought me a coffee, Daisy bought me a coffee, Sharon bought me a coffee, Bad Gambler bought me a coffee, and Nick bought me a coffee, look, as well, yeah. So thank you to those people who bought me a coffee while I was offline. Or sometimes what happens is we're doing a premiere and people tip me and they don't realise it's like a premiere and not like live, but it's all good. Like, you know, I do see those and I do shout them out on the streams, and I'm really grateful. Like, sometimes when I'm offline, I've got OBS open on my desktop and it will literally go off and it will be like, you know, it will do all the whole thing. It's just I'm not live. I'll hear the whoosh and then swoosh on my desktop. And I'm like, what? Someone just tipped me. It's all good in the hood. So, Nick's year. That one nearly popped out. I don't know what the rules are for nearly popping out. Kind of makes you want to shuffle a bit loose, doesn't it? To make, like, oh no, this one turned over, that one's come in. We're having that. It's this one that's on top that it wanted to be. It's that one. This one's going back in the deck. Oh, that one wants to come out as well. It's kind of nice when they kind of want to come out. Like, it does a job for you. You feel like I'm thinking about Nick's future, and then not trying to sort of that one's the last one. I know it. I feel it. That's it now. That's enough shuffling. This one's the one that's getting turned over. Big ups, Lottie. Thank you very much for the $1.99 super chat. Yeah, I love this piece of artwork. Hokusai. I don't know if I pronounce it right. We've got some catty cards. I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to just check the book what triangles and circles with stripes through them mean. Which one's triangles in cat cards? I think that's swords. Is it? Yeah, the triangles is the swords. So we've got a 1x. And why do they do that to me? Like, x is 10 and 1 is... So it's 9, isn't it? It's the 9, isn't it? The 9 of... 9 of swords. In the cat book. I'll check you in the cat book as well, look. Suit of swords. 9 of swords in the cat book, upright. It says, depression, fear, anxiety, grief, sadness. No wonder your claws are out. You're clinging on for dear life. You're overwhelmed with a sense of dread, and it may feel like you're barely hanging on. Just know your perspective may not be... No, just know that your perspective may be skewed by mental exhaustion. Things are tough, but they're not be as bad as you think. There's a light at the end of the proverbial tunnel. Interesting short-term card about...
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Big ups, Trisha.
Trisha Gelder sent tippies. Happy New Year. Here is to an amazing 2024. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hopefully we will have a nice 2024, yeah. For Nick, it's looking like a bit... thank you very much, Trisha. Thank you. For Nick, it's looking like, for the first part of the year, for the first month or few weeks, it's about hanging on after an exhausting time, or it might continue to be a slightly exhausting time. But please note the cat claws are out and are engaged. The hanging on is being done. Like, it's always important to note in those stressful situations, whilst people think, oh no, can I hold on? Can I hold out? While they're wondering whether they can, they're actually doing so. They're actually literally holding on. And like, it's at the moments where you doubt yourself and question yourself that you need to realise you have been holding on, and you are holding on, and you can do that, because of course you have been. Like, you can do it. You are doing it. So that's that first card. That's the short term. But it looks like things are going to perk up, look, because this Catty is having to play with all these toys. So I just don't know what the suit is, because what is that suit? Why have they drawn it like that? Is it wands or... yeah, it's wands. Okay. So it's the V1, it's the 6 of wands. Cat cards. I'm reading the cat card definitions because they're a little bit different from normal tarot cards, and I don't even know how to relate to the normal tarot cards yet off the top of my head. But this says, whatever the question nagging at you, there's a good chance the answer is yes. Basically, in the midterm for next year, it's like for next year we're saying, whatever the question's nagging at you, the answer is yes. You've got an eye on what you want, and everything you need is yours for the swatting. All the hard work you've put in is paying off, and your self-confidence is well earned. Your passion shows. This big win is all yours. So all that hard work and holding out and struggling and claws out and holding on is going to pay off. And whatever you want will be yours. You'll have your choice of all the little ballies that are being dangled, and you'll have your choice of which colourful ball you want. So that's good as the year pans out. My cat, Trisha says that Piglet comes and gets involved when she does the readings, and strangely, although the cat does try and get my attention a lot, it does, my cat's now come and she's sat on my lap, and she's very happy being here as well. So I don't know if there's anything in that, but she has come and sat on my lap and is very content. So yeah, hold on. Things might be tough, but hold on, because you'll get a reward out of it at the end, and good things are coming. And the rest of the year seems like it'll be about rewards for hard work. With the 1V, so that was the 6, and this is the 4, yeah? This is What's Not to Love. A wide lawn to sprawl on, bountiful sprays of catnip. Everything is calm and stable. A veritable wealth of joy and celebration has sprung up around you, so make time to enjoy the rewards together with your loved ones. So basically, Nick, work hard and hold on, because good times are coming and they will last. That's your reading. I mean, I can't promise things. This is just entertainment and, you know, whatever you want to take from it. These cat cards say, work hard and hold on. You will be rewarded, and the rewards will be lasting. That's my hope for your year ahead, as guided by Cat Tarot. These have all been good readings, so we're going to quit while we're ahead on the Cat Tarot, because they've all been good readings. I love the fact they go in a box, you know, like, sell me something that goes in a... I've got a mark on there, I've done that myself. Sell me something that goes in a box, like that. You've got me. You've got me, just like this. Comes in a box. So this is not Nicole Kessinger Sex Club magic, look. This is practical magic. This is slightly different. And for all those who think, oh, cards magic, it's nonsense. Well, don't worry. This is more practical, as it says, literally practical. And it's got an advice book and all that. Activation guidebook. And it's got cards. It's in a box, so you know it's good quality. And these cards are a bit different. You're right, Minky, you can't go on there. No, you can't. Go in there. Now I've got all cat hairs. Now my nose is itching. That's what makes my nose itch. I've found out it's the cat hairs. No worries, Nick. Thank you very much for requesting a reading. These cards look a bit different. Look, pleasure, shadow, declutter. Wouldn't expect to see declutter on the tarot. So these might offer more actionable, direct things to do, rather than for those that like a little more direct, rather than a sort of emotional aspect. These all thumbprints on these cards. I've been using them with greasy chicken fingers. For those that like a bit of practical magic, we can have a bit of practical magic. Bizzle could go up, yeah.
I couldn't be happier.
Primetime sent tippies. 3 cards for Ole Primetime. What do you say, Mad Adamo?
Couldn't be happier.
Super Chuffer Oja sent tippies. Hey Scott, Happy New Year to you and everyone on chat. Maybe you need to do a reading for the Armchair Ripper and Eddie to see what's in store for them. It's going to be an interesting year for these pair by the looks of things. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much, both of you. 3 cards for prime time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bizzle's going to get a practical magic draw for now. And then we'll move on for DC Prime Time. I'll offer you the choice of the Woodland Wardens, the Starseed Oracle, or we could go back to the Tarot if you'd prefer it. So next in queue is DC Prime Time. And I don't know if I will be reading cards for the Nutters, but we can finish maybe on some cards for the Nutters. We can certainly, they can go on the queue list if no one else wants to. But they're not top of my list for people who definitely should deserve a reading. But we certainly could look at that maybe. This is now for Bizzle, right? Bizzle's going to get this is a slightly different reading. You might like it, you might not. Like, people might like this, they might not. So this is for Bizzle, and I'm going to do a 1-card read on the practical magic because it's a bit more specific. I think sometimes the practical magic I should shuffle in. Yeah, shouldn't I for you? It's a bit more specific, the practical magic. There's your card. Look, that's come out. Boom. Creative mindfulness. Bit of a solid card, that one. And I will have to read through the guidebook to have a bit more of an understanding as to what's going on here. But creative mindfulness is your card. So, but I don't know how to find it in the book. I do. They've got a bit of a system. And you will understand that the book is the way to go here. Creative mindfulness. So, from the book. I put my imagination to work through connecting to creativity. Where have you stopped taking notice of the richness in the details? So this is for your future 2024. Mindfulness is a way of consciously observing the fullness of the world around you. Creativity gives you space for unconscious expression of the fullness of the world around you. Connecting creativity and mindfulness symbiotically aligns your conscious and unconscious worlds to allow imagination and magic to follow. Practice creative mindfulness, and it's a great way of looking at the world through all your senses. It's also really good for letting you out of a creative block. So what we've got here is, it literally says like something you're to do, like this is your action plan. Spend 10 minutes getting mindful with something you normally take for granted. You can do it anywhere and with anything. Whether you're at home or out and about, choose an everyday object you would normally not pay attention to. Now, using all of your senses, notice every little thing you can about it. What can you see beyond the obvious? Look into the details of the detail. What can you hear? If it's an object that doesn't generally make any sound, what do you imagine it would sound like? What can you feel? Close your eyes and touch every part of the object with a sense of curiosity. How does it make you feel? So you're going to be at the bus stop, and you're not just going to be stood at the bus stop. You're going to be feeling the bus stop and tapping the bus stop. And licking. Don't lick the bus stop. What does it smell like? It's smelling the bus stop. You're going to be smelling the bus stop. What does it taste like? You're going to have to lick the bus stop. You're going to have to dive right in. What vibrational energy do you get from connecting with your object? So I don't know if it's like a good deck for predicting, or advising on the future, but for a card, what it's suggesting to you is to get more, if I'm going to read into it a bit more as well, is to get engaged with the, like, don't overthink life, but instead get engaged with the feel of life, the texture, like it said, like lick it, smell it, touch it, don't be standoffish, jump into the pool, feel the water, the temperature, the feel of the flow over you. Do you know what I mean? Like, jump in and get involved. And if it's a new food, taste it. If it's a new flower, smell it. And take time to smell those flowers and to find those flowers and the smells and the tastes. Don't just walk through the market and the noise and the clutter and just trudge through. Stop and have the little taster of the product, or the you know what I mean, like feel the cashmere of the scarf or something. I don't know, like it's to get more physically engaged, like, and that's what practical magic's about, really, more than the other ones. So that was a practical magic one. Practical magic, creative mindfulness for you. Hope you liked that. It's a bit different, isn't it? It's a bit different from the other one, and people are going to say, oh, it's not magic, it's all that mindfulness stuff. It's not just all the mindfulness stuff. They told you how to engage that with your creative consciousness. So what that's going to do, hopefully for you next year, is unlock a level of creative consciousness where you feel more connected with the environment around you and more connected with the with the world around you, and that can feed through into your creative process. That was what it was. Remember, it was creative mindfulness. So whatever your creative process is, whatever you're trying to create and put out there in the world, it's making me think of how a chef can get interested in cooking and then really interested in the texture of the dough, and it's one thing learning to bake bread, but it's another spending time tasting the texture of the different dough. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's about getting deep into things and really seeing that detail to get to that next level of creativity. Practical magic. Good, isn't it? I quite like that. Right, next up, we're going to do some 3 cards of tarot for DC Primetime, and then I'm going to offer out some Woodland Wardens and some Starseed Oracles. In our 2024 positive vibe, looking to the future, positive vibe, chill, post New Year, chill stream, yeah? My dog's alright down there. Scared off his ninnies. Right, we're back with the cat cards. I'm thinking DC Primetime, into the future. So it's about 3 cards, 1, 2, 3, short, medium, long term. for DC Primetime and their objectives and 2024. This one, I think this one is like, it didn't flip out. I've turned it over like that. The Empress inverted. Oh, I dropped half of them then. The Empress inverted is interesting to me because, yeah, Empress. I'm just going to put that half that got cut on. It's still, okay, now I've got a flip. Page of Cups inverted. And then these are going to get turned back over. And this one, like, is poking its way out. I'm having that one as well. Everything's still good on the stream. Everything's still rolling nicely. We've got what... I know what this one is already. I've seen this one earlier and it's popped out in the same place. So it looks, don't worry, the long term looks like Happy Landings. Looks like Fruits of Bounties. Looks like Happy Endings. Empress Inverted is an interesting card to come out. For DC Primetime. Doody doody. The card suggests trouble in paradise, bad luck in love, or what it says here. The cat in the Empress straight up is very happy about their toy. Very happy with their toy. And when it's inverted, it's suggesting in the book for the cats that the squeaky toy may have bit back, or maybe playtime has got a bit rough. But the Empress inverted is about taking a step back in the short term, start of this year, and regrouping, focusing on yourself. The Page of Cups appears in this to be a cat with its head down the toilet. So I don't know the inverted version, but we're going to have a look at that now, the Page of Cups. It's making me chuckle because it's got his head down the toilet. The Page of Cups. The kittenish energy can spell frustration. There's too much drinking out of the toilet and not enough responsibility happening. It's time to pull it together and get down to whatever you're avoiding. So, in its natural form, the Page of Cups would be about irreverent irresponsibility, letting your hair down, throwing caution to the wind, and just like getting a bit debauched. But this way up, it's about reining that in and time to tidy up. Like, no more drinking from the toilet, eating Cheetos and slobbing out or anything like that. Like, not that I'm suggesting you would, but you know what I mean. The way it's sort of, you know, saying to me here is no more lazy and easy answers. We're self-reflecting. We're regrouping our energy, and the next year ahead is a bit more about discipline, maybe, and control in certain areas of life, wherever they might be. In the cat card, it's about drinking out of the toilet because cats do that naughty. But you know, whatever doing that naughty is, it's about a bit more about self-control. And we've seen this card in the last read, so I know what this is again. This is the Four of Wands, and it is about long-term success and the fruits of that. If you have that self-control, self-reflection, putting yourself first, and again, it's like both of these cards reflect a sort of move away from a sort of childish pursuit or game, or like, you know how when we're younger we're a bit more reckless. Yeah, it's a move away from something reckless into something more I guess mature and stable. And then in that more mature and stable place, you find peace and the bounty of that discipline. And it takes a bit of discipline to get there, insofar as it's easier to sort of drink from the toilet in inverted commas. In my life, it's like Cheetos and hot dogs, like vegan sausages, obviously, but it's fast food and, you know, eating Cheetos. In my life, it's Cheetos instead of being much more disciplined and doing some sit-ups and stuff like that. So, you know, maybe it's that vibe, whatever that vibe is. So next year's about slightly more discipline and moving away from a reckless lifestyle into a much more satisfied and happy one, where you feel that all that work paid off. So again, a really good. Was that for DC Primetime, those cards? It was for, tipped me just then. Primetime bought me a coffee. 3 cards for old Primetime. So that was those cards. Whoever tipped me just then, and I assumed it was DC Primetime because they said for old Primetime. Quite like doing this. Trisha, it's really like, Trisha says sometimes she gets a headache when she's doing some of the people. Like, I'm naturally, all of a sudden then I was naturally just holding the cards and doing this. Just thought I'd show you. Just, I wasn't thinking about it. It was just happening as a sort of, you know, maybe subconsciously I wanted some of them to be inverted. Funny, because that's a card about inversion. It's funny, isn't it, the way that came out, and because the card looks right when it's inverted, and I'm inadvertently inverting the cards. Anyway, there's actually something really relaxing about it. Well, first of all, we went into a nice energy space, didn't we? We had a lot of fun, and we got to a chill out space. I took a little bathroom break, and then we got into this. So I guess being in the right vibe in the first place helps, but I find it very relaxing and kind of fun. That's good. I've got 2 of these as well. I've got these decks here. Who wants a Woodland Warden? Who wants a Starseed Oracle? Should we go with Woodland Wardens first? I've said it now. Thanks, Nick. Whoever says it in chat, you know, whoever calls it, whoever grabs it, shotguns it. Who wants the Woodland Warden? Who wants a Woodland Warden card? Yeah, true, Trisha. I appreciate that. It's usually people who are bad juju that gives you the headache. True. I wonder if that works the other way around then. If it's like people who are good juju make you feel nice when you're doing the readings. Like, see, I've got loads of questions for you still. We should definitely get you on the stream. Give it, yeah, Trisha gets a Woodland Warden one. Nice call, good call. Again, it's going to be a read from the book. Because...
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Bizzle sent tippies.
Thank you, Bizzle.
Bless you, Scott. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I appreciate that. Thank you. These are very, very beautiful cards, these are. I'll tell you this, right? This is by Jessica Rue, and it is just available on the internet. I don't know her, but these cards are really, really beautiful. Like, among the finest. Like, what's really nice as well is when you sometimes buy items off the internet, you hope that they're going to be of a nice quality, and a lot of these things are. They've all been really, the cards I've been using tonight have all been really good. Like, but these feel like they're like slightly matte. They're like, out of all the cards I've got, these are the ones that when you hold them and get them out of the box, and you know, you see these images of hand painted, both an animal and a piece of foliage, or whatever you call it, you know, like something botanical and something, I don't know what the words are, an animal and a plant. But they're just fucking beautiful, like, really, sorry for swearing, really beautiful cards. They're like my favourite cards, I guess. And I haven't really explored them all completely because I guess part of the joy is sort of shuffling them up. This is one for Trisha and her future this year. There's no reversing here as well. We look at them the right way up and read what they say in the book. But I'm feeling like it's not going to be about one... Oh, nearly jumped out there. It's not going to be about one jumping out to me, though. It's more about me doing this in the sort of more traditional sense and doing that and then giving it a cut. And it wanted me to sort of do that. There's one card been left there. So that's the card. kind of like, it feels almost like, honestly, I'll just say for honestly, I've got like a sort of energy, what I'd call, not a full tingle, like not like full pins and needles, like not all my arms have gone up, but like I feel like slightly warmer, and like a sense of warmth in me when I turned it over, that like, you know, an energy thing. So this says the hawk and the thistle. We're looking at the hawk and the thistle, and it says graceful persistence. And again, like, I just can't reiterate strongly enough, you're not going to get a full sense of how really... Can I focus on this any better here? They are very, very beautiful cards. Like, there's a lot of detail in this. And the hawk with its wings spread in full flight there. And then the thistle. The thistle is seen as like a weed maybe, and like, but it's the symbol of Scotland. Like, it's thorn, and it says here persistence, you know, its ability to grow and flourish in difficult climates, difficult situations, and then produce what is a beautiful flower that in the summer, when they do those flowers, they always attract like you always see big bumblebees like attracted by the flowers. So it is a flower, you know, the flower of Scotland as well, the hawk and the thistle, yeah. So I'm going to pop that down back there and focus it in, and then I'm going to get the book. To find out what it says about it. It's got a number at the top, right? The number is XLIV, so I ain't gonna... How am I gonna know what XLIV is? What's XLIV? I mean, why don't they do normal numbers? XL11, right? What's XLIV, the hawk and the thistle. Had to be persistent to find it in the book, because I don't know Roman numerals, but I do appreciate the sort of romanticism of using them instead of normal integers. So, graceful persistence. The hawk is a keen and vigilant observer, so much that watchful and hawk-eyed have become synonyms. An apex predator, the hawk glides gracefully on the wind, its sharp talons ever at the ready. The thistle can thrive in a variety of environments, from verdant hills to rocky shores. Its spiked, stinging leaves protect its radiant flower, which perches like a crown upon its stem. You can act fiercely while maintaining your grace and dignity. Sharpen your talons, but don't lose your crown. That's the reading from the book. Yeah, like, it's funny, when I saw the thistle, I was initially aware of, you know, we were aware of a thistle being, you know, you grab the thistle, ow, it's sharp, and you're walking in, like, for me, I engage with it when I'm walking with the dog and stuff, and the dog gets the sharp bits from the thistle caught on his fur, or, like, you know, stuff like that. But the hawk I saw as just, like, the grace element, but it's really interesting that it brought out the aspect of the hawk being apex predator with the sharp talons, but it's reminding me a little bit, Trisha, of your military background, maybe in some aspects, in that military discipline is all about, like, the training and all that. It's about having those sharp talons, but knowing when and where to engage and to display them, isn't it? It's about discipline. Like, more than anything, power is nothing. Like, that ability, that power is nothing without that discipline. So it speaks of that graceful persistence, the thistles, and their, like I said, the ability to thrive through harsh environment. And then the hawk is soaring above it all and has its eagle eyes, is observant and swift and sharp to, you know, to be, as it says, apex predator as well. Like, you know, don't mess with Trisha, basically. That's what that says. Don't mess with Trisha. But like I said, it's about discipline and control as well. It's not about being a wild animal. Like, it's about grace and control. So, yeah, that's a cool card. That's a cool card. And for that to be, I suppose we were looking for some sort of sense of next year and into the future. So I think that's a good card to have, isn't it? Really, like it's a very strong card. Yeah. XL Ivy is 34 in Roman numerals. Thanks very much. It's in my brain. It's going to be XL Ivy for fucking ever. So. We had Roman numerals at school. We did a couple of lessons. We had Latin and just every now and then it comes up, doesn't it? But it's never gone in my head. I know that V is 5. I know that X is 10. But I don't know if you put one before it and one after it. I kind of can. But I'm not a human calculator over here. I'm not a human calculator, but that's a lovely, and the cards are really nice, and they're my favourite cards, the Woodland Wardens. Pleased with that as a draw as well. It's kind of apt, isn't it? It's kind of apt. Sharpen those talons. Keep vigilant and flourish despite harsh environments. Taming your inner psycho. Were they expensive? I'm not sure they were particularly expensive. I'm not going to go on the internet and buy $50 boxes of cards, so they would have been about £20 to £30 maybe, or maybe £16 or something like that. It was on Amazon. I can probably tell you right now, actually. Jessica Rue, Amazon, without any too much of a bother. £13. They're available on Amazon for £13. That was actually a really good. I mean, it depends on what your perspective is, isn't it? Like, there is some sense of. I'm saying it's just for fun and we're just having fun, yeah. But there is some sense of if people are going to take something about. Like I was saying that I felt energy when I turned over the card. At least, like I did. I don't feel that same energy now when I'm just talking and moving my hands. But it was almost like a sort of, when I used to do the ASMR, I created a vibe, an environment, and like doing these really gentle things in that environment, close up and stuff. I think I got feelings of like what I would call ASMR tingles or whatever. But here it was like energy. These cards are designed for this sort of purpose. So, but they're also by a modern author / artist, and not with the same heritage of what you would call tarot cards. And I have to take the guidebook and then read in, but they're designed for this. They've all got a slightly different meaning and thing, haven't they? So as Trisha says sometimes, I think it's about maybe the guidance, like, or was it Trisha? I was talking to somebody else. So I was talking to Indrid Cold, who is a friend from the Detract community, and she was saying to me that it's not necessarily about the tarot cards themselves being tarot cards or the dice being dice or whatever. It's about the hand of fate that guides the fall of the tarot cards, and the hand of fate that guides the fall of, or fate, fate being the nameless magic, that whatever you want to call it, that guides the hand that turns the card. And so in another world, we could have had a different card, or maybe a different person gets a different card at a different moment, but at that moment, that sequence of events led to this particular result. And some people would say that's where the magic is, that's where the je ne sais quoi, that's where the thing is, that whatever you want to say. And to me, for this reading for Trisha, I would say there was definitely, I'm honest about it, I'm not just making up weird things because why bother. I felt that warm sense of energy about the turning of the card, and the moment was like a happy, warm energy moment. So whatever anyone wants to take from that is up to them. It interests me greatly that we can create a new work, essentially, in Woodland Wardens, or indeed the Starseed Oracle, or whatever else. The Oracle cards now, like, you could say, well, that's a modern set of cards, so it can't possibly have any traditional magic in it. But as I explained, the magic is in the guidance of the hand of fate that turns the card, not the within the realms of this guidebook and this set of cards, there was only a certain number of options, but whichever option came out was not guaranteed, was it? I didn't choose it and say, right, that's your card. So there is still that element of fate in it in some aspect, whatever people want to take out of it, yeah. And in fact, in some way, I find the beauty in these modern decks, like this, like, even if you don't believe in magic or anything like that, this, what, I can say magic, you know what I mean, but these are beautiful cards. Like, someone has taken the time to craft this, and it is good. So yeah, I think that's good. These are, I'll give you a link on Amazon. I'll just give you the thing in chat. I'll just copy the, I don't know if I can copy the, is that a link? I don't want you to open up my Amazon account by accident. Sorry. I just, I don't know if that's, like, it's called Woodland Wardens. That's what it's called. I might just delete that, what I've put in chat there. I don't know how to. Don't know how to delete my own thing that I put in chat. Brilliant. Because I don't know if that's a link or if that's just a load of rubbish, but if you've got a mod in chat, can you delete what I just posted? Because I can't. Because I don't think it's a proper link and it just looks like a load of rubbish. And if you can, if there's a mod in chat that can delete that, please do. If they can't, then don't worry. They might not be able to delete my own posts because it's my posts, but it's Woodland Warden, so you can see this here, look, by Jessica Rue. That's what it's called. Oracle deck and guidebook. The link works, and it doesn't take you to my Amazon account with my name on it or anything, yeah? If it doesn't, then you can leave it up, it's fine. Like, as long as it doesn't take you to my Amazon account with my name on it. Like, as long as it just comes up in your Amazon account. Yeah, that's fine then. I was a bit afraid somehow it was going to link, like, link through, and like everyone was going to be able to spend money on my Amazon account buying loads of copies of Woodland Wardens. And it's big shouts out to Jessica Rue who's created that. But I tell you what as well, like, there's a lot of creative people out there who can probably do a good job of crafting their own decks and stuff. And I'd love to see what the future holds for that world, because it's a really beautiful and I don't know, like, as an artwork and an art form, there's a lot goes, like, it's 52, how many cards is it? I don't know, 52 cards, yeah? 52 cards, so there's 52 works, and then there's 52 deeper meanings and thoughts, and there's quite a lot of work that goes into it, really. Oh, I've got mods, look, Snips is here. We're all right. I don't think they can delete my posts anyway, because I'm the main one, so I don't know why it wouldn't let me delete my own posts. But no hiding here. If I accidentally link you through to my actual Amazon account and you can spend all my monies, then, like, whoops. I wake up tomorrow and I'm poor and everyone owns a copy of Woodland Wardens, but the only thing you can possibly buy is just Woodland Wardens, so you have to buy loads of copies of Woodland Wardens and then try and sell them on in the black market for extra monies. Suddenly there's a glut of Woodland Wardens on the black market, and Woodland Wardens ends up going down in price. And Jessica Rue thinks, well, this is good, I've sold loads of these, but how come they still sell? I mean, we are selling shed loads of these, and I'm not even seeing them come up on social media or anything. Like, who's buying them? The Woodland Wardens gate cracks open when I demand refunds from, insurance on accounts. PayPal demand PayPal refund the Woodland Wardens money. Jessica Rue ends up bankrupt. Sorry, this is a bad future that I'm crafting. That's bad juju. That's bad energy. We don't want that in here. Thank you. Next, we've got Starseed Oracle. Has anyone been waiting for the Starseed Oracle? Does anyone want themselves a Starseed Oracle draw? It's very much the same sort of setup to Woodland Wardens. They're different kinds of cards. These are based on something a bit more big and university. Star Ancestors. Ellie Arquette would like that one. Like, there's some really interesting, beautiful art on these as well. I think they speak of a sort of big question, big thing. It's asking you to sign in. Right, yeah. Big ups, Big Chris, yeah. Not to sign into my Amazon account, but to sign into your own, I assume. Brutally Honest Marv, you can certainly have a Starseed, and Smarty Heart, you can have one as well, yeah. We can have 2 of these. I'm shuffling. I'll try and take it seriously, but in my mind, I was saying everybody shuffling. But every time I think of that, I think of a load of people shuffling around, like in slippers. Anyway, this is for the future. First of all for Brutally Honest Marv, and then for Smarty Hearty. So first of all for Brutally Honest Marv, we'll have a future Starseed. I don't know if these need to jump out at me, or if I feel, as I feel the cards behave. They're a bit jumpy at the moment. I need them to settle a bit. Brutally Honest Marv, the future. I'm looking for a Starseed draw. And it's just settle a bit here. They're shuffling in big chunks, unlike the other cards. I mean, it might just be the feel on the cards, but it feels like they've got... In some way, I was saying about them being about big questions. It feels like they've got a lot of big, chunky weight to these shuffles in my hand. And it's not just because they're bigger cards, it's they're falling in bigger chunks. There we go. There's some cards. This was just Marv I was thinking for, really. So, Smarty Hearty comes next. So, these 2 are the ones that I've got. So, I guess I'm going to ask Marv, which card do you feel more drawn to? Because I feel like it's a 1-card, like, strong thing that it wants to do, and I think it's like, things are just happening. It feels like I want to give you, it is giving me the opportunity to give you a choice. So you've got the card on the left or the card on the right. Brutally Honest Marv, the card on the left or the card on the right. They're the 2 choices. A or B, 1 or 2, left or right. You can make your choice and have your what's the word? If you don't make a choice, I'll make it for you. That's fine. Or I can do I don't have a dowsing thing, but I can make one out of something on a bit of string. Or I can find some other form of choice making, 50-50 opportunity. But it's left or right, really, at the moment. For Brutally Honest Marv. Just waiting for the chat to move. They might not be in a position to do any chatting. The right, okay, right card, no problem. So this one's going back in the deck, and the right card is your choice. That even went nicely. When it put it back in the deck, it just made a really solid noise, like it wanted to be the card that went back in the deck. So that seems like a good choice to me. So let's see what we've got here. We've got big picture thinking. And a word that I've never seen before in my life, but Pleiades energy, visionary, inspired ideas, and it's like a cosmic gate atop. What we see in the card is like the awesomeness of the cosmos through this ancient stone gate atop a sort of twisted and almost freshly molten terrain, but in the reflection here of this pool, is not actually the same reflection as what we see here. It's these ancient mountains and old stars, like old stars, ancient mountains, is the reflection, and what we've come through a period of struggle and molten, like, you know, raw struggle, to a position of looking through to the big, like, big picture thinking. It's saying, like, through this giant cosmic gate. That's what I'm reading from the card itself, but I'll read from the book as well, because the book's got things to say too, if I can find the big picture gate bit in the book. Right. Pleiadians, right, what, yeah, let's find that out as well, actually. Pleiades. Let me find that out. What? Pleiades. One of the most easily recognizable star clusters in the night sky is the it's my pronunciation, Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters. The brightest stars in the system glow a luminous blue and are bright enough to be seen with the naked eye. It's up in the sky. It's real stars. This is what we're talking about, big star. This is what this deck is about, isn't it? It's about big cosmic star stuff. Prominent sight in the winter in the northern hemisphere, easily visible from southern latitudes. Divine Sisters, the Daughters of Pleione. Like, there's a lot of, I really like the idea that this is connected to a star system, so you can read into what the star system says about, you know, each individual culture, it seems here, has got their own attribution of something cosmic to these different star systems. So depending on your own path in life, you might have a different attachment to them, or a different way to read into them. I'll read from the book. The Pleiadians are our cosmic cousins. They're here to remind us that it's never too late to learn new things and change the future. You're being called to be a visionary for the planet, to take a breath, shake off what you've been taught about the world, and hold a new vision for humanity. You're likely a big picture thinker, here to generate ideas for the future, here to birth a new age and dream a new world into being. The future will be woven by dream makers like you, by those with enough courage to question the way the things have been and envision new possibilities for the planet. The world needs more artists, dreamers, inventors, and visionary thinkers. Perhaps you had an idea recently that you're being called to usher in. If so, this card is your confirmation that it's divinely guided. The Pleiadians support us in this important stage in Earth's development. They want us to know that the decisions we make today will affect the well-being of our planet and all its species. They're calling on you to be a leader to the future, to hold a clear vision of what's possible, to trust that vision and follow it through with daily action, to dream a new world into being, to hold your mind open and try not to worry about what others think, for it takes great courage to pave a new path. It takes great courage to pave a new path, to trust a vision before it's a reality. And then it gives you a series of questions that you could read as your Starseed Soul Inquiry, if you want. How are you being called to step up and lead? What new ideas or creations are you being called to pursue? There you go. Brutally honest, Marv, you think you know what it means. Well, fair play. Like, you know, again, for each to their own. Some people might just see this as a bit of fun. It is a modern card set, so they've gone with an ancient and traditional set of ideas, which is the stars, and they've attached to them, I suppose, not uncommon attributions that the stars actually over eras of humanity have taken in a sort of astronomical set. Like most people who follow this sort of stuff, and I'm not that educated on astronomy, astrological stuff, but if you have feelings on that, which I can't elucidate any further because I don't know too much about them, but then maybe you could draw more out of that. But it's definitely pointed towards some clear ideas there, and good ones as well, I suppose, and especially about trusting yourself when, I mean, I'm relating it to my favourite poem there, but trusting yourself when others doubt you, and knowing that what you're doing might be different to other people, or might be unconventional in some way, but that's because you're doing new big picture thinking, and you're doing things that like you might be more a leader where others might have to follow in certain aspects, and in that position it's hard because initially people might see you as being like, you know, to do something different so others end up following means you have to be the first one to do it that's different, don't you? So but big picture thinking, yeah, very much big picture thinking. Right, my next one is for, I've got to get this right. Who was next? Smarty Hearty. We've got Starseed Oracle for Smarty Hearty next. I'm just going to finish off making my reefer, because if my energy is devoted to thinking about making my reefer, my little smokiest, then I'm going to be devoted to that and not this side. I'm going to do this first and then that. Simples. Coming up to 2 a.m. in the UK, which I don't know what time that is everywhere else around the world, but if it's New Year's where you are now and you're suddenly celebrating it, Happy New Year's, you chuffer. For everyone else here that's been up past into the smaller hours, this is exactly what we're here for, is a nice chill stream with some positivity to push forward into the new year. And some people take this stuff real seriously, and other people take it for a bit of fun, and whatever you feel is up to you. But it's all good in the hood. Again, I should shout out the people who created this. Again, it was simply, you know, a purchase from the normal internet Amazon night if you want your own. Rebecca Campbell and Danielle Noel, and a team effort here by an artist, and I mean they're both artists, aren't they? But one's the author and the other is the visual artist for the combination thing that creates the card. Big ups, Emily. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm going to try and push on till about 4 a.m. maybe. I don't know. Don't know how long I'm going to be able to, you know, keep doing this, but I do appreciate what Trisha does. Like, you want to watch, when I'm watching Trisha, I want to watch more and more, and I'm like, oh, do more. But I appreciate it does sort of start to. At the start, I was like, oh, this is real good, and it makes me feel good. But it does start to also, like, in some way drain you in. I mean, maybe it's just because I've been streaming for a long time anyway. But I don't know, I do feel a sort of like, once you've felt that energy rush, I suppose you feel a bit of an energy drain afterwards. Which is why I'm just drawing my energy now before I do the next one. It's weird, isn't it? Because I'm a bit of a cynic, but I'm talking in those terms, and it just feels the right way to talk about this. So I think that's fine. I'm not terribly cynical, I'm open-minded, but big ups GC Primetime. I did one for you. I'm just scrolling back there just to check that. I did one for you on the cat deck, but we can also do you one on the Golden Girls one if you want. Smarty Hearty now on the Starseed Oracle, right? It's kind of weird to think to myself, like, I'm actually taking this more seriously than I take a lot of stuff on streams. I was like, right, let's devote everything in my brain to this now. And in some way, I guess I'm giving a lot of respect to the process of this, and whether because me as a person, I'm relatively cynical. Others aren't. However you want to do it, fine. I'm not going to keep going on about that, but I just want it to be, I want you to be aware of how, whether I'm cynical or not, I'm going to be open-minded enough to give this respect, to devote like my heart and mind to it when I do it. So it is an honest reading, and then whatever people want to take from it is up to them, yeah? So this is Smarty Hearty, 2024 and beyond, the future. Big picture thinking was the last card. This is a big deck of big idea cards. Let's see what we get for Smarty Hearty, 2024. Whether I have to cut them or whether one jumps out. Whether it starts to fragment there. And I'm left with one here that, like, I'm left with this. I'll put it on top and turn it over. But that one really, stuck while the others fell away. So this is the one that I feel is the right card. And we've got the Cosmic Heart. Devotion, potency. Make your life a moving prayer. And like a really exquisite image, really. Like a really exquisite image. There's a rose in the centre. Faintly in the centre, a rose, and this sort of explosive celestial backing. And this figure I see as someone dancing. Make your life a moving prayer, it says. I see this figure dancing against the... Again, like this seems like a Catherine wheel of it. Almost the smoke trail of a celestial flame or something. Lots of pink and also contrasting blue light here as well. Nebula, stars, but also quite close. Like this seems like I say, like a spinning fire. And the stars up in this area here speak to me of like the glowing embers of a freshly burned. It's like, when you see people who dance with fire, there's a name for them, isn't it? They're the fire dancers. It's almost like one of those fire dancers. The Cosmic Heart, devotion, potency, make your life a moving prayer. Smarty Hearty. I will find it in the book. When you surrender to a state of devotion, you find yourself flowing with all of life. You're being called to refocus your attention deep within, to the intelligence of your own heart, to bow with deep reverence to your inner temple, to live your life in devotion to this place, to make your life one big, moving prayer. Perhaps you felt a bit off kilter lately, sensing that the potency of why you're doing things has gotten a little watered down or weak. Perhaps you've forgotten what made you start doing them in the first place. If so, this is your call to take a moment and reconnect with the truth at the very centre of your heart, to get back to the essence of what you've been about, to devote your life to what you care most about, to turn your gaze deep, 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 deep. There are seasons for harvesting and seasons for sowing. Right now, you're being called to plant your soul seeds and sing to them with deep devotion, to feed them with the sweet waters of your own soul, to lose yourself in the potency of what it is that most expands your heart, to live your life according to what makes you come alive rather than what everyone else thinks, to make your life one big moving prayer. And the inquiry is, how can you make your life a moving prayer? So that rose that was at the centre of the card, that faint rose there, is the blossom of the the star seed here, deep within oneself, and the dance and the movement is the process of the blossoming. And she's got her eyes closed. It's about turning inwards. It's about this explosive growth and process happening within, isn't it? So it's about turning to yourself and believing in yourself and knowing who you are at heart, whatever it is. Like, I guess most of us in life have loves and passions and drives, and then whatever else in life comes along and takes over. And like, maybe when you go back to, I don't know what, like, you know, for me, playing the old guitar or
Barrel
Big up
Hole
Spell.
sent tippies. Happy New Year. Wishing you all the best between you XX.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Happy New Year to you too. Yeah, like if you've got like like for me, it's a bit like, I could say when I was younger, I really liked playing the guitar. I thought I might be in a band, and I thought I might make it, you know, try and make it as a musician. And then I grew up and, you know, X, Y, Z and whatever. But if I had that passion deep within me, like maybe it's time to go back and like cut that album and start that process as a soul seed, and say to myself, well, once a week we're doing band practice from now on. You know, that's part of me, that's part of who I am. I put it away for a while, but you know, that truth of who I, you know, for me, I'm suggesting that. But for Smarty Hearty, whatever it is that is your inner passion, you have to focus in and know it for yourself, and then plant that seed and allow it to grow. So it's not an overnight thing. You don't have to. Strange choice in changing music there. You don't. It doesn't have to happen overnight. This is like a process for the future card. Like, it's a big cosmic growth card. So just that planting of the seed and that devotion to it and the nurturing of it, and not letting other people put you off that and saying, okay, but like, and also it's interesting to me that it's an introspection card. It's like a within card. So it doesn't matter whether people try and put you off it. In a way, I'm feeling a sort of, like, these are non-religious, these things, but I'm feeling a sort of sense of this idea of, like, another analogy I could give you is if you were to be religious in yourself and had a path that you wanted to go on, and other people had said, oh, I don't think this or I don't think that. Well, it doesn't matter, because you within your soul know who you are deep within your soul and the path that you want to go on. So it's time to nurture that concept and grow into that self and go on that journey, and become that person that you want to be, I suppose, whether it be, like, it talks about making your life a moving prayer. So thoughts that come up to me in my mind are about how sometimes, like, our goals and dreams and aspirations might not be as practical. And it's interesting, this card has come up recently. I was looking at some people who were former 90s. This sounds really bizarre, but if this means anything, you know, maybe Smarty Hearty, healing yourself from within, spot on, bring out your creativity. Yeah, it's about who you are inside and your own, you know, your own truth to soul. Yeah. This is going to sound really weird, so if you're not into 90s pop music, don't worry about this as an analogy. But I was recently watching some 90s pop musicians who were doing pantomime, and I wasn't ripping the piss out of them or anything, but I was just saying it's a bit of a, like, you can, like Gareth Gates at the moment, you can see him on stage at Pontins doing a 90s revival. Maybe not this week, but over the last few years. And, like, you know, Gareth Gates doing pantomime up at the local Butlins versus Gareth Gates, international superstar, world's biggest pop star on the Britain's biggest pop star. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a strange arc, isn't it? But whilst I was looking at it and saying,
again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then flush.
Tam Tam sent tippies.
thank you.
Hi, I've recently found your channel. Thank you for the entertainment. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
And Josh from the Shadow Community dropping a £10 super chat. Thank you very much for someone new as well. Like Tam there, like, it's really, I really appreciate it. You know, take a bit of effort, extra effort to go through the system and type it in and do the thing. And thank you for doing that. Thank you. And Josh from the Shadow Community. Thoughts and dreams are what we all share in common. A great year and a sad year, but that's what life's all about. Happy New Year to all, and a good night. Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you. I was telling you this strange analogy of these 90s pop stars who have ended up in pantomime, right? One of the strangest things about it is that to a couple of them, maybe, like, for this truth to your own soul aspect of this. Maybe to few of them, they actually really enjoy performing pantomime, the 90s songs, and there's still a group of people who really enjoy it. There's like a devoted group. There's even a sort of kitsch following. They do the pride parades and stuff, and there's people who interview them on YouTube, but they're not going to get millions of views. They know that. Like Gareth Gates knows where he is in life, but maybe he just enjoys the performing and just enjoys the singing, and it's not about what everyone around him tells him is practical. Like maybe he just enjoys. You know, I'm not just saying Gareth Gates. Like maybe you want to be a dancer, or you want to be like, you know, like a dancer's like this. In this, it is literally saying, you know, make your life a moving prayer. And I feel a sense of cosmic dance engaged in this. And like, you know, maybe you do want to just go out and dance and enjoy yourself, or whatever it is. And like, maybe it doesn't have to, you know, maybe it just matters that you care and you want to do it. Like whatever that dance is, whatever that cosmic dance is that you want to dance. Maybe it just matters that you're happy and you enjoy doing it, is the main feeling I'm getting from this card. And that once you sow that seed and allow it to grow and allow yourself to be your own, to be happy in the dance, to be, you know, to enjoy the process, then it grows into and flourishes into something much more magnificent. And by that point, you are engaged, you know, you are lost in the dance. You are part of the dance, and it no longer becomes a question of having to judge and determine it. The magnificence of the dance is in itself magnificent. So, yeah, that's my reading on that. That's my reading on that. I really like that. The Starseed Oracle. Like, I've had these for a while on the shelf, and like finding the right time to do these things is important. I'm glad that we're not making 3D sushi, that we're going to make in a minute, one of these days. But I'll read another 3 cards from the Golden Girls deck for DC Primetime. And then we maybe might look at a bit more of the sex cult videos or something. I don't know. I might see if I can find a cheeky video to chill us out. It's all chill. It's all chill. Well, I've got another deck of cards. I've got the Genshin Impact Tarot, and I've got the Literary Witches Oracle. But Literary Witches doesn't seem right for tonight. Literary Witches is about witches in literature. And whilst it is quite a sort of cool kind of deck, it's just not really the right vibe for tonight. So instead, these girls are golden. That's the world. That was the top card that just got turned. If you want to read into it, you can. I hadn't put any, you know, of my own energy into that. I just opened it up, turned it over. This is for DC Primetime. I'm going to do another quick read on some 3 cards. And Coco's Mummy, we can definitely do one for you as well, yeah. To make this easy for myself, I'm going to grab your name, copy that, and just pop it there so I've got your name, so I don't forget. Thank you, DC Primetime, for the super chat in dollars. So I'm gonna have to wait till I get to America to spend them. No, the system will convert them to British pounds and pay me accordingly. But thank you very much. I think it's funny when it comes up in dollars. Rings around the world. Rings around the world, look. Maybe that's subconscious because I was just looking at it, but like that is literally like when I get money from around the world like that, like, you know, it literally says it. Sometimes it says like yen or whatever, you know, whatever the currencies people have done the super chat in. And in my brain, there's a song by the Super Furry Animals called Rings Around the World, and it goes ring, 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 rings around the world. And I do think to myself, because I think in funny ways, you know, I think rings around the world when I see the different from, you know, because it's from around the world, isn't it? So that is actually a truth. And yet we had the world card there. Maybe it was just subconscious, but no. Okay, DC Primetime. I've done one. You can scroll back in the video and see your earlier readings. I did you one earlier, and it was good. It said that you were going to need to be a bit more disciplined and throw off some of your childish, fun, frivolity. It was about moving from a sort of, like, I'm not saying childish, but like the picture was of a kitten, you know, and it was about like being more, and saying that, is that my dog moving? It's just my dog moving. I was thought the cat was pulling the wires. It was about moving from a sort of more from being more disciplined will pay off in a more being more disciplined will pay off in and lead to a bountiful future where you can feel calm and relaxed. That was the earlier reading from the 3 cards. But I'm going to abandon those thoughts now and just give you a new Golden Girls cards reading. I haven't decided whether these are upright or the wrong way up. Just going to give them a shuffle. We're looking for 3 cards, past, present, future. There we go, that's that one, is immediate future there. And when the 2 flip like that, I could take this one or not, but I'm going to put this one back and carry on. And then we're going for next is sort of down the year, the next year, like 2024, the year. I'm looking for 1 card just to talk to me for the ahead. This card on top now is the year ahead, 2 of Pentacles, and then a longer term future for the final card. And like I said, these are just my naive reading on this. I'm not an expert or anything. Whoa.
I don't know that one.
Thanks, Amazon. I will show you this because it all flipped out, but I don't think this is your card. I think this was a mistake, but the tower flipped out on top of this deck of a whole load that turned out. But like, I felt like that was a mistake. Like, Amazon went off and distracted me and the thing flipped out. I don't feel that is a good card to have. Like, instinctively, I don't want that as the card, not because it's the tower, but because I felt they fell out over there and it was like that could have been, that's what could have been. But instead, this one on top is what we have instead. So if this is the tower again, you get the tower. No, instead you get the King of Swords inverted. So that's, you narrowly avoided a tower there. But my feeling on it is to be careful, otherwise you might end up at a tower. So I will, we'll say we narrowly avoided the tower for the longer term perspective one, but I'd be careful not to end up with the tower. 4 of Pentacles. So I know a little bit about some of these. I recognise the 2. The 4 is not in my immediate knowledge, but I have been doing some learning. So let me just quickly use the internet, but I will tell you. 4 of Pentacles or coins is the paradoxical aspect of material security. Pressure of big decisions, responsibilities. It's about maturity, risk and reward. An immature person thrust into the position would lack the perspective to sensibly assess risk and reward, and would be vulnerable to bad advice or surprise developments, could even put the livelihoods of loyal people at risk. The card can refer to the subtle dependencies that comfort encourages, allowing laxness and self-indulgence. Like, along with what we read earlier, what I'm seeing here as well, this is a picture of, who is it as well? Which Golden Girl is that? Let me just... Does it matter which Golden Girl it is? But it's I can't remember the names of all of them, isn't it? It's the saucy one. Is it Blanche? The saucy one. She's sat on a suitcase and she's umming and ahhing over what to do here. Like, it's an indecision card. It's an uncertainty. And that uncertainty, it's the reason it does matter about which Golden Girl it is, and what happened earlier in your reading as well, is it's about, like the best way I can relate this actually is because I was out yesterday with some of my sister's friends, yeah, and one of my sister's friends was having a great time. It was great, like, she was having a bit of a party, and like there was a range of different people of age ranges at the evening, and so some people were not being as loud and frivolous and footloose, and others were a bit more staid and calmed and relaxed, right? And what I read earlier in the cards from the cat deck, and here from this as well, is it's about that that recklessness of youth and about abandoning the recklessness of youth, because here it's warning you that the recklessness of youth could lead you to make bad decisions. So having perspective and acting sensibly, assessing risk and reward, maybe financial risk and reward here, maybe it's about your position in life. It almost feels like moving out on your own, being independent, making the right choices, not taking things too, not being too silly, and taking things seriously is important into the next part, into the early part of this year. Like, if I were to give you a stern warning from the cards, which I don't feel I should be stern at you, but it's almost saying like, hey, tighten up and grow up here and get your wits about you, because you need your big your big girl hat on, or whatever, your big girl shoes on. It's time to knuckle down and focus on what, make good decisions and be responsible. That's what it's saying to me. The Two of Pentacles is about juggling money. And again, is it Blanche? Who's the saucy one? Is it Blanche? That's who we've got here, isn't it? The saucy one. Blanche. So it's okay to have fun, and it's okay. This is about financial issues, really, the Pentacles, isn't it? And we've seen this card before as well in Trisha's readings, and I've learned about it as well. So it's about juggling money, and it's about juggling finance, and sometimes that can be like, taking out a loan to, again, this might feel like taking out a loan to get a property and having to pay back the loan, and stuff like that. Grown-up stuff, financial grown-up stuff. But we see pictured here the frivolous and youthfully joyous. Is it Blanche? It's Blanche, isn't it? Blanche doing that financial juggling. So it's again a warning card to me about being responsible and taking grown-up decisions in a grown-up way. This next year is about I don't want to be patronising and condescending about saying like growing up, but about taking responsible decisions in a grown-up way, especially regarding money. That's what next year is about, or the cards are showing me. And before, the cat cards were sort of alluding to responsibility as well. And then I've got an inverted King of Swords. So let me get you an inverted King. So I'll be honest, I'm looking on the internet and then reading more out of it based on these cards and stuff as well. So the King of Swords, until I get really familiar with what all these cards mean regularly, I'll have to keep learning a bit on the internet. Reversed is about pangs of conscience no longer prick as keenly. It may be that morality and integrity have been compromised. Your inner wise one may be awakened from the state of blinded self-interest and get back to serving the greater good. Hold yourself to a higher standard. Think about what you can contribute, not what you're going to get. Filter the static from your thinking, relinquish self-absorption, and turn your attention to protecting the greater good. So, again, this is more stern in the Golden Girls. The Cat Tarot was being really gentle about it. And actually, the Cat Tarot said, in the future, you will have bounteous joy. It would be like a calm garden that you will see the reward for your hard work. And if you're responsible about your decisions, you will end up in a happy place. But we nearly got the Tower here, and instead we got this, which is a warning that says don't take things for granted and don't be too self-interested or self-absorbed. Whilst you're going to have to take serious grown-up decisions, talking about juggling money and stuff, don't forget other people and people around. I'm saying people, I mean, it's talking about the greater good. It's talking about higher standards and the greater good. So don't forget that you have those high standards and ethics. Despite having to make tough decisions about money, don't forget that you've got high standards and ethics. And I think you will still get to that good place. But it's warning you that it's not guaranteed and that you have to be responsible this year. Otherwise, things aren't guaranteed, is what I'm hearing. Yeah. So there you go. You've got a huge family thing. Sorry, I'm not reading your chat exactly as it's going through, but yeah, whatever you read into it is the most important thing, I suppose. And I would encourage you to make your own decisions about life based on, your own decisions about life, and trust yourself and your heart out of all of this. And this isn't a bad set of advice for anybody in any given situation, really. But if you feel it's more specific to you, certainly it's suggesting to me this element of, like you were saying about family stuff. Like, I'm not getting a sense of you're a teenager having to make life decisions here, but maybe it's your position in the family. Maybe you're seen as a younger one, or people see you in a sort of more rebellious teenage light, and it's time to show them that you're capable of doing this financial maturity thing, and that through doing so not give up your sense of, maybe internally there's what I'm seeing here as well is this internal conflict between, I need to make money and I need to be financially secure, but I don't want to sell my soul to the devil and have to just work 9 to 5 for Coca-Cola Corp and become I'm not going to work for the merchant banks and become a nasty bailiff just to make money. I also want to be myself and have my ethics, and that sometimes being my ethical self and having these higher standards and the greater good gets in the way of, maybe that's seen as a sort of childish, rebellious aspect by some of the people that, because we've got this Blanche, it's Blanche. It's about, she's a grown lady who likes to have fun as well, isn't it? It's not losing sight of that, but also being able to not allow that to ruin things because you're just always messing about, sort of thing. Should you skip surfing? Yes or no? You mean literally surfing? I'd say I wouldn't necessarily say that's a bad thing, is it? But I'll draw you a card out here if you want about surfing. I don't think it's easy to get straight yes or no's, and I think you yourself know more about what is financially important and in terms of stability in the future, and what kind of pressures are on you to from whatever side, from wherever you in your mind think is about growing up, or being grown up, I should say. Because she's already an adult, isn't she, Blanche? But it's about being grown up and being sensible and responsible in certain aspects financially, and not giving up your sense of greater good. That's about charity and community and stuff like that. So the Seven of Swords, Dorothy's running off with some swords here, hang on. What's happening here? Mental preparedness acquired through the use of imagination, including the rehearsing and visualizing of desired results. I mean, in a way, it's funny in a way, right? You were saying, should I keep surfing? This character's running off with swords. In the more traditional tarot cards, it is a character carrying swords. And to me, just the surfing aspect reminds me of someone carrying a surfboard here. Dorothy is one of the characters who is more physically capable in the Golden Girls. I personally see her as the more physically capable one out of all of them. She's the tallest, isn't she? And it's nighttime and she's sort of sneaking off. So maybe, no, you don't have to stop surfing, but maybe it's something that is your little guilty pleasure, rather than something that is going to be dominating all the time, maybe, I don't know. The Seven of the Suit typically refers to mental preparedness acquired through the use of imagination, including the rehearsing and visualizing of desired results. That's surfing. You have to, visualize it, do it, don't you? This card represents the positive mental habits of a natural winner, and it's beautiful. With surfing, if you talked about literal surfing, right? Surfing in the ocean, right? That in itself, the aim and the objective is the win, isn't it? If you catch the wave, you have won. I mean, I watched a beautiful documentary about Nazaré in Portugal, where people literally have lost their lives riding extremely big waves. Like, riding the wave is its own win. And you feel a bit like, maybe in some way, like this sense of her sneaking the victory here. You know, you kind of live on the knife edge, and, you know, do you catch the wave or do you tumble? You know, you're almost like a sort of a thief of nature, stealing that energy, stealing that, you know, that moment. Not in a bad way, not like in a cheeky way. Do you know what I mean? As a surfer, I think, and sort of putting yourself in that place where there is like danger, but you're riding the cutting edge between the two, and the win, the victory, is simply doing it. Yeah. The image is most often associated with a canny warrior who infiltrated the enemy camp on the eve of a fateful battle, checking out their preparations and stealing their swords. Such a move is guaranteed to demoralise the enemy and undermine their performance. Putting it in modern terms, you need to work smarter, not harder. Think long and deep, study all the angles, and put yourself in the shoes of the competition. As such, you'll have a thorough grasp of the situation. There'll be no surprises and no excuses for anything but success. So I would say, yes, keep surfing, but in the scale, you know, in the context of this, I don't know if surfing's like a conflict point. If someone's saying to you, you know, grow up and get a normal job because surfing's ruining your life or anything like that. I'm saying, don't pack it up and completely leave it. Through being more responsible in some ways, you'll find a position this year where you can juggle both. Maybe it's a financial juggle at some point. Because of the cat cards earlier, we saw that, you know, that position of long-term reward. And here we've got the warning not to lose sight of your ethics. And with the surfing question and the Seven of Wands, I'm saying, yes, keep surfing, but you need to be disciplined and find a way to fit it in around the discipline, rather than allow it to become the like, where for Smarty Hearty, they had a reading that said, like, for Smarty Hearty, I would have said, devote your life to surfing. If that's your inner meaning, it's important to dance that dance. For you, the cards, I mean, maybe you don't have to do what the cards say, but the cards are saying, find a way of being seen responsible, you know, find a way of being actually responsible, and then your sneaky victory, your guilty pleasure, your reward along the way, that you factor in, that you you don't have to stop, but you have to, well, you don't have to do anything, but you don't have to stop, but work smarter, not harder. So find a way to factor it in where it's not a conflict point, where it goes under the radar, where maybe the other more responsible things have been done and your ethics are not compromised. This is an important card to me, I think. The danger that you face with long-term success is losing sight of that greater good, that wider sense of greater good, what's good for the wider group, the wider world, whether it's charity or, like you were saying about family stuff, you know, don't lose sight of the greater good. Don't be too personally, you know, and so if, I'm being really facile, but if it's like, do I devote my life to surfing and they're telling me I shouldn't be surfing and stuff, do what's right for responsibility and the greater good, and you will find your way of getting your sneaky fix of surfing when people aren't bothered and aren't cross because all these other things are done and complete, and that will lead you through to success. That's what I would say. And that is a really good reading, I think, because it does make it does make a sort of logical sense action plan in a way as well. Should you choose to, you know, to follow that, they're not bad messages. Like I said, being disciplined and balancing finances and stuff. These cards are just falling out at random now, so they're not going into a reading now because I'm not trying to energy a reading now. I'm just trying to shuffle them up so that they can be prepared for next time, nicely shuffled and put back in the old box. I like the boxes as well. Interesting New Year's stream, huh? Half 2. How long have I been on now? 7 hours. The time just flies by, doesn't it? 7 hours. 7 hours. The time just flies by. New Year's late night New Year's. There's one more charity that I wanted to give to. I didn't want to make a. I wanted to do it when I was talking about Nicola Bully earlier, and I have found a way to sort of link through to these charities with what we've been talking about. There is no sort of direct link through to what we've just been doing, but this is Refuge, women's charity. Is it women and children against domestic violence? So I'm just gonna make sure we do this before we finish the stream. Just once, please. Don't keep billing my PayPal without telling me. They offer me some interesting choices there. We're at 20s at the moment. Continue. Okay, it's going to ask me to do all this stuff, so I'm just going to do off that. I'll drop my coffee.com copy if you want to send me a message. And the next one's, we've got Coco's Mummy next. So we're going to do one more card reading for Coco's Mummy. And I'll see which deck we work from for that. But I just want to make sure we get this donation off in the meantime. So this is a personal one for me, Mr. My Name. Because we tried to do old people. No, I'm not being facetious. I did age concern, but they wouldn't accept my PayPal because maybe they don't have the same system as they want my email address here. Hang on, they're not having my phone number. Start typing my address. Yeah, okay. My full address. I don't know why they all need all these details. They probably send someone round, don't they, to knock on the door and say, "Hey, we know that you gave some money. Would you like to give us some more money?" I don't want any emails from you. No. I don't want any texts off you. No. How would I prefer not to receive? If you prefer not to receive calls or post, please tick the box. Yeah, I don't want calls or post. PayPal, please claim back the tax. I'm not a robot. Please select all images with a bus. I actually think that's kind of fun. It's like a little challenge, especially when I'm tired like this. Thanks, verify. Robots would be able to do that in the future. Donate. Won't they? Like, robots would be able to work out how to do that. In fact, they'd probably be better at that than me. PayPal balance, please. Continue to review order. One more step. Finish paying. I will do. And thank you. Before you go, can you take the next step and be a regular supporter? No. But over here, I'll just show you. It says thank you. The reason I'm not going to do regular is because we do it irregularly on streams, don't we? But if you felt to do regular support for a charity like this, maybe that's a cool thing to do. It's all up to you, isn't it? But I do mine irregularly at moments like this. So there's another one fired off. We have hit. We were going to do. I want to tell you the story. We were going to do age concern at the start. We tried to. They didn't have that, so we doubled up. We gave the dog rescue 40 quid. So the dogs have had the 40 quid. We gave the children, Save the Children, I think they had 25. And then we've done Refuge there. So I've covered all the different bases now. Unless people have got other charities they think should now accelerate themselves up the queue. I'm happy with those particular organisations, and I hope they will get a bit of a boost in the new year as well. Often this time, especially the dog rescues, they have lots of dogs after the new year, don't they? My doggy's sleeping well now, ain't you? You feeling all right now? Or you got your staring on? You got your staring on, hey? You little bug. He's got his little worry face. I see your little worried face. There's nothing to be worried about. Is there? There's nothing to be worried about. We dealt with it, haven't we? We got through. We got through. We certainly did. We certainly got through. '24, 2024. It's mad. 2024 or 2014. I was going to say 2024. 2024. It's going to be all right, isn't it? 2024. It sounds like a good number, to be honest. I don't know anything about like what sounds like a good or bad number. It sounds like it could be a good number. Sounds like it could be a good crack. Have they got the New Year's thing on the old YouTube BBC here? Have we got any more cities around the world doing New Year's? Because we got Australia earlier, didn't we? Hogmanay fireworks in Edinburgh. All right, I'll have a look at those. Sorry, if you've got animals, wait. If you've got animals, I'm just going to turn the sound off because I didn't want to, I'm not trying to... There's Hogmanay in Edinburgh. They've got a different name for it in Edinburgh. Everyone's out. Everyone's out in the street. Don't you have houses? Of course you've got houses to go to. Everyone's out in the street in Edinburgh. Big time. The fireworks going off massive. Well, they were a few hours ago. This guy's got a big cannon. He's doing his salute, but... the big cannon don't matter right now, does it? Because all the fireworks are going off. You wouldn't even hear the big cannon. Well, you might. Doing his salute. That's it from a distance. All lights and colour. And really loud explosives. That's the beacon torch. It is a beacon torch. Big Ben. You have a bit of Big Ben. Whoa, that's loud. Classic Big Ben. The bongs going off. Explosives. Oh, they're firing them off the London Eye. Into the Thames. It's just a thing we do, isn't it? Like, as a culture. Like, decided to just, like, explosives are the way forward when you want to celebrate. Let's have a load of explosives. They've upgraded in the, like, in, I think, Japan and other places like that where they're technologically advanced. They've upgraded to drones, haven't they, all flying about doing light shows. But we still go for a load of explosives, don't we, all over the world. Fucking love those explosives. They are colourful and bright. Oh, look, London. A place for everyone, it says. In lights. I think that's drones, isn't it? A place for everyone. And everyone in their place. London. Slogan in lights. And what have we got over here? This is other places around the world, so you'll have to guess. I'll do you a good. That's New Zealand. I know it because it says it at the top, really. It says it at the top. Sydney, Australia we saw earlier, so don't chief me here. We've already seen that. Hong Kong. I'd love to go to Hong Kong one of these days. I'll tell you what, though. The problem with Hong Kong now is that we gave it back. I'd sound like a massive fascist here now. I sound like one of those nationalists or whatever, but we gave it back to China. Like, I say we gave it back to China, but it was under British colonial control, essentially. I'm not getting too political. And for some reason, whilst we'd done a really good job of sort of making it a massive, wonderful... I say we, again, I didn't do any of this. It's just the way politics were, geopolitics. But, like, trading and financial... Like, it was doing really well. And then, like... The people that were living there weren't so happy when control was given back to the Chinese government, were they? They had all these riots in the street and then they all had to go into prison, and then the Chinese government went and said, you can't have riots in the street or protests, you're going in prison. Then all the protesters went in prison. and now everyone has to shut up. So maybe I don't want to go there anymore, but it looks nice with the fireworks. Hong Kong. It's funny that like there's some kind of seductive draw to the names of some of these places. Hong Kong is just like Hong Kong and Shanghai. You know, that's HSBC, the bank, Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation. But they're like these names, aren't they? Like these. It says it on there, on that building. That building says Shangri-La. Like they're these sort of evocative names. These big names: New York, Paris, Hong Kong. Yeah, might be nice to go on a bit of a world tour one of these days. But I need one of those jets like Snoop Dogg because I want to just be able to smoke my weed on the plane. Taiwan, they've exploded that building. It's a bit. Dubai have really gone for it. They've got this building completely lit up in blue, and they've gone explosive as well. And when they look at this, of course they're really going for it. This is Mombasa in Kenya. Not such good camera quality, but big firework display nonetheless. Mombasa in Kenya. Like proper. This is the fireworks seem a little bit more chaotic here. A little bit more dangerous, if anything. And Paris, France, of 2023 there on the L'Arc de Triomphe. And I imagine they change it to 2024 as the thing goes past. A bit basic. Sorry, France. They're all out for it, though, look. Oh, look, they've lit up all the trees. And then there's London, England. So Big Ben silhouetted against this explosive. And there's Edinburgh. We've done all right. We've done all right internationally, look. Edinburgh's actually pretty massive when you compared it to Hong Kong and all that. Or maybe they edited Hong Kong to not look as good just so that we can feel a sense of patriotism. But Edinburgh's done quite well. Copacabana, Brazil. You don't need all the fireworks. It's the Copacabana. Music and laughter, something and something. It's the Copacabanas. And like, you know, everyone's having a good time anyway. You don't need fireworks. Everyone's just boogieing on down. But fireworks are good still as well. Fireworks going off boats there. They've got boats out doing the fireworks. That was pretty good. New York, what? All right, they've got stuff going on in the air. It's the ticker tape parade, isn't it? My dad went there once to New York for the ticker tape parade. The ticker tape, so they just fire off a load of mess in the air and it has to get swept up later. I'm such a crotchety. Ticker tape parade, though, look. It's a load of environmentally unsound bits of paper. Or maybe they're biodegradable these days and they just fire that off in the air. Kind of like a fire hazard. Anyway, New York has their own thing and they've done that and we didn't get to see much of it because they didn't want to show us much of it because it makes you feel bad because it's a bit more exciting than just the fireworks. But Edinburgh, I was well impressed with actually overall. That is a great load of explosives all up in the air. It almost looks like a mushroom cloud. So, very nice. Very big show. Very big show. And that is what New Year's is these days on the news for New Year's. It's cities around the world firing off giant amounts of fireworks to see who can make the biggest bang. Yeah, if you live in a city or you're just an animal that like perches in a building nearby, it is an absolute shocker, isn't it? I don't want to think too badly, you know, about wars and stuff. That's where we came in. I was like, I'm not going to do a review of the year and talk about all the bad wars, but I really feel badly for the animals that suffer through the wars as well, without any sense of politics or any of that. But yeah, we've had a good time, like around the world, celebrating in the new year. I'm sure tomorrow there'll be a few hangovers and New Year's resolutions. Has anyone got any New Year's resolutions? Has anyone got anyone that they want to share? Any ideas of things that they want to put into action next year or change or do? Like, it could be something quite simple, can't it? Like something that like, I've got a really straightforward one, which is I'm going to sort out, I keep saying it, I'm going to sort out my banking situation so that I've got a proper card and then I can use it to buy YouTube Prime. And then that means that you won't have to sit through any more adverts during my broadcasts. So that's going to happen. It's 100%. In fact, like, I do an annual budget thing where I have to do all my fucking telling everything to the tax man. You know, come January, you have to do your taxes. So there's a really good time to do it because I'll factor it in. So that's my New Year's resolution. It's a boring one, but it's a chore that I've just got on that pinboard and I can't seem to get done. So, and is there any sort of time limit on New Year's resolutions as well? Do you have to sort of, like, some people might be like, I'm going to go to the gym every day, so like, or every week or whatever, but like, then you have to keep doing it over the whole year, don't you? Like, or maybe it's like, if you're thinking of some sort of chore, then maybe you only have to do it once. So mine I only have to do once. So it's a good one because once I've done it, it's sorted. So I might put a time limit on it as like next week. By the end of next week, if you haven't done it, you're a failure in the New Year's resolution. I'm also going to build this. I'll just quickly show you. Not doing it now, but I've got these kits. These were expensive, these were paid for by Tippies. And they cost about 50 quid each. Honestly, they weren't that expensive as individual units, but to get them shipped over from bloody Japan, they ended up being quite expensive. And what they are is these individual grains of rice, and it's a patience game. And you build sushi. These are the little bits of fruit that go in the middle. Fruit. That's a bit of cucumber. It will look like a bit of cucumber when it's on my sushi, and this is the thing that goes around it, and like the seaweed, and you have to glue together each individual grain of rice. And I thought to myself, I could just do it and cheat and just like pour a load of glue in a bowl, mix them all up, and then fashion it into the sushi. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it like you're supposed to. Cut out each individual grain of rice, glue each individual grain of rice. It's a patience game. It was going to be an ASMR stream. I bought these with Tippies. They are expensive, and I promised I'd do it, and I never did it, and it's a weird stream. It's just a really weird thing. So we're going to do that probably tomorrow or the day after, and I'm going to call it the hangover stream, because like, I'm going to do it real chilled out, just real chilled. And a lot of people will feel hungover tomorrow, won't they? So maybe that happens tomorrow afternoon. Fake sushi, yeah. Fake sushi. This one's a different kind. This one's the golden eggs. This one, might as well open it and show you. I wanted to keep it kind of intact. Maybe I should have kept it as like a collector's thing, but we've got to make it. So look, this one's all those little eggs, fish eggs. It's quite a cool thing, isn't it? Quite a cool thing. I think it's a patience game, like it's a little model, like a, you know, make your own model. But I think the whole point of it is doing each individual grain of rice, like a sort of Zen patience game. It will look the same size as a normal piece of sushi, but you just won't eat it because it'll be made of plastic. Yeah, it'll be like an ASMR stream. It's just the only problem is I used to do proper ASMR, and to do this proper ASMR live, I'm not very good at it. I can't keep quiet the whole time. Like, I can do an ASMR recording, and in between sometimes have a sip of drink and a cough and a, you know, whatever, and do a recording, but then edit out all the bits but I can't do a consistent quiet ASMR stream because I just make noises and things. So I'll do it as a real chilled out vibe stream instead, just doing this. So that's a New Year's resolution as well, because I promised it last year and I never got round to it. So that's a whole year went by. Yeah, like the Tiny Cake and Food channels, yes, DC Prime, exactly. It's just a strange thing like that, and if we enjoy it, it'll be great. I've got tweezers. I bought these for doing that, and I've got the cutters for cutting them out, and I've got the glue as well. And I'm going to have to put something down so that, because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to glue everything to everything, so that's going to be a problem. But I've got the little glue as well, and then we'll do that. Coco's mummy, I have not forgotten about you. Good call. I was just shouting out New Year's resolutions. Good call. We're back on this. See, we're back here now. Good call. What would you prefer? Would you prefer tarot or oracle? Coco's mummy. We've got the Starseed, the Golden Girls, the Woodlands. We've got the cats. You can have your choice of all the different choices. You can't have sushi today because that's not a card set, but either card. Well, I had sort of, I'd got lost in my own conversation there for a moment, but I would have come back to it. Making a mess now. Oracle, Starseed Oracle, yeah. Big picture stuff. Big picture stuff. I'm going to go to the bathroom briefly because, I'm going to get set in again to, what's the word? Focus. So I'm just going to quickly go bathroom. You've got relaxing background music. And we're about to do this. So yeah. Oosh. Quite glad I did just take the time there, and I am going to carry on talking for a little bit and make another little chiffer before we open up the box. But I've got some things to say. That cat is indeed sleeping. I'm glad that I had the moment to think there, because this Starseed Oracle is a good concept, and I'll tell you for why. I didn't realise until I was just thinking then that stars have been around for a very, very long time, yeah? And we talk about energy when we're doing these sort of readings and things. And like energy is just like a sort of general word for lots of different facets of, like, surfing was being talked about earlier, and that's riding on literally the energy passing through the waves of the sea. Like the sea's waves are energy pushing through water, aren't they? They're literally energy force. The force of energy moving through the water, or moving the water with the energy. Anyway, it occurs to me that the stars, from very, very far away, from a long, long time, have been emitting energy. I mean, that's what they do, isn't it? They are suns, like our sun. Our sun is a star, and all the energy in our world, like in the physics term, not in the sort of, not even having to be a general, not having to try and become too spiritual here, like actually talking in literal terms, which is cool because it's both spiritual and literal, is that the energy from the sun is all the energy that we have. It has provided all the energy we have, and it is the source of all the energy that has created everything that we know. Yeah, the energy from the sun. Not like in a spiritual sense, you could say, well, God's done X, Y, Z, or whatever. But like, the energy from the sun is the source of the fuel of the everything. Like that's our word. Yeah. Big ups, Anita. I will certainly do that as well. Yeah, I'll put you in on the list. This is Coco's mummy that we're doing here. So I'm going to keep my mind on that, and but I will certainly do you next, Anita. Yeah. Big Chris saying it's about ley lines. Interesting, in that game I play, Genshin Impact, one of the things I do every day is a ley line. It's what they call one of the dailies, the ley lines. So it's weird that that's in my mind quite often, actually, just the term. So energy, like energy transfer from the sun, you know, creates everything that we have, like in real rough and general, but actual, literal, physical sense, right? And then, so these stars, these other stars that have been up there in the sky to us, but as the world turns, as the earth turns, like that energy, that light energy is the reason we can see them, like energy in the form of photons. Like that's the reason we can see them. So that means their energy is 100% getting to us, yeah? And like, if you're talking about energies and different energies and stuff, I actually really like the concept that the Starseed Oracle, what it's based on, is a sense of these different stellar systems that project their energy into our world at different times in different cycles. I guess that's part of the basis of astrology, isn't it? Something that I've basically poo-pooed over the times. I feel like such a klutz sometimes, talking about these subjects and doing these things, and through the process of doing it, learning, and then saying, well, some of the things I thought before, like, were a bit naive, like saying, oops, you're right there, little doggy, saying, well, you know, astrology is just about the stars, and that's just a load of rubbish then, isn't it? Because, you know, they're just suns, they're just big burning balls of gas out in the sky. Yeah, they are just that, but like, so is our sun, and it is the source of all our energy. And energy, when you think about it, transferred into many different forms, is everything. And whether you're riding on a wave as a surfer, or whether you're okay, so this piece of music that I'm about to play now, and I'm going to turn off that relaxing one. This piece of music that you're hearing now is the piece of background music that I started today's stream playing in the background. I've got the compressor on, let's turn off the compressor now. I had this piece of music playing in the background, low volume for today's stream. It's nice ambient background music, and it's free on YouTube. I don't have to attribute it or anything. It's a copyright-free piece of music, yeah? It's a piece of ambient music called Drifting at 432 Hertz. So whether you're riding a wave on a surfboard or drifting at 432 Hertz, however that's managed to happen, everything in our world is energy. Everything is waves. You see waves of light. You are warmed by waves of heat energy. The sun comes daily on a cycle. It's day and it's night. It's day and it's night. It's a wave pattern. You know, the brightness, the fade out to dark, the brightness, the fade out to dark. I believe so much of everything in our world is waves, and that understanding that you are riding those waves, and that sometimes things will be high and other times things will be low. You know, whatever aspect, yourself, your feelings of buoyancy maybe, but also, you know, the energy to do X, or you know, everything is waves. So everything will come and move through in cycles and waves, yeah? So yeah, in the real, like, isn't it weird that like, I'm talking about a sense of sort of spirituality here, and reading cards and energy and stuff, and some people might say, well, that's poo-poo woo-woo magic, but the actual physicists in the room, like, of which most will have left because we're doing tarot cards or whatever, but the physicists, the astrophysicists, I want to say realists, because they deal with, like, the physics of matter, they will also understand that everything is energy, and everything therefore is waves. Okay, lights are particles as well, but particles, waves, energy, and that it comes from stars. Like, everything in our world comes from our star. So looking at the Starseed Oracle as a work, and this is for Coco's mummy. But feeling that energy from the stars, being guided by energy from the stars, is not a naive thing to do, is it? Because, like I say, the physicists in the room will agree that... I'm just going to put that down for a second while I say this. I think the physicists in the room would agree that maybe they are agnostic, or maybe they are... What's the word when you don't believe in, or you don't believe you have an answer, so you can't say? When they're atheist or agnostic, yeah. Like, you're right, we are just stardust, says Claire. Like, that's a real true point. It's just a real true point. They'll agree with that. The physicists, the non-dream. I don't want to say the non-dreamers. You know what I mean, though. Like the strict realists, the cynics. Won't they agree that the sun is our greatest? Like, whether you believe in God or whatever, like, as physicists, don't you have your own sort of, inverted commas, God, creator? Something created the sun, like the Big Bang and all the previous, and all that. I get it, but like, within our world, and I'm not saying like I worship the sun as a god, in fact I don't, but like other cultures did, and in a way it kind of goes full circle, doesn't it, that the earliest human cultures may have worshipped the sun as simply like a god, but, or maybe we perceive that they worship the sun as a god, but in actual high-end level physics, aren't the stars the creation, the creative, aren't they the, you know, aren't the nebulas and the stars and the astronomic aspects, aren't they the nurseries? Like, aren't the galaxies the nurseries of the stars, and aren't the stars the creative energy? Don't they provide that creative energy that creates everything? Aren't they the creative, like, isn't the universe... What am I trying to say? Am I trying to filter this down to saying, isn't the universe God? Anyway. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm not a heretic, but I'm not a physicist. I'm just a fella on the internet with some nice cards, and I'm going to shuffle them and think about Coco's mommy and think about her future. That card nearly wanted to pop out of me. Let's see how it feels. Again, that card wanted to nearly pop out of me. There's been some nearlies there, but I'm waiting for something pretty definite. I mean, that felt pretty definite, the way that one ended up at the top as well. What do you think? I feel pretty confident in this top card. Coco's mommy. Here, I can't even... I've said I felt confident about it, I can't even pronounce it. Here I am. Longing for home. Homesick for the stars. And the images are really... I don't think I can quite do it justice just on the screen like this. But holding it in my hand, it's a real gentle image. I'll give you my feelings on the image, then I'll read the book for you. It's a real gentle image. I recognise this nebula. And what I was just talking... this is so weird, right? What I was just talking about was how these nebula are the birth... I mean, I know what the context of the cards is. It's about stars and stuff, but these nebula are the birthplace of the stars. And I recognise that one from the Hubble Space Telescope and the works of Hubble. Or maybe it's just alluding to that shape. And it's this wider, bigger, vaster, more complex cosmos beyond that nursery, that birthplace. But there's a figure here atop a mountain, atop clouds. It's like we're on Earth, but standing right up at the precipice, looking out to the cosmic celestial birthplace, to the real origin, but then onto this maybe even back to this Big Bang. You know, like I was talking about earlier. You know, maybe we're looking at the real long-term history. And it says longing for home, homesick for the stars. And someone in chat just earlier, didn't Claire just say, we're all stardust? So it's talking about a bigger, longer. I don't know if it's telling us to go back or just to acknowledge that history. And when I say history, I mean like deep, long, cosmic history. And in a way, it's a circle, isn't it? Like I was saying about waves. Like maybe they're, you know, they come back, they reflect back. They're like longing for home, homesick for the stars. Like as much as everything on our earth and everything we are is created by those stars and all that energy, eventually we become that, don't we? You know, eventually we go back to that. So we do get, we do go home. We do go home. I'm going to read the thing and tell you what it says. Here Earth. I'm not very good at pronouncing these things. Okay. Hiraeth is a Welsh word that's difficult to translate, but refers to a certain longing or homesickness, a yearning for home or a place to which we cannot return. This unexplainable, unshakable longing for home is common in starseeds and old souls. Perhaps you've had it since birth. For some, it's a distant memory of a planet, galaxy or star system in the universe that their soul remembers and yearns to return to, a place they have experienced more than Earth. For others, it's a longing for the unity of Source, a remembering of interconnected oneness. This yearning can lead to some starseeds to travel, searching all corners of the planet to find a physical place that feels more like home. For others, it can manifest as a need to find home in people, communities and relationships, a journey to find somewhere they truly belong. If you resonate with this yearning for home, but don't really know where home is, you're being invited to remember that your soul chose to be on Earth. You're being called to fully commit to embodying this in your life. You're being reassured that you didn't come here alone, and that your soul consciously decided to experience what it's like to be a soul in a human body on this planet at this time. You're being called to anchor all of your presence, your personality, your soul, and your spirit in the here and now, to fully commit to living this life right now, to commit to putting 2 feet completely in. And the inquiry is, how can you commit more fully to your life? Which is interesting, because when I read this card, the picture and like what it evoked in seeing it to me. You alright, little boy? I don't want to be under daddy's feet anymore. Okay. What this evoked in me is this sense of the bigger, longer, like, you know, talking about this homesickness for the stars and this bigger picture. Like, the fact that it's the past, but it's also the future, first of all gave me a sense of, I don't know, like, weightlessness in space between the two. And now the card, like the reading the card is telling me, you know, from the book, is that it's about being aware of that, I suppose, but because that's like an inevitability, not allowing that vast, like, this is actually about anchoring yourself back here on Earth, on the, you know, this person who's looking out at the stars and saying, you know, give me answers, what's going on. It's saying focus back in on Earth and you'll find them, and eventually I suppose everything will be stardust. But your home is out of all this cosmic melee, like, you've been sent to this place, this one particular point, like this. Now this character standing on this this mountain looking up to the stars, appearing to like ascend from Earth, and the stars are saying back like, well, you've been sent to this point, you know, you've been sent down to Earth, so 2 feet in and enjoy the life. That's the message from that. And the next one is for Anita. Anita in chat. And I'm going to carry on with this because it just feels right to just carry on with this. So for Anita, there's a card that sort of stand out to me there, but I'm just going to say for Anita and just, you know, think a little bit more to see if anything feels. I've got this in hand now again. This set of cards feels like it does this to me. The big cards drop away and leave me with something that feels like lighter in hand, and this feels like the one that I'm keeping. So wow, I said lighter. Look at that for a card. It looks dark, but that's our Earth, that's our planet in space. The pale blue dot. Perspective. None of this matters. Zoom out. Common ground. I mean, it's only an artwork on a card, but in some way, holding it like this, and I'm looking up and looking at my monitor, you know, seeing the image in my hand. I've got that light that's just flickering, and I'm just moving the card. It just feels like I'm floating in space, and I mean, maybe I'm a bit too stoned, but the pinpoints of light, they actually look like little stars, the way my pixels are picking them out. I mean, it kind of looks magical, this card, in some ways. The moment of me holding it on the stream like this. Like, it's all come together really nicely, this has. Perspective, none of it matters. Zoom out. Common ground. This is for Anita. Like, although it's a really dark looking card, I feel a real sense of joy, like knowing that we're down there and I'm holding everything in my hand all at once. And that really, as it says, none of it really matters. Once when I was younger, long story short, the first sort of times I got high from smoking weed, I didn't smoke it, I put it in tea. Me and my sister and some friends, we drank this tea, and it made me feel like I was in a room, and it was the only room in the world, just me and my friends, just in a room. We had the door closed, we had the lights down, it was night time, we were having a laugh, everyone was having fun. And I looked out the window and I could see just the darkness and the stars. And I thought to myself, what would it be like if I opened the door and all there was darkness and stars? And it felt to me like that was all there was at this very moment. Me in a room with my friends and looking out the window at the darkness and stars. If I were to open the doors, that's all I would see. And that all that ever existed at this very moment was me in a room with my friends. And it was kind of a beautiful feeling. And this card feels like I'm holding that in my hand now. And I'm able to look down at myself on Earth, and that all that exists is that little room and us and our friends, and that's all Earth is. It's just me in a room with my friends floating in space and nothing else out there. If I open the door and look out into the night sky, that's all I see. It's just the vastness of nothing. So it's best to turn in to the room and enjoy being with my friends, because the illumination might come from the sun, but it's on Earth and amongst ourselves and what we see. You know, don't look out into the sky and see the void. Look into the Earth and see everything. Perspective, none of this matters. Zoom out, common ground. I really enjoyed holding this card and talking about it. I'm going to put it down now and read you the thing out of the book. But that's my intuitive read on the card. And having that light on was a choice tonight that I just made by, you know, an artistic choice maybe, to create a bit of vibe. You know, the bit of the firelight while we do this, but it really makes this card sing. Like this card, even now I'm looking at it on my monitor screen and the stars are just singing on this card because of the light source thing. That's where we live, that's us, that's everything. Perspective. HIJKLMNOP. Nobody heard me doing the alphabet under my breath then, did they? HIJKLMNOP. Perspective. This is for Anita. None of this matters. Zoom out, common ground. Take a step back and look at the bigger picture of your life. Step away from the blinkered vision and reactive frame of me against them. Change your perspective. Shift your point of view and zoom out, out, out. We are but a speck of dust in the universe, yet we think everything revolves around us. We see the planet as ours to own and conquer, pillaging the land and setting ourselves up for eventual extinction. We build fences and walls and create invisible borders. Mother Earth doesn't need us to survive, but we need her, and it's time to wake up. A new perspective is urgently needed. We've become so lost in our individual experience that we don't realise most of the things that keep us awake at night are actually distractions. We're wasting our precious time and resources fighting each other when we should be coming together to heal what's been severed. This moment is a breath in the timeline of your life. This life is a fleeting moment in the tapestry of your soul's experience. Your soul's experience is a flash in the timeline of the known universe, and the known universe is a grain of sand in the unknown universe. Take a moment to see the bigger picture, to find common ground, to find deep compassion in your heart, to gain a greater perspective of humanity in this fleeting moment, in the timeline of your soul's existence, in the timeline of all that is, was, and ever will be. And the Starseed Soul Inquiry asks you, how are you being called to change your perspective? So this is about a change of perspective, to take on compassion and gain greater perspective. It's very apt for New Year, isn't it? Very, very apt for New Year. So, could mean nothing, could mean something to you. And that's kind of what the card says as well. None of this matters. Find common ground. I've had a really good time on stream tonight, really. I don't want to, I feel like sometimes, well, basically I feel like now is that I don't want to push on the cards too hard, as that it's all been so good. I feel like that's a really good place, that we're in there. So I'm just happy to just be here in this place for a moment. Basically, I do a lot of talking on the stream and what have you, but just right now is good.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then flush.
Gee, Anita sent tippies. Thank you, Scott. Happy New Year to you. You have no idea of what you have just done, OMG. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you. I assume that's come from Anita, who had the reading there. I mean, if anything, I'm going to say I didn't do anything myself. That was just think it's funny with analogies, but let the cards fall as they may. That, if anything, is a work of fate. If you want to take something deeper into it, I'm not going to push you into feeling that. That's completely up to you, isn't it? So I'm kind of, I want to sort of say glad. Kind of want to say glad, but I don't want people to think, oh, well, Scott's trying to make people feel like strange ideas about stuff on cards, or it's just cards. It's just, as the card says, none of this matters. Zoom out, common ground. So it's just, is what it is, huh? And if that means something to you, then that's probably more about the, like, it should mean more, like, it should be more important to you, and it should mean more to you than it does necessarily to me. Like, as the messenger, I might not necessarily understand the message, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I'm pleased for you if it is meaningful. I fear slightly that people might take deep meaning in something that I say or do here with cards, and like the real true responsibility for their actions and their decisions in life should be with themselves and their own feelings and choices. So of course I'm not going to say the card said this so you should be doing that, or like earlier we had a direct question about surfing and I'd said what the cards made me feel was the response, but what you do is your own choice. And yeah, like, it's really weird because I'd actually come to this as a sort of cynic in a way, but through doing this I learn, I think it's funny the card here says perspective, because it taught me a lot there just simply doing it. And that's not to say that now I'm a shaman woo magician, but I am a Sufi. Like, I believe in a sort of closeness to God through practice of a flow state in a way. Like that when you lose yourself in music or dance or sometimes I suppose sport for some people. Traditionally it's dance, it's music, or not music in the sense that you're playing a lot. Like traditionally it's dance and other forms of meditation, but like a sort of meditative act of flow where you're engaged in the process. Like that can come in many different forms, and that through that process you can really find peace and closeness to God in some ways. I also believe in a sort of sense of Islamic spirituality, I guess, like having processed all the Abrahamic teachings and being brought up a Christian, you know, Abrahamic religion, find that the reading of the Quran is very like it's like the most modern Abrahamic text, I guess, and has a lot to offer. And like I said, a Sufi perspective on that would be a slightly different closeness to God in some way. And being a modern human person, like, I just have a sort of more general spirituality about me. I'm not like, you know, the way the modern Western human person tends to live, it's a little less, it's a little more secular, isn't it? We put less on spiritual ritual and more on day-to-day secular realism, I suppose. You know, the physicists in the audience. But this is just, you know, simply the talk and the think about energy and the idea that stars emit energy and so does our sun, and that's the main thing. And I've always sort of thought that, you know, from a physics point of view as well, they would agree. So this card, this reading, this whole process has given me some more perspective on it as well, in some way. Maybe I smoked too much weed. It's also worth really noting that it's moments like this, you know, the after midnight, the 3 a.m, the smoked a bit of weed, that maybe some people are coming back from the party, you know, the sitting around the campfire, the moments where imagination is open. I think these are the best times to think and feel and explore these things, and that it's perfectly fine as well that when the daylight dawns and the embers have burned dry and it's time to, as the advice was for DC Primetime earlier, you know, in the cold light of day, be a bit more responsible about some things. Like, it's okay to sort of feel connected and spiritual at times, and also to, in my opinion, like in the same way as everything's waves, like I just described, to say, you know, perspective, none of it matters, but I've got to get certain stuff done. So, like, there's a part of me that's brutal realist, the physicist, you know, doesn't want to, you know, the skeptic, and would say that all of this is probably just psychological tricks of the light, psychological, tricks of the psychological light in our brains as humans, interference patterns in our thought processes. And if it creates magic, then so what of it? We live in a slightly magical world, don't we? Because I don't really... I think of sight and vision. There are people that don't have vision, so they hear things, and it's the same. Like, we all... Whatever we share in our sensory perception, none of it exists. None of it matters. Zoom out, common ground. Like, we all share the same delusion, which is that you hear the sound and you see the colour and you taste the taste. No, you don't. Like, with sound, I feel a sense of pressure in my ears change, and tiny vibrations are transmitted through nerves into my brain, and my brain says, that sounds here. Experience them like this, you fuckhead. Wait, I've dropped my reefer. And when it's sight and vision, like, there's colours, and what it is it's wavelengths of light hit cones and receptors in my eyes that are excited by those particular wavelengths, and then they kick off in my brain through an optic nerve. My brain does a lot of this production. It's like the computer has all the data, my brain has all the data, and then the monitor, the projector screen, is like my actual internal visualization of the world. Even the dog's getting fed up of this now. But like, my monitor screen is my internal visualization of the world. It's what I perceive from all this information, how I create it and see it. And like, animals have different perceptions to us. We have different perceptions to other conscious living beings. Yeah, like, take it all so seriously and be so cynical, but we all suffer from the same delusion, which is that everything exists and that it's all really important. And I don't want people to feel like there's no purpose, because everything does exist and it is really important. That's the whole point. That is the perspective. None of it matters. Zoom out and find common ground. The fact that none of it matters means that we have the common ground, and that all of this darkness, all of these distant points of light, they are all that far away. You are not to, in your lifetime on this earth, reach these stars. They make up the tapestry of the distant netherworld. But what you do have is right here on earth, and is everything. And it's close at hand, and it's nearby, and it's your whole life. So grab hold of it. That's what I think this one sort of talks about as well, really. I don't want people to feel disillusioned and like I'm saying nothing matters. But in a sort of Zen sort of sense. Like, kind of, these are the times where it's okay to relax into that idea. But in the days to come, in the new year, things will matter, and you will have control over them, and you will be engaging in your own proactive lives. But don't let the little details detract from your perception of the big picture and your place in it, I guess. Which is that whilst nothing matters, everything matters. Would I do a card for me? Yeah, go on then. I'll have a Woodland Oracle. I like those cards so much. These are big, heavy cards that I'm handling, the Starseed Oracles, but I'll have a Woodland one for me then. Why not? I'm not averse to just trying to eke out a bit more time on the old stream. That was a really nice place to end it there. We could have just ended it there, but I don't want people to feel like it's a sense of ending and nothing matters. Like, that almost feels like, to the mental health part of me, like a sort of almost worrisome place to be, and that's not a place I want to leave it, and that's not the message there. The message that because everything is so distant and dark out there in the void, it's to turn to the light. That's the message there. A Woodland Wardens for me. Let's turn these out. I'm really heartened as well. I'll take the book off and the thing off. again, when I've turned them out, I mean, it is the bottom card on the deck, so I'm going to see it a lot at the moment. But the Ram and the Dahlia, my nan was an Aries, my grandmother, and I started today's stream by talking about my grandmother and my grandfather, like how on New Year's Eves in the past, I would, as a child, sit up late with my nan, because when you're a little kid, New Year's Eve, you don't go out to parties, but your parents might. So I used to stay with my nan and granddad, and my sister did, and we'd stay up late and we'd watch the Hootenanny and the songs and the, you know, whatever, and Old Lang Syne, and I'd basically spend New Year's Eve with my grandmother, my granddad. Granddad used to go to bed earlier than my nan, who would stay up late generally. So there were a lot of evenings at nan's house where I stayed up late and watched the telly with my nan. And after midnight hours and late night telly and stuff like that feels like a sort of me and nan thing that we used to do. Later on, when she lived here and I cared for her in her later years, she didn't want to stay up all night, but she did want to watch the telly and the quiz shows, and I used to sit and watch the quiz shows with her. So yeah, it's like she was an Aries anyway, and the Aries and the Ram, like, just in that sort of theme of star signs and spirituality and stuff like that. It reminds me of my nan a bit, that does, in some way, the Ram, because it's Aries, you know. Yeah, it's kind of weird, although I'm not a really like a star sign person. Like, you know people and their star signs, and I know the star signs of my immediate family, and whilst I don't really pay much heed or attention to what it means spiritually or anything, I just know that my nan was an Aries, and I've sort of always associated the Ram and the concept. And my nan had white hair as well, like quite thick white hair, and it, you know, she's not like a sheep, right? But you know, the Ram, like, as a child, like, you know, the Ram, the sheep, the horns, like the Aries, my nan, like, it's just all wrapped together. So it's interesting. I've seen that a lot. Takes us back round in full circle to what I was talking about at the start of today's episode about New Year's Eve with your nan. So I get to pull a card for me, and I suppose it's for the future next year. My hopes for the future next year are to grow the channel, Super Chuffer. I want to do the Nicola Bulley investigation content continuing. I've got some interesting things to churn over. I want Super Chuffer for You to grow as well. Bit of fun on the B-side. Continuing to do those Twitch streams. There's a card for me. The Boar and the Pumpkin. Maybe I should just stop talking there. I was also going to say I want to go out into the world and film things with the camera and take that next level. But of course, I'm boring you with things that I say over and over again while I'm saying it. So maybe this is the card for me, or maybe not. It's the one that flipped. I feel like I have to go with it. Part of me wants to say, no, this isn't the card. Let's keep shuffling and pick out a better one. But the Boar and the Pumpkin is what I've drawn when talking this through. Oh, sorry, I've tapped. I'll get that back. There you go. I'm going to bring it up here and give it the focus, because they are really pretty cards. It says confidence. Just spat on my hand there. It's late, alright, it's late at night. It says confidence. The Boar and the Pumpkin, and it says confidence. I'll tell you what, that boar looks pretty content, because pumpkins, I'm thinking to a boar, that's a lot of eating on that, and I'm a vegan. I eat pumpkins. I've grown a few in the allotment. Happy piggy, maybe. Am I going to be a happy piggy? Pumpkins on the vine. Fruits of my truffling. I don't think of myself as a piggy, to be honest. The boar and the pumpkin. Let me tell you about what the Boar and the Pumpkin says. This is XV111. I mean, it doesn't matter if I know what XV111 means, does it? I've still got to find it in the book. So how am I gonna... Does L come before V? XV1, right? XV2, right? XV3 then, yeah? The Boar and the Pumpkin. It's like a bedtime stories. Sharon, I'll do a card for you as well, yeah? Go on then, yeah. I will. I'll put that on the list. But I will say from now, no more random ones unless I specifically ask for it, because we're going to get up to 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, so... The Boar and the Pumpkin. This is for me, for next year. Confidence. With their winding vines and large, heavily seeded fruit, pumpkins signify abundance, health and resilience. Meanwhile, the fierce and intelligent boar is known for its sharp tusks and aggressive movements. Combined, the Boar and the Pumpkin embody self-assurance. Your confidence is well-founded. Any insults or attempt to damage your morale will roll off your back. You're thick-skinned like the pumpkin and courageous like the boar. How can I prove my confidence and self-worth? What accomplishments am I proud of? So, I mean, hopefully that's good. That speaks well, doesn't it? The question I was asking for the new year, for me personally, about those movements forward. I didn't realise the ball was going to be like, I'll take it as like, you know, I'll take it. For some reason, I'll take it from the cards. But, you know, intelligence moving forward, the Nicola Bulley stuff, you know, the things I was asking about, and growth and all that, like maybe it's all positive here. Got to be thick-skinned, maybe. You know, maybe a few attacks are going to come my way. I'll have to be thick-skinned like the boar, and remember, the thick-skinned boar and the pumpkins, still abundance, fruit, and sharp-tusked as well. It's nice. It's in a sort of contrast to Trisha's read earlier, where she had the sharp-taloned bird. I got sharp tusks. I'll take it. I'll take it. And I've got one for Sharon. And I'm going to do it out of this as well, because it feels right to continue with the Woodland Wardens while I'm shuffling them, while I've got them here. So Sharon for the year ahead. I'll try and focus my energy a bit. Okay, that was the cards. Feeling the change in energy. It's a more faster paced energy here, Sharon, for you. That's the card. It nearly turned, but it sat on top. So that's the card on top. I felt a sort of increase in pace of the shuffle, just naturally. So, Sharon, I don't know if you're quite a busy person. You've got, it wanted to be inverse, and these cards can be inversed. It does give me an inverse reading. So it's an inversed card. It's very pretty. I'll revert it to show it and show it what's on it. And we'll look at the cards, and then you'll get the inverse reading. Because I discovered that they can be inversed by reading the book. So this is the Otter and Cat Tail, and the card is Peace. And I'm guessing it's underwater, this otter, or maybe it's not. It's a blue background. It just looks like it's floating, doesn't it? Floating. And very content, this otter and the cattails. I don't know if reversed it's completely reversed in its discontent and things not at peace. I did say if we push the cards too hard and keep going too far, we might end up in a worse place than the deeper, meaningful, wonderful. So let's hope this is not complete discontent in reverse, but it can have a more interesting meaning, maybe. But the otter and cattail did come out reversed. Mind you, I didn't... well, it's just how it's gone, isn't it? I was going to say I didn't have a... what am I looking for now? XXX1X. Why can't they just be called XXX? Why can't they be called 1, 2, 3, XXX1X? XXX1. It's because it's inversed, it's XXX1X. Okay, XXX1X, got it. Okay, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. Don't worry, this isn't bad. The otter glides through the water with grace and fluidity, a beautiful sight to behold. The otter's playful swim brings calm and joy to those who witness it. The cattail is a symbol of peace and prosperity. It can be used for a variety of domestic purposes, from basket weaving and bedding to home insulation. It's also a nourishing food. And in reverse it says, as you navigate a difficult time, remember your discomfort is temporary. Limit your struggle by going with the flow. Turn onto your back from time to time, letting the current carry you forward. And it asks, do I allow myself to feel peace when it finds me? And am I struggling needlessly against a strong current? So the card talks in some way to me as well of, I felt a busy energy. Excuse me. God, maybe this is, again, Trisha talks about this, like my throat was going dry there. Maybe it's the time to sort of not do further readings, but this is a good place to finish on it. And actually I'm feeling a sort of headache about here. Like just like here in my head on this aspect of like it's weird, it's almost like a projected energy into my headache rather than a sort of internal. It feels like it's coming to me from like an angle. It's weird, that is. Like if Trisha knows anything about that, if she ever hears this. But yeah, the inverted talks about going with the flow and about problems or struggles being relieved by going with the flow a bit. But the card itself to me speaks of, and the fact that I was shuffling quickly, like the energy I felt from you, Sharon, when I did this, it speaks of nourishment and these plants with their different domestic uses. To me, it's like having to do lots of things at home, like having to keep life in order and in check, and, you know, going with the flow of life as well. So inverted, when things are a struggle or difficult, going with the flow helps them to fall into place, maybe. That's what I've got from that. Again, a very pretty card. A very, like, the otter itself does look very content. So it's about finding contentment amidst the waves and the water. Going with the flow, yeah. And that was Woodland Wardens. I do think it's probably right to just follow my intuition there and not persist with an overflow of whatever's going on psychic energy wise with readings and cards and stuff, because it's gone really well, and those have all gone really well. Even the ones that were like they were good, they all came out well. Some interesting ideas for people to think about, and if they do or don't feel they mean something to them, that's completely up to them, I think. And I'm not gonna sort of say, oh, you know, the Golden Girl said it, so you should absolutely do that. Like, at the same time, if you feel like it was pertinent to you and you think it's good advice, then nothing wrong with that either. I didn't hear any because it's interesting as well, because I'm a bit of a cynic. I think what's good about this is that if something came out here and started sounding a bit like, oh, hang on, they're twisting your arm a bit here and they're trying to make it about this, and, you know, I'd be the first one to say it. Like, so even with the ones that are more modern decks here, that no one is pretending that this has got magic powers. Like, they're beautiful cards with interesting messages, and whichever ones come out at whatever times, whether you want to feel there's some pertinence there or not, is totally up to you. That's the way of the fate in the world, you know. That's the way of that. But if something was written on there that was like, oh, why don't you send all your money to this account, or, you know, I'd be like, oh, this is wrong, don't follow this advice. But, like, you know, it's not like that. Everything's been, even for, I would say, without the framework of all this other stuff, if you took out all the bits where I turned over a card and read about the card and all that, if you just took the advice and the sort of theme of the read from each thing, it was still good things that most people would say is a good way of looking at something, and whether it's right for you at your moment in life is up to you, but it's not terrible. None of that was terrible ideas in general, I think. So yeah, I think that was all good what we did there. The one deck that didn't get a look in, actually, I'll just quickly do this. There's a couple of decks that didn't get a look in, and this is a French tarot deck, so it's difficult for me to read because it's French, and it's very pretty pictures, but the cards are a bit smaller, so they're harder to see on the screen, so that didn't get a look in, but I do like it as a deck. Sometimes it's the one. And behind me over there I've got Genshin Impact Tarot, and I've got the Literary Witches, so we'll do more of these in the future. I'm not going to promise a regular weekday, particular day, although hopefully next year one of the things that will help me to grow as a streamer would be to have a regular stream, and in the past I've managed to keep that with Thus, so maybe next year we do find a way of factoring in, potentially it would be on Twitch maybe, and then uploaded somewhere. But maybe there's some potential in doing some of this in the future, if you like it, or maybe we do it as members, or maybe we do it as something else. But I have these; they are fun. Tarot Tuesday could do. It's a weird one because, to be honest, right, a lot of people look at tarot and this whole thing, like I did at the initial talk of it on streams. I've always thought it's just a load of sort of nonsense, really, and that people can say all sorts of things if they want to you about, like there's a sort of cold read people can do on people, and obviously I've not done any of that today on people. They're just like a name in chat, and I've thought about them and tried to get a sense of some sort of energy out of just thinking about their, who, I don't know who they are, but they're this name in chat, and I've thought, okay, this person, I'll just put that person in from whatever comes to my heart and soul and mind is what I've put into the cards. So the problem, like I'm saying with that though anyway, is that there's a bunch of people in the world who literally would look at a channel and say, tarot readings, and they'd throw it in the bin. I'm not prepared to do that on Super Chuff and main channel because it's so based in science of psychology and fact of forensics, so I wouldn't really want to sort of muddy the waters there. But on Battery Exhausted we have a lot more fun and do a lot more random stuff, so maybe over here. Big up Sally, yeah, we'll have you for next time. I've definitely decided that through feeling like I got a bit of a headache and knowing that it was like a flow of if you look at that set of reads, although it was all for different people, it was like a sort of end of year flow of advice that generally could apply to anyone watching. I feel like a sort of story came out in the different cards at different moments that I think everyone could have a bit of a think about, and I think that last one maybe was a bit more specific, and I felt more of a sense of struggle for Sharon, in her own life that she's having to maybe deal with in some way, maybe that, or I don't know, some sort of headachy energy anyway. So I feel like that was a good time to alight there though, just trust in the process. But yeah, next time absolutely. Dreams is certainly interesting too. I'm a great believer in dream analysis. The only problem is that it's very much a two-way, I'd kind of need to have a verbal, I think, with dreams, because I need to know what you think of stuff all the time. I mean, maybe it could work over chat, but you'd say something and I'd say, so what does this mean, and can you explain me? And then I'd need you to sort of talk things through a bit until I was like, all right, hang on, stop there. It's kind of like, with dreams, when they do a safe and they're doing safe cracking, they twist and they twist and they twist until they hear the thing click, and they're like, right, that one. And so with dreams it's like that. It's like we talk and talk until I feel like, right, wait, put that on the pinboard, and talk and talk and talk, and then right, no, hang on, there, that's the thing. To help me interpret other people's dreams, but certainly for your own dreams as well. Like, you have to be the one that sometimes you have to be the one that says, no, that's where it clicks. That's where it clicks, because I don't know, you know, how and where things really do click personally for other people. But dream analysis they're good. I'm down with it. And I think there's 2 or 3 different dreams people have. Like, there's different, like, there's dream space maybe, in different forms. But I think you can have predictive dreams for the future, but not every dream is a future prediction. So the important dreams, the ones that have the certain realness to them, where you wake up and like you feel compelled, I can analyze those differently to a sort of recurring dream, or a dream that you might have had that was this or that, you know. Like, I think certain dreams are more important, maybe, is a way of saying it. So but yeah, we'll do it in the future as well, because I'm not doing it now. This is all like stuff that, I tell you what, like, you come back and ask me the same set of questions on a Monday night physics and psychology stream, and I'd be like, oh no, like, a lot of people play on all this stuff to get you thinking stuff to, you know, screw you over and take your money. And the human psychological condition means that you're going to believe in all this stuff, and you're just gullible. And I see the cynical side of things so much that I would even laugh at my own, like, what I've been saying and doing here in some ways. But like I said, it's entertainment. We're having fun. You can take what you want from it. It's been good. I promised we would do it, and today's stream has all gone exactly, not as planned, but the way I wanted it to. We've had a lot of fun. We've gone through the new year. We built up to it in style by looking at some... we played 10 dates as a 10,000 subscribers as a celebration. I failed the game, failed the dates, so that doesn't look good for my love life next year. Maybe my work life looks better. Maybe next year isn't the year I get married and have the kids. Maybe next year's the year I get, you know, stuck in with work more. Yeah, I agree with you talking about Jung there, Candice, yeah. I take the Jungian approach into some of dream analysis, insofar as I understand the shared collective consciousness approach. And like I said, not all dreams are the same, but kind of agree with that. Yeah, we I don't know what I was saying then. I was saying, yeah, tonight's stream's gone well. Yeah, we played the game, we got up to New Year's, we did the song. I didn't want to make it a big tooty-hooty stream with horns and music. I wanted to keep it a chill vibe and take us through into the late hours. It's now 4 AM, so for some people, like, that's the end of the party. I know that there will be someone, you know, between 4 and 7 AM, the party's still going for some people, and 7 AM is when the party finishes. But for me, I think we're coming up to, like, the end of the party here. This is the bit where most people have now gone to sleep, and there's 2 people still looking for a Rizzler. Someone... You know, at the end of the party where all the Rizzler have gone and everything's been smoked, but someone's still found one little bit of... I'm relating it to old parties that we had with smoking. Someone's got one last spliff, and we need to find one bit of Rizzler and one last cigarette so we can have the last. And most people have gone to bed, but there's just 2 or 3 of us that are going to have a cup of tea and sit out on the step in the early morning air. And have that last go. So that's where we're at now. So I don't think it's worth putting on a video now and doing another react or anything like that and getting heavy. I think it's just cool that we're just chilling, just chillis. 2 more hours for you for New Year's, is it? You see, this is the rings around the world thing. What you'll have to do is rewind this stream and go and watch it from the start. Like, time it to when the new year happens on the stream, because my energy will be really up for it and you'll enjoy it. You know, go and watch the moment that it happened. You know what I mean? It's interesting, isn't it, the way it rings around the world like that? Chasing daylight. When I was younger, books were one of the greatest pleasures of my life. Like, my granddad used to read bedtime stories to me out of books. Like, sit in the room and read a chapter of a story, Enid Blyton things. And at the end of reading the story and putting, nights, go to bed, the book would go down and it would sit next to the bed. And when I was a little kid, I couldn't read the book. I would look at it. I couldn't read the book. I'd be like, "Oh, Grandad, can you read me another chapter?" Because I can't read it. And then there was a moment in my life, like Grandad taught me to read, sort of thing, with these books. As a very young child, I can't really remember it properly, but I know that my granddad, I do remember bits of it. Other people around me, it was a process getting taught to read as a kid. But I remember being a kid and being able to then read the book. And so when Grandad put me to bed and I wanted another 10 minutes or whatever, 20 minutes, another chapter, I could pick up the book and I could read it myself. And books, when I was younger, more than today, but, maybe in the future, books were really, really important. They showed me a total avenue into a magical, truly magical world. Like, we talked about the cards earlier and stuff and magic, but I was fortunate enough to discover some really wonderful, as a child as well, I'm talking child authors as well, Robin Jacques and the Red Wall series. It's kids' books, I was a kid, but really good quality stuff. Terry Pratchett I discovered when I was about 11, and I absolutely had a ravenous appetite for all of his work till I was about 14, 15, and grew up a bit more and was into more other stuff. But even today I can still read a Terry Pratchett book from cover to cover in a few evening sittings at nunites at bedtime and really love it. I've read through everything he's written, so it's a shame a shame for me. He's dead. It's worse for him. But I really wish there were more Pratchett books, but I'm sure there are so many more joys of literature that I'm yet to experience, and I've just been too busy, in inverted commas, to do it. But books were always an absolute, it sounds stupid, isn't it, just saying books are great, but yeah, I don't think, what was I even saying? I was just chatting, wasn't I? Spill some interesting beans before you go, or give us a hint. What's up, Candice? About what? Beans or a hint about what? Give me a prompt. What kind of beans and hint do you want? Big up, Sandy. How am I? I'm good. How are you? Have you had a good New Year? I shaved the beard because we had the family meal thing, so it was important that I think video games these days as well, I don't want to let people think that I'm just saying the old days were good and video games are shit, but video games offer so much, but I think there's a level that books, an insight into the minds of the characters, what Terry Pratchett did that was so masterful in some of his books was allowed you, the mind of the reader, the vision of the reader, to be everywhere, to be this omnipotent force, to be godlike, but in the mind of the people, and to see every angle, and to understand things. And his work, The Discworld, was a comedic sort of fantasy retelling of our world in some ways, and a bit, a bit silly in some ways, but also very, very important, and for a young mind, a very interesting way of allegorizing some very important concepts in our world. So yeah. I'll have to interpret that one. Well, I'm not going into any Nicola Bully stuff now. I mean, it's late night. Andy, no one's getting naked. I don't know if you're drunk. It's not that sort of stream, although I might have a shower before bed. You know, I'm not going to get in with my clothes on in the shower. But we've not been on that sort of tip. No worries, Smarty Hearty. Thank you. This is the bit where we get a cup of tea. Well, I've sort of done the bit. We're doing it now, where we have the cup of tea and the last smoke, and I just say, I'm happy with that. I'm ready to turn in. And everything we've learned and looked at tonight, you know, apart from the bit where we did the sex cult. Actually, Andy, you should have been here for the sex cult earlier. We looked at Nicole Kessinger's sex cult. We looked at what I've got it open on one of these windows still. Yeah, here we looked at what is a sex cult and how to be and do a sex. We didn't get through the video in the end, so we will at some point get into the video talking about what their religion is. But you missed that bit. We did that earlier. And then we did New Year's, and then we did the cards. And the cards came out really well. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. So it's been a really good, really cool, really chilled stream. I was even thinking that this stream was going to be turned... we did have a quick review of the year with Simcast as well, didn't we? At the end of it, I was going to make this stream private and just say, well, you know, it was a New Year's Eve stream, so it's meaningless in the big picture of things. It's not a sort of stream that people can come back and watch. But actually, thinking about it, you know, tooting my own trumpet a bit here at the end of the stream, I think it is the kind of stream that people can come back and watch and maybe get quite a lot out of in lots of different ways. And I would say this card reading that we did, I'll reiterate this point, which is that this, I mean, there's no point in me selling it now, is there? It's the end of the video. People need to know this at the start of the video, but they won't do it because I'm saying it at the end. But this card reading, if you took it as a generalised set of readings for the year ahead, for people, maybe, you know, in similar situations or with similar energies, I think anyone could get quite a lot out of that. So I think that went really well. And yeah, tomorrow, the coming days, one of the things I promised over this Christmas period that we didn't do was play Lego Lord of the Rings and Lego Hobbit, but that's not so bad. Tomorrow in the coming days, I'll be back on Twitch playing my game. I will definitely be making a concerted effort to create the 3D sushi, the plastic sushi. I don't know which channel that'll be on, but we'll be doing it. There'll be a little bit of fun nut to watch, I'm sure. And as we move into the new year, the Nicola Bully investigative, I don't know what you want to call it. I might have to do some streams where they're almost like, I don't want to use the phrase, but study group, because I've just got stuff to talk through and look at, and it might take a bit of time, and it's a bit of a, you know, here and there, you know, looking through some ideas and some videos and stuff. Some that would be a bit more clear and direct about certain things. We've got to finish the IOPC report, and I'm sure that will take me through to sort of February, March, where Steve will start to be back on the scene more permanently, and we'll be back out there doing the stuff with my Piggy Pumpkin card as my confidence. Yeah, I love all you two in chat, and I think Andy's had a good night. Drunk, yep. That's the thing, you see, now, right, now, if I were to stay on stream between now and 7 AM, I did think this, is that what I could do is I could run a completely different stream now, and I could call it the after party drunky stream, and design it completely for people who are drunk and have been out at a New Year's Eve party and are now drunk and need some help with making a like my mom used to like, I mean, she's not vegan, but my mom used to like an egg sandwich. And if I could help you out now, Andy, in any way that I could, I know that it's not vegan, but I would, since you're not vegan, I would probably make you an egg sandwich, Like, it's bad because it's not vegan, and I wish there was a sort of more vegan egg sandwich alternative I could think of easily, but I think the best thing is an egg sandwich. And then you have your egg sandwich, and it's got tomato sauce on it, and you can have a cup of tea, and then that's probably really good. So, although I can't do that for you, like, if you were in my house now, I would currently be putting the bread in the toaster, or buttering it, or however you like your bread for your egg sandwich. And, you know, because it's your egg sandwich, you can have butter as well, like, and doing a cup of tea. That's the sort of, I mean, because I'm vegan, it wouldn't be eggs. If it was up to me, it'd be something different, but it's that sort of vibe for me. Sunday session after party, yeah. Chips, if you want chips, I can do them in the air fryer. They're better. I love them. I got an air fryer for my mum, and it's the fucking shit. It's fucking brilliant. It comes out crispest. So I'll do some chips in the air fryer. How about that? We do some chips in the air fryer. Come on stream. That's not happening. We're finishing this. I've been on stream for now 8, coming up to 9 hours. So probably the amount of time that a normal person would spend at a full-time job. Like a full day's work, like a full shift with just a bathroom break or 2. I mean, it doesn't feel like a job to me. It doesn't, I mean, it is, you know, it's my primary source of income, and I'm trying to create a sustainable, you know, move into the future with it. Hopefully get a sponsor maybe next year. That's something I should put more energy into. But yeah, what's going to happen? I can feel my tummy rumbling a little bit, and the talk of egg sandwiches in chat there, Bizzle, bacon butties. I used to make them all for my mates after the raves. My mate Greg reminds me of this. What used to happen is Greg would go to the supermarket and buy like a loaf of bread and 2 packets of bacon or whatever, and like or like, you know, a box of eggs, and like he'd hand me this stuff, and he'd be like it's like a team effort. Greg's put in the money, he's bought the stuff, we're all eating bacon butties, but someone's going to have to cook them, and that's fine. I'm quite happy to stand at the cooker and do that. And like, in some ways, I would feel just as grateful that Greg had paid the money to buy the supplies as Greg would feel that I would stand there and cook them. So it was like a good double act there. And yeah, after a night like this, I would bang out the bacon butties, certainly the next morning as well, doing the breakfast for people. I'm quite happy to make 9 cups of tea and bang out a load of bacon butties. But now I'm vegan, you have to put up with vegan bacon. And I'm going to put up with vegan whatever the hell. I'm going to cook myself now in a minute in the kitchen at 4 a.m. and have a cup of tea. And that is going to be a wrap on that. A vegan wrap. Veganism does come into it from time to time. I mention it every time we talk about food and stuff, don't I? Because if I don't mention it, I don't get my vegan card for the year. Listen, you've all been really good. It's been a really good stream. I've had a really good time. I hope you have too. I'm really grateful for all the tippies. I'm really grateful for everyone that subscribes and shares and has become a member or renewed membership, especially those that renew the memberships while I'm offline or whatever and don't think I don't see it. There's a little thing on my statistics thing that says people recently renewed the memberships, and it tells me. And I'm really grateful. So thank you all. Let's have a good 2024. Let's make sure that 2024 is like, at least we put in our end. Solid performance. And from everything we've seen tonight, it's looking like it will be. So I hope you feel heartened. And I can see your hearts in chat, big ups. I hope you feel heartened that, yeah, good things do come to those who wait, to coin a phrase that I remember from advertising my favourite beverage. But yeah, I think things will come, things will be good. So, you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. First time you've watched a stream spanning 2 years. Yeah, if it's midnight, it's always midnight, and it's 2024 now. It's always 2024. So you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. I'm gonna just sit here for a minute before I press the end stream button, so it doesn't cut me off, because it sometimes cuts me off. So you're just gonna have to watch me in silence for just a minute. But if you can't be good, you're naughty.